What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Thursday, January 9th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours live from Arlington, Texas, the site of tomorrow's Cotton Bowl Classic between the Texas Longhorns and the Ohio State Buckeyes. We've got a loaded show for you this morning. Coming up at 8:15, Stefan Kik from Cleveland.com will join the program. We'll talk Texas, Ohio State with him. Plus, our guy Lee Sterling from ParamountSports.com will join us at 9:15 to give you his winners for the college football and NFL playoff weekend. We'll talk all about Texas and Ohio State. What do the Texas defensive coaches and players have to say about going up against the Buckeye offense? We've got a college football playoff semifinal tonight. We'll preview that game and so much more. Got a lot to get to on a Buck on and Buck off Thursday on Bucky and BK. And Buck, it is snowing outside.
Yes, live from the Stanley Cup room at the Sheraton Hotel here in Arlington, and a snowy morning up in Arlington as the snowfall was coming down. You went out and you saw it, and it is really coming down this morning and will continue through the day, it sounds like. And for those that are traveling up here today, get to going, because as the day goes on, it's going to get worse in this area. Yesterday, we got out of here yesterday. Very fortunate to be up here, and it was smooth sailing to Arlington from Austin, Texas yesterday. What a beautiful sunny day it was leaving, and it's not going to be quite that way. I don't know what it's like back in Austin. I guess my wife said it's a really nice morning there, but I think things get worse as the day goes on, even back in that area. But we know what it's going to be like up here.
Yeah.
So that's the important part, is once you start to get into the Metroplex, it'll get a little nastier as the day goes on.
Yeah, shout out to my guy Pete Delkus, who's my favorite weather guesser from up here in the Metroplex.
He's your weather guesser, huh?
He's the guy I grew up with here in the DF Dub, and he tweeted out 18 minutes ago, "Remember, kiddies, this rain sleet mix is the appetizer. The main course arrives later this afternoon and evening around 5 p.m. through 10 p.m. and into the overnight. So if you are making your way to the Metroplex, you better get here quick."
Or I'm wondering if tomorrow's not the best thing. I guess back in Austin, it'll be nice there, but here it still will be a problem here on Friday morning. I think trying to get up here Friday morning, definitely early in the morning, is not going to be good.
No,
it doesn't start to warm up until Friday. I think Friday evening into Saturday, because Saturday's supposed to be 50 degrees.
Just looking at the weather guessing in the Austin area, it doesn't look like it's going to dip below freezing. So it's going to be cold and rainy.
Yes,
which is not a fun combination.
Not coming up by 35, it's not.
But hopefully people don't have to worry about losing power or anything.
No,
like
I don't think you have to worry about that. I don't think this is Snowmageddon or Freeze-mageddon again.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to be that way. It's just cold. It's just winter for us. Give me this week, and now let's just get rid of this after this week, so we can move right along into spring now.
Yeah.
And this for people up here. I mean, people are standing outside. They're looking at snow. Some people probably have never seen. There's tons. Young kids have never seen snow before like this, and it was coming down outside.
It was. Yeah, there was at least 10 to 15 people who are staying here at the Sheraton, just standing outside and filming this white stuff coming down from the sky. What is this?
I've seen enough in my lifetime that I don't need to see any more. Pretty as it comes down, just crappy as it hangs around. You know what I mean? As the roads just screw you up. And a lot of schools have already had cancellations of today and tomorrow up here in the Metroplex. So for those, like I said, if you're thinking of getting up here and you're thinking, well, maybe I'll leave after work today, you don't work on Friday, so we all know that back in the Austin area. Go ahead and get yourself a day today. Pack it up and start heading this way while you can. But as BK says, as the day goes on, weather guessers are telling you it's not going to be pretty up here.
No, it is not. But
yeah.
I think it's pretty. I think it's awesome.
You like that snow?
I do. Don't see much of it in Austin. Don't see much of it here, but see it more here than we do down there.
Blizzards, I've shoveled it. I don't like it. When I skied in it, that's fine. But, dude, it's been a long time since I've been on a pair of skis. Or when I was in my figure skating in the Rose Garden as the snow was coming down, I was out there doing double loops, triple lux, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No,
triple toe. I mean, I was doing all those wonderful things. Not anymore. I can't put on a pair of I don't think I can get on skates and get on the ice at all.
I forgot you're a big figure skating fan.
Yes, I am a big figure skating fan.
You
yes.
still watch it all the time.
I do.
Right? That's your favorite thing to watch?
I love Randy Gardner and Ty Babylonia. Yeah.
Those are real people?
Those are real people. Those are United States best at one time.
All I know is Tanya Harding and Jeff Galooly.
That's it.
Everyone's favorite figure skaters.
Now, I will
right
never
there.
forget Katarina Witt. That's for dag, I'm sure.
Oh, she's nice.
She's special. Yeah, very, very special.
I remember learning about her from you.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for the job that you do. We do appreciate it to you. And plenty of prayers to our brethren out in California that are just, wow, what a last couple of days for those folks out in California. Watching that on the news, that's disheartening to see those people that are running out just with their clothes on. But once again, you can replace everything that's in that house and that house, but you can't replace lives. And people said they were just getting their clothes on and getting out.
How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, no time to pack up your
No
things.
time to, yeah, they didn't have any with the winds in California, but the winds have died down a little bit. So, but still a lot of fires out of control in that California, Los Angeles area right now. And that is so sad.
Yeah, it is.
To see your stuff go up in smoke. Anytime there's a disaster and you can't do a thing about it, Mother Nature comes calling. You don't have a choice.
You got blizzards on one side of the country.
Yes.
You've got fires on the other side of the country. It is a mess right now. And like you said, our prayers are with all of those affected, especially those in California right now. Seeing some of the pictures.
Oh, isn't that something?
And videos out there. It's sad. It really is. I mean, you've got, the Palisades is no more.
No.
I mean, you got like prominent areas in the state of California that just are never going to be the same after this wave of fires goes through. So it's scary stuff. It really is. And thinking about everybody impacted by that. All right, plenty to get into today. Obviously, a lot of sports to talk about. We'll get the Bucks Gold Star lock for this Penn State Notre Dame game tonight before the end of the show. But, Buck, I was doing a little search yesterday. I spent 30 minutes on Google.
On the Googles?
On the Google machine.
How was the pictures?
Well, I did search local singles in my area. Found some good stuff on there. Don't sleep on that. I searched a few other things as well. But I was mainly looking up predictions for the Cotton Bowl, right? Texas, Ohio State predictions, Cotton Bowl predictions, Cotton Bowl picks, Ohio State, Texas picks. I was just searching to see kind of what the pulse was from the quote unquote experts out there, right? The people we watch on TV, the people we hear on the radio. What do the national folk think about this game tomorrow? And we all know Ohio State's a 6-point favorite, and they've been favored ever since we knew this game was going to be played following January 1st. I found 20 expert projections on the interwebs yesterday.
18 of them for Ohio State.
How about 20 of them for Ohio State? I will give you this. 18 of the 20 had Ohio State covering. Only 2 of the 20 picks I saw from national college football experts had Texas covering the 6-point line, but both of those also had Ohio State winning. They just had them by 4 or 5.
Yeah.
So there is not a single, and maybe there's some that I didn't find, and maybe there's some that have come out since I searched yesterday, but I could not find a single national person picking Texas to win this game tomorrow. What happened? When did Ohio State get so good? When did Texas get so bad? Did everybody only watch the game on January 1st? Is that it?
Yeah, that part of it is the fact that Texas hasn't been consistent with the run game, and Ohio State's been consistent with both. And they're playing up to what everybody thought they were capable of in the beginning of the season. Despite the head coach and what people think of the head coach, once again, eventually the talent will outweigh the coaching.
Mm-hmm.
And right now the talent has come to the top right now. So whatever people think of Ryan Day and if he's a good coach, bad coach, if he chokes in the big game or not, the talent is outweighing the coaches in the minds of people that watch football right now. And they are talented.
They are, but wouldn't you say Texas is just about as talented as Ohio State is?
Yeah, but just about is about the line that people are talking about. The ones into the 18 that say, Texas will they will cover, but they may lose by 3 or 4 or whatever. Those are the ones that think that Texas has as much talent, because there's nobody with as much talent, I don't believe, as Ohio State has.
If you look at the blue chip ratio, which is the percentage of every team's roster that is filled with 4- and 5-star players, Ohio State has the best blue chip percentage in the country. They're at 90%. Texas is at 72, which I think is 5th or 6th in America. So
right.
Not bad.
And still behind Georgia even, right?
Still behind Georgia, behind A&M.
Maybe behind Bama.
Behind Oklahoma.
What?
Believe it or not.
Nobody should be behind Oklahoma.
Yeah, here are the teams that rank ahead of
That's interesting.
Texas in the blue chip ratio. And this comes out before the season starts, right? It takes into account the preseason roster. Ohio State, number 1.
Okay.
Alabama, 2. Georgia, 3. A&M, 4. Oregon, 5. OU, 6. Texas, 7th. 72% of the Longhorn roster is filled with quote-unquote blue chip
Yeah,
players.
there's the cover right there. That's what the cover is. But at the time of the actual games being played, how are both teams playing?
Yeah.
Ohio State's playing like a group with their hair on fire. They're just, they've heard enough things about them and enough things about their coach. I don't know if they like their coach. Who cares? It's just how the players play. And for the fans, it's about the players. It's not about Ryan Day. Ryan Day's going to keep his job anyway.
Yeah.
After the Tennessee game, I think he has at least another year.
Well, if Texas wins tomorrow as this ginormous underdog, all the fans are going to be like, "Oh, he sucks. He can't win the big one. We got to move on." Just get ready for that. If Texas wins,
could be there. As Howard Griffith said yesterday, there'll be that group that is always going to be that way. If they lose in the national championship, there'll be that group that is still ready to get rid of him no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
But I think they're just too talented. They're playing too well. Their coaches are coaching really, really a very talented football team that has plenty of depth.
Yeah,
that's the thing. It's this time of the year. It's all about your depth. We're seeing that in all these games. It's not about all your starters. It's about who can come in and help out your guys for a series or two. And these teams that all these blue chips now, as you said, they're coming to the front where they can survive with their second or third team guy in the game for a couple series. That's where your depth comes in, and Ohio State has plenty of that. So and their depth is like Texas. They're real good players that are right behind them. They're not just anybody coming in to take somebody's place. They're guys that every week are trying to get that starting job. So I'm still believing that Ohio State is a touchdown favorite for me, not 4 or whatever. I think they're a touchdown favorite on a Thursday. So I just got to figure it out. Is Texas going to be able to run the ball for me? That's the only thing that's holding me back from saying this is going to be, a fourth quarter down to the wire. I don't know who kicks a field goal. Somebody makes a big play. There's a fumble that turns the game. But
our guy's not kicking the field goal.
Oh, I got all the faith in the world in that dude. If he has to make it now,
what changed?
It's just that this is to go to the national championship. I feel like he can make the 30-yarders, the 35-yarders, the 42-yarders.
You're giving him 40+?
Yeah, but I'm not giving him anything over 45. Go for it.
Okay.
But if it's 42, 40, go ahead and let that guy kick the ball.
Okay.
And once he misses his second one, see you later.
People are going to blame you. That's your guy now. You just made Bert Auburn your guy.
Yeah, he's my guy. He's now my guy.
Oh,
I got to trust in my guy to get me to the national championship. I can't trust into a guy who's been in competition with me that hadn't been in a game since he was in high school to go in and then kick a field goal, not even a 30-yarder, to win the game for me. I'm not putting somebody who hadn't been on the field all year long to do that. Neither is Sark.
No, I don't think we'll see Will Stone outside of kickoffs tomorrow.
No, he's just going to kick the ball off. That's about it.
Yeah.
Bert Auburn misses 2, and you've got a 42-yarder, then somebody else is coming in the game for the winner.
Bert Auburn misses 1.
Yeah.
I'm not bringing him out there for the rest of the game.
No, it's go for it.
Yeah, let's go for it.
Yeah, it's go time. Unless it's a game winner, no time on the clock, there it is.
Hail Mary. You got a better chance of scoring on. I mean, we just saw Texas.
That is so scary.
We just saw Texas score a touchdown on a 4th and 13 last week after Bert Auburn couldn't make 2 field goals.
Yeah, that's scary.
Leave the offense on the field.
That is scary football right there.
It is. But how much talent is going to be on this field tomorrow, Coach?
My goodness.
Matt Miller, who covers the NFL draft for ESPN, he said Texas and Ohio State have a combined 21 players ranked in his top 3 rounds of this coming NFL draft. Ohio State has 11. Texas has 10. So obviously a lot of these guys playing at Jerry World will be playing at Jerry World as NFL players in the not too distant future. That is crazy to think about, just how much skill talent. That's why a lot of people are talking about this game like it's the national championship game. No disrespect to Notre Dame and Penn State. Those teams have been great all season. Whoever wins that game will have earned their spot in Atlanta for the national title. But a lot of people view tomorrow's game here in Arlington as kind of the de facto national title game.
Yeah, I would agree. But once again, once you get to a championship game, anything can happen. I mean, it just doesn't take much for the balance of the game to tilt one way or the other. You've got to be good at all the phases, and you and I have been talk offense, defense, we talk special teams, but the simple penalties, the simple things that Texas doesn't think it's simple because they do it all the time. The illegal procedures that put you behind the chains, all these things that are now really going to cost you if that happens tomorrow.
Oh.
It just is. We talk about 7 penalties. Well, hell, there could be just the one that really, really matters in this football game. So you can't have it. So, you talk to the offensive line guys, they want to get the run game going, but during the process, you can't be grabbing and holding. This is going to be, to me, still, it just comes down, can Texas run the football against Ohio State? Because I believe Ohio State in their run game right now, they're in all the phases, they're playing their best right now. They just are. I think they'll be able to do a lot of things that they want to do, but can Texas do what they really need to do? And what they need to do is be able to get first down. Let me not even say runs. I keep saying the word runs. They have to be good on first down.
Yeah.
First and second downs, they have to be good at. And if Sark, like you said yesterday, BK, you said if they throw it 50 times, okay, if you throw it 50 times, dude, and you're getting 6 yards every time you throw the ball, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody's going to complain. Who's going to complain about it? You think we'll be talking about the run game if Texas plays in the national championship? Not at all.
I won't have any complaints if
None.
Texas wins tomorrow.
That's right. There won't be anything to complain about.
Mm-hmm.
If they throw the ball 55 times and they're, those first down passes are 6 plus, then that's fine. I won't be saying, well, they couldn't run the ball. They've got to be able to run against Notre Dame or Penn State. I won't say anything about that. I'll just say, hey, just win the national championship.
Let me ask you this, as the coach on Texas Sports Unfiltered, you brought up the penalties a few moments ago, and it does feel like Texas is going to have to play a pretty clean game to have a chance against the Buckeyes. How much do those pre-snap penalties kill you?
They're really deflating, and especially once you don't get the next down, you don't get anything, whether it's 1st and 15 or 2nd and what. I mean, they're really deflating for your players themselves because they're self-inflicted. Nobody else caused you to do that. You know the snap count. You understand, what the play is. That's the thing. You can't illegal man downfield on a pass play. Those are the things that you have control. You have control over those.
Mm-hmm.
The crowd's not going to be that loud. We've seen Texas at home games have illegal procedures. You're not supposed to do that at home. That's supposed to be for the opposing team.
Yeah, I know, like the holding and pass interference penalties are more costly.
Sure.
Because they're for more yards.
Oh, they're demoralizing. BK, the 5-yard penalty on first down is the killer.
Yeah.
Or the silly penalty, once you come out of a timeout. You see it a lot in football where guys won't pay attention and you end up having to call a timeout. You just came from on the sideline. You get out there and you're wondering, and they've told you what the play is, but you get out there, the quarterback's making all these calls, and time runs out, and now you got a 5-yard penalty. You're looking at the guy going, wait a minute, we were just standing on the sideline. We know what we're doing. What are you guys doing?
Right.
This is where you have to really pay attention and focus, and this is where guys kind of lose their focus. Because they don't think of 5-yard penalties at time as being, it's just 5 yards. We can make that up.
It just feels like you can live with a competitive penalty, right? Like a holding penalty, a pass interference penalty. You don't want them.
Yeah, you got to be aggressive. Yeah, because you don't want to be non-aggressive.
Right, but a false start.
Oh.
It's just, the snap count. And
yes,
like you said, the Longhorns have been making these mistakes at home. And I know Ohio State's going to have a good amount of fans here, but this is as close to a home game as you could get in this round of the college football playoff. Like, those things should not be happening for Texas. And I feel like,
and I'll say this.
Yeah.
I don't think Texas has done enough during the course of the season with like hard counts. And you know why? Because they're afraid to do it.
Yeah, they should be afraid to do it. I'm afraid to do it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, this teams have to be aggressive against Texas and really blitz them a lot. But they don't hard count because they're afraid their own guy is going to be the guy who jumps. They've had enough experience with not even hard counts of their offensive line jumping first. So you don't see a lot of that because Sark understands that. I know he does a lot of motions, but there have been times when the motion is stopped that I'm thinking, hey, hard count this guy. They've got their ears pinned back and they want to, but they're afraid to. They're afraid that their own guy is going to jump.
Yeah.
And that's scary because I think there's probably been numerous times where they could have got guys on hard counts, but why would we do it? We're only going to get our own guy.
We're going to get ourselves.
Yeah. You're going to get got. You're going to get got. That's what's going to happen to you.
Don't get got. All right. I see our guest in the waiting room. He covers Ohio State football for Cleveland.com, and he's kind enough to join us just over 24 hours away from kickoff between Texas and Ohio State. He is Stefan Kik from Cleveland.com. Stefan, thanks so much for the time. How are you this morning, man?
Yeah, I'm good. Thanks for having me on. I got to say, I got good news for Texas when it comes to penalties. Ohio State's last in the country in opponent penalties, so maybe that'll help them clean it up.
There we go. Well, Texas.
Well, we need it.
Texas
for sure.
finished dead last in the SEC in opponent penalty yards. So I think both of us have that problem. And I'm sure, Stefan, you as an Ohio State guy, or a guy who at least covers the Buckeyes, you hear from opposing fan bases how you guys get all the calls all the time, right? Ohio State's got the money, so they pay the refs. Do you deal with those problems that us Texas folk have to deal with?
Yeah, it's anytime you cover one of the bigger programs, you'll hear it. I covered Mississippi State before I covered Ohio State, so I went from a team that felt like they were always getting screwed over by the refs to a team that always gets accused of being helped out by the refs. So I guess that's just the way of life at this point.
Stefan, let me ask you about the Buckeyes and just kind of the year in general and the beliefs of this team. This team was very talented before the season started. I've coached and my dealing with coaching is, coaches make a lot of difference, but the talent is what really drives a football team. And eventually the talent will outweigh the coaching. And right now, as much as people love and hate Ryan Day, the talent is outweighing anything that the coaches have to do. This is a very talented football team. And when you get 4 and 5 stars, eventually that talent starts to show. And despite what people think of the coach, the players can play right now.
Yeah, it's clicking for them at the right time. And what's funny is when Will Howard showed up, out of the transfer portal and came to Ohio State, there was criticism about his game. How does he fit? And I think the obvious thing was, hey, if he can just make the simple plays, this team is going to be fine, right? Get it to your playmakers. And we saw in the Michigan game, it was actually the coaches that got in the way of getting the ball to the playmakers, right? The way they called that game. And it's almost the same thing that applies to Chip Kelly and Ryan Day at this point. Is, hey, if you just make the simple calls, get the plays, get the ball to Jeremiah Smith, to Emeka Buka. If you do that, your team is going to have success. We talked to Chip Kelly last night after the team arrived, and he joked about Jeremiah Smith, that first touchdown he had against Oregon. He was like, but that's a simple 4-yard pass behind the line of scrimmage, but it's Jeremiah Smith. He can turn a 4-yard pass into a 40-yard pass, with the blink of an eye. So as long as these coaches don't get in the way of getting the ball to these playmakers, that's what's going to help this team click. That's what's made them click. And defense too. It's been a whole new level for the defense as well. It's been impressive watching that turnaround as well. From that Oregon game in October that they lost, the way they've been able to turn around. Like you said, the talent has always been there. It's been a matter of tapping into that potential, and they've done that here in the college football playoff.
Yeah, Stefan, going back to the offense and more specifically the wide receiver position. I mean, tell us about Jeremiah Smith. He's become a household name for everybody in college football. I think he was before the playoffs started, but obviously his 2 CFP performances have been otherworldly. What makes him so good, and then what makes Emeka Buka such a tough number 2 for the Buckeyes?
Yeah, Jeremiah has just got an unreal combination of physical traits and mental traits. I mean, his size, to have that speed at that size, I've personally never seen anything like it. He might be the best receiver that I've ever covered or watched live, and that's as a freshman. I saw Malik Neighbors play last year at LSU. I've seen some good dudes come through, and you watch Jeremiah, you think to yourself, man, that dude's got another 2 years of college football left. If he was a draft eligible player this year, how high would he go? We've seen guys, over at ESPN do some mock drafts and big boards, and they were saying that if Jeremiah was eligible this year, he might go number 1, depending on which team needed. It depends on team needs, but when it comes to talent, he might already be someone that NFL teams are looking at. Dan Lanning said last week that he feels like Jeremiah Smith is draft ready right now. So that tells you, all you need to know about a guy like that. And Emeka Buka, I mean, he just fits that slot role perfectly, man. He's got kind of that speed and that quickness to you almost kind of lose him in coverage sometimes, and he sneaks through the cracks and makes a big play. And we were talking yesterday again, going back to our conversations with Chip Kelly and Emeka. He's really good. You see it now, maybe more than ever. The late hands with the receivers, right? You're not moving until the very last second. Mm-hmm. And what's funny is Ohio State's defense coordinator Jim Knowles, he was asked about that. About the quick hands or the late hands, I should say, with the receivers. And he was like, yeah, I mean, it's smart. We teach the defensive backs to cover the hands. So if you're not moving the hands until the last second, then it's going to be really hard to cover. So that's what Emeka's got going his way. It's an elite combination. And let me say this too: their number 3 wide receiver, Cardinal Tate. I mean, that's a five-star guy who's probably the number 1 receiver at a lot of schools. What Brian Hartline, their receivers coach, has been able to do on the recruiting front. Urban Meyer said a few months ago that he might be the best recruiter in college football when you look at the talent at receiver that's been coming through Ohio State recently. It's quite an impressive group that they've got now, and you look at the recruiting, it's probably not changing in the near future.
I watched a kid that played at Ohio State here in Austin, Garrett Wilson. I thought he was the best high school wide receiver I've ever seen in my life, period. I mean, and then went into college and looked like maybe the best college wide receiver that I've ever seen. And now you got Jeremiah Smith, and it's like, I mean, when you've seen them both, and now you know how good Garrett Wilson was. So
yeah.
Where do you put this kid as a freshman compared to what you saw in 3 years with Garrett Wilson?
Yeah, as a freshman, I don't know if I've ever seen anything like it. It's got to be there toward the top in terms of what he's been able to do this year. Garrett was good too as a freshman. That was one thing about Garrett that stood out is he was one of those instant impact guys, because you can look across the board at some of these receivers that they have, like even Marvin Harrison Jr. It took him a few games to get going, but with Jeremiah Smith, it's been since day one. I think it's at the top. I don't know if I've ever seen this combination of youth and talent and production this quickly.
Yeah, and Howard Griffith from the Big Ten Network was telling us yesterday, and now he's talking about how good he is.
Yeah.
He's letting defenders know that if you're with me one-on-one, the ball's coming to me.
Yeah.
He's got that he's not that he doesn't have the quiet confidence anymore. He's letting you know that that's exactly what's going to happen to you if you try to single me up.
Yeah, it's not, and I think receivers sometimes they get that diva label or whatever you want to call it. It's not that. It's just it's a confidence, right? It's a dude that since he was who knows however many years old has had these expectations, right? He's had to live with the 5 stars and being the number 1 player in his class and everything that comes with that. And now you're on the biggest stage and you're doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. Stefan Kik from Cleveland.com joining us here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. All right, Stefan, the offensive line, supposed to be the weakness of this Buckeyes team, but it's looked anything but in the first 2 rounds of the college football playoff. Obviously, Donovan Jackson moving over to left tackle. I think he's been better than anybody expected. Just, is that still a weakness for the Buckeyes on paper, or do you think they've maybe figured it out to the point where they're not even worried about that anymore?
It's crazy, man, what they've been able to do. I guess it's a weakness still relative to the rest of the team, because you've got 5 stars all over the place and everything's clicking at this point. I think they've done a good job of scheming around it, right? I think Chip Kelly's done a good job of getting the ball out of Will Howard's hands quickly, not, getting the ball out to the perimeter, things of that nature to not make the offensive line, be something that stands out. But that's what we were saying about them, after the Tennessee game, after the Oregon game, that's kind of where conversation goes. And that honestly might be selling them short at this point, because I think they have just been clicking in general. I think they've just been playing well. I don't think it's as much, just about what Chip Kelly's been calling. I think the players themselves are doing better than we expected. You mentioned Donovan Jackson. At guard, they're moving around a lot as well, because Carson Hinsman's now at center. He was the backup center. Seth McLaughlin's out for the season. Donovan Jackson was the left guard. He moves to tackle. And now they've got 3 guys, Austin Saraville, Luke Montgomery, and Tegra Shabola, who have all been rotating around the 2 guard spots, right? Like you'll watch the game tomorrow and you'll be like, whoa, hang on, they got a new right guard in. Oh, wait, the guy that was just at right guard is now at left guard, and the left guard is now at right guard. Like they'll move things around. And I think what they're trying to do is maximize the reps that these guys got. I think, maybe they noticed that, hey, this guy's a decent guard, but he's not ready to play, 60 snaps, right? Maybe he's better playing 30, and this guy will play 30 here. This guy will play 30 here. I've never seen anything like it, to rotate like that in the middle of a game, like to consistently rotate with no injuries or anything like that, forcing a rotation in the middle of a game. It's been impressive, I guess, the formula that they've found to kind of make this thing work, considering that you've lost not just 2 starters, but maybe your 2 best starters, and Josh Simmons at left tackle and Seth McLaughlin at center. It's been kind of been kind of crazy, for lack of a better term, of what they've been able to do there.
You know, Stefan, this defense in this game tomorrow, I've got to believe that just like the other two games that they've played in, they would like to get pressure with their front seven, really with their front four. They don't want to bring guys too close to the line of scrimmage. I know they didn't want to do it against Oregon. They didn't have to. They didn't really do it against Tennessee when we thought that the other two teams on their defenses were going to be the ones that pressured Ohio State and put pressure on Will Howard. It seems like right now, and I've got to believe that they're going to find out what they can do with the front four tomorrow instead of trying to bring, you can bring safeties down in the box if you want to, but Texas over the last couple of games haven't run the ball that well. So why would you do that? You don't want guys to get behind. You don't want Quinn Ewers to get into a groove. So I've got to believe that they think they can get the pressure with the front four guys and not even the linebacker guys. Just the front four can put enough pressure on a Texas offensive line that was supposed to be one of the best in the country that really hasn't looked that way over the last couple of games.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a chicken and egg situation, I think, just because, like you said, the defensive ends, the defensive line in general for Ohio State has just been creating havoc to where you haven't had to send pressures. Right. I referenced that Oregon game again that they lost in October, and they kind of started to ramp up the pressures a bit after that, getting the linebackers more involved because they weren't creating enough pressure with their traditional four-man front. And the playoff, it hasn't been that case. I think against Oregon, the blitz rate was like 9%. I think it was, around that mark in the Tennessee game as well. So their defensive ends, Jack Sawyer and JT Tuimoloau specifically, have been playing at another level and kind of living up to some of their expectations. That's made it a lot easier for the defensive coordinator, where you can just kind of sit back and say, all right, those four guys are going to do it. We don't got to send anything more. What I will say that I thought was interesting from talking to Jim Knowles yesterday after the team arrived, he mentioned that because the offense has been so good, right? 34-0 lead against Oregon. I think it was 21-0 quick against Tennessee. He said that he hasn't felt the need to blitz as much. He didn't want to, get creative and show something if he didn't have to when you've got a big lead. That kind of, piqued my interest a little bit because I'm sitting there listening like, okay, like, do you have something up your sleeve? Is this maybe a game where they pull it out if I think this is going to be tighter. I don't think this is going to be another one of those games where it's 21-0, after blink. So if this is a game that you get into the third quarter and it's tighter, do we see him change it up a little bit, get a bit more aggressive? That's going to be interesting to watch.
Definitely. Stefan Kik from Cleveland.com joining us. By the way, I should have asked this a long time ago. Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
You are. Nailed it.
I watched like 4 different interviews that you did on YouTube last night, and there were 4 different pronunciations. And I finally found one where you said your name yourself, and I was like, all right, he has to know his own name. So glad we got that one right. Want to ask you, you mentioned JTT and Jack Sawyer. I think most people know those names. I think a couple of other guys who most college football fans know about are Cody Simon and Caleb Downs, but I want to ask you specifically about those two because I feel like Texas fans are going to learn those names very quickly because it feels like there are 2 of each of them on the field every time Ohio State plays because those guys make so many plays. Tell us about Cody Simon and Caleb Downs and just all that those 2 guys do for that number 1 Buckeyes defense.
Yeah, Cody's really kind of been the guy that's helped this defense turn the corner, the way that he's been playing and factoring into, some of the pressures. I think the Rose Bowl might have been his best game of his career. I think he ended up with one or 2 sacks, something like that. Like it's the way that he's been able to, throw quarterbacks off has been impressive, and he's factored into, kind of this defense's turnaround since that Oregon loss earlier in the season. And Caleb Downs, I mean, Texas fans know him last year at Alabama, SEC freshman of the year. The dude it's unreal, the football IQ that he has. He's a football guy through and through. His brother, obviously, in the NFL, Josh Downs, like it's crazy. He just knows where to be on the field at times. And, he's a safety. They'll put him down. I was looking at some of his PFF numbers last night. Actually, hang on, I think I still got them here. Like, that game against Oregon, he's lining up, 22 times in the box, right? And then you go into some of the specifics and the various, linebacker roles that he's assigned to. I mean, that's a safety there. Like that's not what he's supposed to be doing. His versatility, and he's so nonchalant about it. Like we asked him, like, dude, like you're basically lining up as a middle linebacker sometimes. And he's like, yeah, get closer to the line of scrimmage, I can see things a little bit better. It was just like that's not what you're not supposed to be doing that. Like, that's crazy to be doing that. And as a sophomore, I know he's got game experience, but sometimes you got to, kind of remind yourself that he's still an underclassman, right? He's still got another year of college football left. Caleb is one of the smartest people I've ever met around this sport. He's a really intelligent dude, and it carries over to the football field. He just knows where to be. There'll be a play or two in this game where you're going to be watching, and you're just going to be sitting there being like, how did he make that tackle? Like, a second ago, I was watching. He was on the other side of the field. He just has a knack for knowing where the ball is going to go and taking advantage of that.
Yeah, so I'm very interested to see if he's the guy who hangs around Gunnar Helm, the tight end from Texas, because that's the guy who I think can hurt Ohio State if they're not careful with him and they don't pay attention to him. He's the guy that can keep the chains moving. He's the guy who makes a lot of big plays. Quinn Ewers kind of leans on him in big moments, and it doesn't have to be totally down the field. It can be 7-8 yards, but he feels like he can throw it to him. So I'm wondering if that's the dude that's going to be on him an awful lot. I mean, you're talking about an intelligent guy that understands, maneuvers of a big 6'5" guy. So it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I think so. It was him and Lathan Ransom, their other starting safety. They were the guys that really honed in on Tyler Warren when they played Penn State,
right?
And they were able to limit him pretty well in that game. So I would imagine that you're right on that. I think
and from what we hear, nobody stops that dude from Penn State.
Yeah, he's unreal, man, and the way they move him around the field is impressive too. So for Ohio State to be able to slow him down, I think it tells you how good those safeties have been this year.
Yeah. Yeah, a couple more for you, Stefan. This is the number one defense in America. Number one total defense, number one scoring defense, number one passing defense, number 4 rushing defense. So maybe that's their vulnerability. But how do you attack this Ohio State defense? Is there an obvious weakness? Is there somewhere where do you think maybe they could be exposed tomorrow night?
Yeah, if you have to pick something, I think it's the rushing side of it. I think sometimes the defensive ends have a knack for crashing in a bit, and maybe if these Texas running backs can bounce on the outside, I think they've got a chance to make some plays. It's crazy the way they've been playing right now. I mean, listen, they've turned into the betting favorite. They've dominated Tennessee and Oregon, and it's become kind of Ohio State versus the field in this conversation. Yeah. And what I think is interesting is I think Texas and Notre Dame are the two teams that I look at and I say, they can run the ball well enough to where you can almost kind of play keep away and keep that Ohio State offense off the field. What Texas has, though, that Notre Dame doesn't is they've got a quarterback that you can run it, and boom, there's a shot and there's a big play, right? Because they've got a quarterback that can make that throw down the field. So that's what I'm going to be interested to see is does Texas take this approach of playing a bit of keep away, run the clock, control the time of possession, and then boom, take that chance, take that shot and try to deliver a haymaker. Because I think that's the best way to beat this team right now is to control the clock and control, time of possession, keep the ball in your hands is probably the best way to do it, just because the secondary has been playing so well for Ohio State and they've been able to get pressure so consistently on the quarterback that I think running the ball is going to be a big thing. And some of that, again, is, cause and effect because – Oregon and Tennessee have kind of had to get away from the running game just because, they've fallen behind.
Right.
I think if you can keep it close, then you keep that side. You're not one dimensional in what you do. I think Texas has a chance to succeed on that front.
Let me ask you this, Stefan, about Will Howard. Will Howard, if Texas is not careful, this guy still can run. He still can take off and go. Now he hasn't had many carries this year where he just design runs for him. But we've seen him when he was at Kansas State. That dude has the ability to go down the field. But he's been sitting back in that rocking chair doing whatever he wants to down the field with these receivers, and he hasn't had the run. But his ability to run with the football, if things aren't going right, say Texas does a job that it's been doing all year in the run game, he's got the ability to drop back, and if everybody's got their back covered, I mean, this guy can take off and go with the ball. Is it that he's been slowed down because of what they've taught him about staying in the pocket, be in the pocket, look down the field, be poised, or because before he didn't have the kind of talent at K-State. That dude would drop back and say, I'm out of here. Or they'd have design runs. Is there still design runs for this kid?
Yeah, every now and then, but it's not a ton, right? Not nearly as much as we saw at Kansas State. I think part of it is when they made the move from Kyle McCord at quarterback to Will Howard, they wanted someone with mobility, but not necessarily in the sense of design runs as much as can you buy time, right? Can you scramble out of the pocket and buy time? And I think that's been a big thing that we've seen him take a step forward. And like you said, you don't have that talent at receiver at K-State, so you're kind of inclined, if your first read's not there, to take off. I think they've taught him of, okay, buy time, move out of the pocket, keep looking downfield, because at some point, one of these 5-star receivers is going to get open, right? And I think that's one thing that, he's learned and taken advantage of as he's been the quarterback at Ohio State. So it's interesting. Like you mentioned it, man. You keep waiting for that game of when is he going to start taking off a bit more, and because we kept telling ourselves, like, okay, there's going to be a game where he's going to end up with like 100 rushing yards. It's going to be like, all right, like that's the Will Howard from Kansas State that you knew you were getting. But the receivers have just been playing at such a high level, and they're so talented that we haven't really had to, right? I mean, we're looking at game 15, game 16 now, right, and it just hasn't had to happen. So that's where I think Texas is interesting, because I think Texas has the best defense in the country. I think they have the best secondary in the country, right? And can those guys slow down these receivers enough to maybe you force Will Howard to feel like he has to move a bit quicker and maybe get out of the pocket and run? So maybe this is the game where we see it a bit, where he tries to do it a bit more, just because of the talent that they're going up against.
Yeah, I'd rather see him running with the ball than throwing it down the field. Really?
Yes, I think you're spot on with that.
I think we all would. Best outside of Ohio State. We assume you think Ohio State has the best defense in the country?
I think it's one of those two. It's got to be one of those two, right?
Yeah, I'm with you. All right, last one. Stefan Kik from Cleveland.com joining us here this morning. Always like to end with a prediction question. You cover Ohio State. You work for Cleveland.com. I think I've got a hunch which way you're leaning here, but I would love to get a score prediction for the Cotton Bowl.
Yeah, I lean Ohio State. I think it's going to be a close game going into the second half. I think it's going to be a tighter battle of some of the others we've seen. But I think the way this offense is clicking right now, I think Ohio State's going to deliver a couple blows late in the game to pull away. I've got 35-14 as my final. I think that's an under, but yeah, I've never been spot on with those, so probably bet the over. But that's where I'm going with my prediction.
And Stefan, I've got to ask you this, since you've played Penn State, your thoughts about the Penn State Notre Dame game. What do you see in Penn State versus Notre Dame? What is it that you like about Penn State besides everything, if their outside rusher is healthy?
Yeah, I gotta say that I like this Penn State Notre Dame game in the sense of we might get a classic, 6-3 final score. I think this one might be a bit of a defensive grind. I like Penn State when Drew Aller's clicking. When I watch back on that Oregon Penn State Big Ten championship game, you're kind of sitting to yourself thinking, this dude might have just made himself a first-round pick the way that he's playing. It's inconsistent at times. Their offense is pretty inconsistent, but when he's clicking, he can make any throw on the field, and that makes him fun to watch. And that's where I like when Penn State's clicking like that, because he's a joy to watch when it's all working. But like you said, Abdul Carter's unreal. That dude can wreak havoc and change a game in a blink of an eye. They're a legit team. I think that this isn't, that maybe the Penn State team that we've seen in years past, where it's, they can beat the teams below them, but they can't beat, the top 4, top 5 teams in the country. I think this team can compete with the Ohio States, the Texases of the world. And I'm excited to watch this game against Notre Dame. I think it's going to be an interesting one, because you got, two teams that are really trying to make that next step, right? Like, can you be the program that kind of asserts itself with, the way Texas, Ohio State, Bama, Georgia have been, performing the last, X amount of years? Can Notre Dame or Penn State, enter that conversation and be a national title contender? It's going to be interesting to watch.
No doubt. Stefan, great stuff, man. Really appreciate the time, and enjoy your time in Dallas. And we might reach
Dallas,
out.
Right?
We might yeah, it's crazy, right? You brought the snow down here. We're not used to this in Texas, but enjoy the time here, man. And shoot, we might reach out closer to August, because we'll be playing each other again here in a few months.
Yeah, someone's playing a back-to-back against the same team, right?
That's it. Thanks for the time,
Thanks,
brother.
man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, guys.
No problem. Good stuff. Stefan Kik from Cleveland.com, kind enough to preview the game. See, he was giving Texas all that love, and then he's like, Ohio State 35, Texas 14.
That's a lot of points here.
Yeah, 21. That'd be a rough end to the season.
Yes, it would be.
If you lose by 3 touchdowns.
Well, I think he's right. He doesn't expect the explosions of 34-0 by either one of these teams. He thinks it's going to be a slugfest early, and he thinks Ohio State will pull away late. Some bomb over the top, the kid catching the ball and running down the field. I just want it to be a 4-quarter mess.
I just thought when he said Texas might have the best defense in the country, because that caught me off guard.
He doesn't think that Texas can stop that throwing game.
No. And then he's like, well, 35-14. I'm like, well, you don't.
And that's giving us a break. That's giving Texas a break. It sounds like.
I was like, yeah, if you don't think Texas has the best defense in the country, if you're saying 35-14.
Yeah.
I thought going into the playoff, Texas had the best defense in America. Now I think Ohio State has the best defense in America. The stats back it up. They're playing better than Texas right now in this college football playoff. They've got all sorts of talent on that side of the football. And, that group.
I think where
really
they can hurt you is if they get their running game going.
Yep.
Because nobody's got a running game going against Texas. If they can control the line of scrimmage with their run game, boy, does that set them up for their passing game.
Yeah, I thought Stefan brought up a couple of great points. That's one of them. We'll get to the other ones here in a second. But before we get back into the Texas-Ohio State conversation, let's give our first round of sponsor shout-outs.
Say hello to our good friends over at Texas Orthopedics. Folks, if you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact our friends and the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement. And Dr. Danny and Dr. Stockton, dedicated orthopedic surgeons there. We love those dudes. Their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. And now a word from our friend Tom McKay and the kid over at Audiovisual Consultations.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations. We've been providing custom electronic systems for Central Texas for more than 36 years. And
old man, I think they all know who you are and what your company does. This is Camilla McKay. The old man believes in big fun and big ideas. He can make dreams come true, so why not dream big? I've been up in Boston, but I know the old man and all his friends and fellow radio heads have been spreading the holiday spirit here in Texas. Why should we stop there? Keep spreading the good feelings all over. Audiovisual Consultations carries all major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And you don't have to leave your house. Just like Santa, they deliver the gifts to you.
Yeah, I like that, kid. Throw a party, hang out with your friends, catch a concert.
That's all fun and good, but can we get back to the business? You can give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit our website at avconsultations.com for some cool electronics.
Oh, now you're forgetting something.
And as always, hug your kids. We only pretend to be annoyed. Watch some games with your friends and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Should probably turn my microphone back on there. Shout out to AV Consultations, one of our great travel partners. And shout out to all of our travel partners on our trip here to Dallas.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to be on the duck boats today.
You don't think so?
No. There's no duck boat riding. But when you do, hit the duck boats for sure. Austin Duck Adventures. Love the folks over there. And if you go and the promo code is BUCKY, you get 10% off on your travels on that. It's for your entire group once the weather turns nice next week.
I like that.
Because anything's better than this week right now. But folks, you can ride by land and by water. I can't say seas because they don't go in the sea.
What is this, Paul Revere?
Yeah. Yes.
Is that your buddy
I
Paulie?
love it. Yeah, they had such a great year last year with all the folks coming in from all the different parts of the SEC nation coming in and riding the duck boats. We're going to continue that into 2025. And, of course, our good friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway. If you're headed up this way, stop by the store, pick up all of your alcohol needs. Of course, that's where you'll find your Allstat beer is right there, along with wines and the liquors that you need. But if you're having a big office party during the course of January, still celebrating the new year, 34 Wine and Spirits is a wholesale liquor distributor. They can get all of that to you. You don't have to pick it up. But if you're there, do go by 4601 Southwest Parkway and pick up all the wine and spirits that you need on your way up here to Arlington.
Yeah, I drove right by it yesterday, and the parking lot was packed.
Oh yeah, it's a scene there.
Big football weekend coming up.
Well, and everybody thinks, hey, like HEB was packed. They had to get their wine and spirits for the weekend.
I'll tell you what, AJ should have sold toilet paper.
Oh my goodness!
You got liquor and toilet paper. What else do you need to get through these winter days?
I was at HEB the other day. It was just after the show, day before yesterday. I'm like, what do you need all this toilet paper for? What are you guys doing? Are you burning toilet paper in the fireplace?
How much shitting do you plan on doing?
No kidding.
Like what? You can't go outside?
How many daughters do you have at that house?
You can't go outside. You're just going to shit?
Come on. My goodness.
That's your number one hobby when you have to stay inside? You just hang on the pot?
Yes, they're doing that. And, of course, bottles of water. They're gone.
Of course.
And you can get that at 34 Wine and Spirits also.
They got you covered. Shout out to Domino's as well, another one of our great travel partners, our buddy Ike, a franchisee of a few Domino's locations in Central Texas.
They're still delivering through this weather. They don't stop.
They don't stop. No, absolutely. The show must go on. The pizza must be delivered. at Domino's. It's way more than pizza. They've got the sandwiches, they've got the pastas, they've got the salads, they've got the great desserts, they've got everything. And of course, the Domino's Rewards program is fantastic as well. I'm a loyalty member. I get free pizza all the time because I eat Domino's all the time.
There you go.
Shout out to them. Yeah, if you're looking for some great food, football tonight, football tomorrow, football Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, all playoffs. Yeah, you're going to want some pizza to accompany your football watching. Go get you some Domino's.
And say hello to our good friends Ashish over there at 7-Eleven. I was up at the 7-Eleven here. Nothing compared to your 7-Elevens back in the Austin area, Ashish.
No.
Not even close.
The one by me is the best one I've ever been to.
Yeah, it is. I mean, yeah.
It's awesome. I'm not just saying that.
It's the 7-Eleven. By the way, it's the 7-Eleven of the people.
It is. It really is. They got everything you need there.
And everybody there.
Homeless people.
I love that place.
Dumpster divers.
Dumpster diver. I love it. I love it over there.
It's like Toby Keith has that song, I Love This Bar, where he talks about like all the different people that are at the bar that he goes to.
That place is lively. Back in the day when I was on radio, that place was alive and well at 4 o'clock in the morning.
They got it all, baby.
Love it.
Shout out to 7-Eleven. Shout out to all of our great travel partners and all of our great sponsors on TSU. Okay, going back to Texas, Ohio State, something Stefan mentioned that I thought was interesting, kind of a strategy that Texas can implement to, make this a 4-quarter game like you talk about, Buck. What if Texas plays slow tomorrow? What if Texas,
I'm okay.
What if Texas does what Arizona State did against Texas? What if Texas does what teams like Mississippi State in the regular season tried to do against Texas? People are turning this into David versus Goliath. That's what everyone thought Arizona State was against Texas last week. That's what people thought a lot of the Longhorn opponents were against Texas during the regular season. We've got to slow the game down. We've got to control the clock. We've got to keep their offense on the sideline. Obviously, Texas is going to have to improve its run game to do that. But do you think that should be the strategy for Texas tomorrow?
If you want to get to 4 quarters, I believe it is. But is Coach Sark able to be a methodical play caller? He gets into that where, hey, I want to be balanced, but then he comes out throwing. There's 3 incompletions, and next thing you know, you're punting the football. That's not what you want to do. I think you want to pick and choose. As I said, I think the tight end, this is a game for Gunnar Helm to catch about 8 to 10 balls, and in that intermediate area, keep the chain. It's as good as a run. And I want to find out how good that secondary guy is that can cover him, because Gunnar Helm is a big dude. I mean, 6'5", 6'6". It's not, you don't have to scheme him open anymore. He can make the catches. He can make the high catches. He can keep the chains moving. Are you able to do that? And Matthew Golden is a guy who runs routes very similar to Adnan Mitchell last year. And you can throw balls to him. They don't have to be bombs down the field. They don't have to be 50-50 balls. I think he can get in the seams and keep the chains moving. And then you use your run game. And you turn around and hand it off for 2 yards, hopefully, 2.5 yards. But then get back to the huddle. Let the time run a little bit. Don't be impatient. Don't get up there. We got to get to the line of scrimmage. We got to make big plays. No, don't get into that. Get into making smart plays and not worrying about the big plays. The big plays will come. Sark's going to try that. That's going down the field eventually. But it's the small plays, I think, that you run clock and you're not so focused on how many snaps can I get in. No, you're not looking for a lot of snaps tomorrow. I think you're looking for quality snaps tomorrow. Yeah. I mean, can Sark do that? Can he have a game where he's that kind of play caller?
That's a great question.
I don't know if he can.
Yeah, you used the word impatient, and it does feel like Sark's a little impatient at times. And I'm not going to fault an offensive play caller for trying to score on every single play.
Sure, because that's what they're designed to do. They're designed to score every play.
Yeah, most offensive play callers will tell you that every play we have, we want to score a touchdown. But yeah, maybe being methodical, maybe being a little bit more patient, maybe relying on your ground game a little bit more and not taking those chunk shots down the field. Maybe that's what you need to win this game.
The chains have to move, but it doesn't. It's not. You're not in a race for time against Ohio State right now, because they're what they're doing is big plays. They're not methodical. That's a big play offense right now.
Yeah.
And you don't want to put your defense, as good as your defense is, you don't want them chunking the ball behind you and having that kid catch that ball and running through everybody. Forget about that. Just go ahead, use up the clock. Oh my God, we only got 2 series in the first quarter. So what? You got to make them count, though.
Yeah, that's the easier said than done thing. But that's you look at what Ohio State did against Oregon in the Rose Bowl.
Goodness.
They had a 3-play touchdown drive, another 3-play touchdown drive, a 2-play touchdown drive, and a 1-play touchdown drive, all in the first half.
Yeah, I think they want Texas to try to run with them. They want, okay, you want to get into track me with us? Okay, fine. We're up for that. I don't think the Horns want to do that. They want to get their run game going. They want to. There's a lot of want tos. they want to be, Sark wants to be balanced, but like he did last week, he wanted to be balanced, but he came out throwing the football the start of the third quarter with a 3 and out by passing the ball. I think this defense, I think Ohio State's defense understands that whatever Sark says, he may do the opposite of what he's saying he wants to do. And he really wants to get this run game going, and he may end up throwing it 50 times.
Well, we'll see. I'm not going to complain about the opening script against Arizona State because Texas scored a touchdown in 2 plays on its first offensive drive. So those 2 pass plays that Sark called obviously worked to perfection. But it does feel like, Steve Sarkisian's opening scripts have been more pass-heavy than run-heavy this year. So I wonder if maybe you try to adjust that. Now, look, you might have to adjust the opening script. If you've got 10 out of 15 plays in your opening script called as runs and you're losing yards on your first 3 carries.
You got to have the chains have to move. I mean, I'm the running back guy, but I don't believe in the fact that, hey, listen, the first 2 runs, I've got 1.1 yards a clip. I'm not going to say, hey, let's do this again. No, we need to come out in the next series and throw the ball. We need to move the ball down the field. You have to score against this group.
What's your first play, though?
I'm throwing.
You're throwing on play 1?
I'm throwing on. I'm throwing on play 1.
All right.
And I expect him to believe he's throwing on play 1, but I got to make that play count, and it doesn't have to go down the field very far. If I have to swing my running back out and call it a toss sweep, I'll do that.
What about your tunnel screen, Greg Davis?
Hell no.
Little wide receiver screen?
No, I don't want that tunnel screen. I don't like that tunnel screen, even though it's been effective with Sark more times than not. I don't want to see that in the first play.
He is screen Sarkisian.
Yeah, okay.
He's got to open up the game with the screen.
God, don't have the quarterback turn his back to anybody.
How about that play?
No play action where the quarterback doesn't really see who's coming at him.
Well, he's done it twice in the playoff. It didn't work against Clemson. It got 2 guys hurt in the first round game.
And it almost went the other way, but he did get it off and then went for a big play. I think the screen game with the 2 outside guys can come into play. But one thing Quinn Ewers has to do is, I don't care if you throw it underhanded, sidearm, it can't get tipped. Dudes can't get their hands up and tip the ball, and the ball goes the other way. These screens have to at least get off, not get intercepted. You can't have that. And no, tomorrow is a day where there's 0 interceptions by Quinn Ewers.
You putting in the call?
Putting in the call. He does not throw a pick tomorrow.
Hope you're right.
He can't throw a pick tomorrow.
He's thrown at least 1 in each of the last 4 games that Texas has played in.
Okay, I always say that you can be there. Just count 1 pick by Quinn Ewers. Tomorrow, 0 by him. But the offensive line is going to jump. Sorry.
Yeah. Is
okay.
The Pope Catholic?
Okay.
Of course they're going to jump.
Somebody's going to jump. You're going to have some I'm going to say some illegal procedures, not just 1. Can we maximize it at just 1?
I would love 1.
No, it's not. That's not the way this is going to be. There's going to be guys with a little bit of stain in their pants against these Ohio State. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. As good as they are.
Texas is wearing the icy whites, so you're going to be able to see that stain in the pants. You're saying a Texas O-lineman is going to shit himself on national TV?
Somebody's jumping at least more than once. There's going to be more than 1 of those. Okay. Can we max it? Can we minimize it at 3 for the day?
Oh my God.
I know that sounds horrible, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Those are drive killers.
They are drive killers.
And you look at Texas's losses to Georgia, both of them, and penalties were a huge part in both of those games.
I'm not going to go penalties because I've already said 7 penalties is where you're at right there.
Terrifies me.
And you'd love to have 5, but it's not happening. You're going to 7 is the minimum, and that's okay.
Well,
you'll be in the game, but you can't have no interceptions tomorrow, okay?
The good news that Stefan said is that Ohio State is dead last in the country in opponent penalty yards. So that'll be put to the test because Texas does commit a lot of penalties. But Ohio State apparently has not been getting officiating luck this season. So
there's 2 teams with the no luck. Here we go.
Maybe that continues. Yeah, I did mention Texas.
ACC officials?
Last in the SEC in terms of opponent penalty yards per
Who's
game.
Who's the ACC madder at? Are they more – they're more mad at SEC, yes.
I don't know how much they care. I don't know if they have any biases. This is another one of those, hey, how about McCall Custom Homes? How about 7 home renovations for the 7 officials?
There you go.
All right.
Renovations, nice call.
Get Harry Balzac a second story.
There you go.
Okay. How about Eileen Ulick? She needs
a
new kitchen.
That's right. For the new year, perfect.
What, I say she needs a new kitchen?
Nothing wrong with that.
Did I give her the kitchen? Did I give her the second story?
Put a certificate on their lockers.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's crazy. Yeah, we've got a Buckeye fan here saying Ohio State last in the nation getting holding call. It's pretty funny because I think Ohio State and Texas have the 2 best defensive lines in America.
How does that work that way?
Penn State's right there because Abdul Carter and Dennis Sutton are studs. But yeah, it feels like Texas and Ohio State are dead last or near the very, very bottom in opposing holding penalties. And it's like you have so much NFL talent on both of those defensive
How do you
lines.
not hold these dudes?
And you're telling me like the Nebraskas of the world and the Mississippi States and Floridas of the world, like the teams these two teams played against in conference play this year, you're telling me those guys aren't getting handsy? Give me a break.
Yeah.
So, look, I don't want the refs to be a huge factor in this game.
I don't think they will.
I'd prefer Texas-Clemson officiating versus Texas-Arizona State officiating because there weren't a lot of calls on either side.
I agree.
In that first-round game. Like, let the players play. Let them determine the game. On our tickets tomorrow, there's no picture of the refs. We don't want to see the refs get too involved in this game. But yeah, I mean, it's both of these teams, it feels like, have gotten jobbed a little bit more than their rivals would care to admit.
Yeah, this can be a good football game, but it can be a very boring and methodical game on the side of Texas.
I think that's what you want if you're Texas,
yeah,
right?
I do. I don't want to shoot out. I don't want to play shootout with their abilities to make big plays right now, and Will Howard's ability to stand in the pocket and throw the ball down the field. Once again, if that guy wants to take off, go ahead, take off. We'll catch up to you later. We'll catch you down the field somewhere. You know what I'm saying? But I don't want you sitting in the pocket, 1,001, 1,002. Okay, no, that one's not open, but the other guy coming across the field is all. Those are the ones that can hurt you. And, you know, as Stefan said, I mean, they got a third receiver that's pretty good too.
Yeah, Carnell Tate's a stud.
Yeah.
He's really good. I mean, that guy would be a number one on a lot of teams.
How about that?
In college football. And, yeah, he's their number 3, but he has been an effective weapon for them all season long. So it's tough. I mean, you can't just focus on Jeremiah Smith because Emeka Ibuka's good enough. And, hell, it's hard to just focus on those two guys because Carnell Tate is good enough to beat you.
And Ohio State's going to be on Matthew Golden. They're going to be on Golden. They just know who Texas wants to – who's their big play guy as a wide receiver. So who is the next guy to step up in this group tomorrow? Somebody else has to step up besides Gunnar Helm and Golden. Who's going to be that guy? Where are they going to scheme them open? I don't care who it is, but this is the third guy is going to have to be schemed open, and he's going to have to make plays. He can't have drop balls. More if it's more, Duke can't have drop balls tomorrow.
No.
He's got to get back to the way he played in the beginning of the season where I kept saying, who is that dude?
Right.
Why is that guy? You mean that guy who barely could break the lineup and get any plays the year before is now making play? He has to be that guy again where we say, wow, you know, because now I'm saying, I mean, I don't expect him to catch balls. I expect him to in a clutch situation not to make a big play. But in the beginning of the season, he was making big plays, BK, and I couldn't understand, my goodness, that guy's making all kinds of plays now.
And he did have a touchdown in the Arizona State game, but only 4 catches in 2 playoff games for DeAndre Moore. 4 catches for 38 yards. He was great in the SEC title game.
Yes, he was.
Scored the only touchdown that the Longhorns had against Georgia, but late in the regular season, it was a bit of a struggle for DeAndre Moore. That's a great question. Like, who's your number 2 receiver going to be? Because Isaiah Bond has fallen off a cliff, and I think it's mainly injury related.
I do too. I think he's lost a lot of confidence because of the injury.
But even though he's out there on the field and like his speed is supposed to be a threat, he's not a threat right now.
No, because he can't catch.
No, like I go back to that Georgia SEC championship game before he got hurt again. Like the first pick that Quinn Ewers threw, Isaiah Bond did nothing to help. Like if he goes and attacks the football, he probably catches that. Instead, he like slow plays it, lets it come to him, and a Georgia defensive back makes contact, tips it up in the air. It turns into an interception. Then you look at the pick Quinn Ewers threw in the fourth quarter. Look, bad play call, bad decision by Quinn. Not the best ball ever, but
he didn't go. He
didn't go after the ball.
No.
You're going to throw a ball like that. It's supposed to be a 50-50 type
First
of ball.
First of all, he's not a 50-50 guy. He's a wide streak, wide receiver guy. He's not going to jump up there and take it away from anybody. What he's going to do is he's going to either get streaking by you or catch it and run with the football. So there's no reason to throw it in the crowd to him.
If you're a supreme athlete, though, you should be able to out-jump guys, right?
I
get it. He doesn't have like the size and the muscle to go up against the biggest defensive backs.
Well, knock it down.
He's not Colin Johnson when it comes to those type of bowls, but like make more of an like that. My point is, I just don't know if I can trust.
Wingo is that guy, but
I don't think the coaches trust Wingo.
Oh, yeah, and they were trusting him early in the season where we thought they were really going to get him involved. But the more the season went on, the less he got involved. And then there were some big moments when you were thinking, he's not the guy you want to throw it to in these big moments.
Yeah.
You know, because he just hadn't had enough balls thrown at him. But, you know, I'm trying to – if he's a weapon, I'm going to give him an opportunity in this game.
I am too. And Silas Bolden is another name I'll throw in.
Dude, you've been throwing that name out from the beginning of the season. He just never really got involved. But we see what he's like on a punt return. Then to me, then he can do that in the receiving category too. He can catch and run and make guys miss.
That's what I wonder. Like, did that punt return touchdown against Arizona State give Sark and the offensive staff confidence that he can do what you just said. Like,
give him a 6-yard catch and let him streak across the middle with the ball and make guys miss.
I mean, he had 2 great returns. One of them got called back by a penalty.
I agree.
In the Peach Bowl, but like obviously had the touchdown, had another great return.
His confidence should be pretty high.
And he was Oregon State's leading receiver, and that was
I don't think they ever looked.
Oregon State
for some odd
team.
reason, they never looked at him that way. As you said, he came to campus late, and it never really dawned on them that this guy is really, really important. They love his return game, but his confidence has got to be high after that punt return. He's a guy that you want to get the ball in his hands.
I wonder who Sark trusts in that group outside of Matt Golden, and I wonder who Quinn trusts.
Well, I know Quinn trusted the 2 guys, Gunnar Helm and Golden. I know he trusts those guys. The other guys, it's got to be more. He's got to come back. He's got to come back to where he was mid-season. He's the guy. Obviously, he's found ways. He's big enough. He understands the offense enough to get open. He has to make the plays again.
Heroes are made in games like
these.
Yes,
this is where his resurgence will be very important right now.
For Texas to win this game tomorrow, we have to be talking about another receiver. Can't just be Matthew Golden. It can't just be Gunnar Helm. There's going to have to be another receiver who steps up, scores a touchdown, has 60, 70-plus yards receiving, something like that, to where every
Jaden Blue has to be trusted in this football game. Another weapon that can't sit on the sideline.
Yeah.
You need him against the athletes from Ohio State.
Yeah, you've been harping on that.
I got to have him. I know, guys, there's a possibility of a ball being on the ground, but I will give him the opportunity early in the game to catch a swing screen, little swing early in the game, get out there and show his speed. Dude, if you're going to fumble it, make sure it's out of bounds, that you're on the sideline when they hit you or grab at you, not in the field of play.
Is it legal to throw the ball out of bounds? Like Jaden Blue, let's say he's running down the sideline, but there's some safety who has an angle who's
just drop it out of bounds,
just like throw it or pitch it to the side.
Yeah,
can you do that so he doesn't get hit and fumble? Just no risk involved.
Dude, once again, go ahead, and if you want to fumble it out of bounds, I'll call it whatever you want to call it, as long as we keep possession.
Right.
Get hit out of bounds, and all of a sudden people say, well, he fumbled out of bounds. Well, I don't really give a shit if you say he fumbled out of bounds. To me, he's out of bounds. So is it a fumble? Not to me, it's not.
Yeah.
You still retain possession of the ball. That's fine with me.
Maybe the coaches got scared because they didn't feel that way because we didn't see much Jaden Blue.
Dude, he made a fantastic play on the play. He went down the sideline. That's what he's there for. It's a hit or miss deal, but when that dude hits, it seems to be pretty big. 77-yard run. There have been some pretty big hits by that guy.
Yeah, I think that goes back to the point where, like, Texas needs to have the ball more than they did against Arizona State. That's Captain Obvious. I mean, Arizona State had the ball for 38 minutes. Even in the first half when Texas was up 17-3 at recess, Arizona State held the ball for 20 minutes in the first 2 quarters. So, like, I feel like Steve Sarkisian, speaking of that impatience, got a little impatient. He's like, I only have this amount of plays. My defense can't get off the field. My offense isn't putting together sustained drives. I got to make sure I have my best guys. And Trey Wisner's my number 1 running back, so I got to put him on the field as much as possible. You got to have more plays to where you can mix things up and get your playmakers on the field.
I just got to believe that he's got to think that he has the players that can make the plays, but still can be methodical in the process of not trying to. We need some big plays. We got to have some big plays. No, you need to keep the chains moving. You need to keep the time of possession where Ohio State doesn't get the ball. And, these 3rd and 2s or 2nd and 2s, they can't become 3rd and 3s or 3rd and 4s. You got to get 2nd down. You got to get those first downs on these 2nd downs. If you get an opportunity on 2nd and short, you have to get – I don't care what you do. If you're throwing it, you have to make the first down.
Yeah.
If you're running it, you can't have a 1-yard game where it's 3rd and 1. I don't even want to think about what they're going to do on 3rd and 4th down.
Yeah, see, there's like the old thought amongst coaches where it's like if you get a 2nd and 1, that's where you take your deep shot, right?
No, hell no. That's where I need to get a first down.
So
I don't need a deep
that?
shot. No. I everybody always, you hear them say it on TV.
Sure.
Oh, this is the time to take a shot. No, it isn't. This is the time to get the first down on the next play. So if you're running it, I need to change the start all over. Then in my mind, I can start and feel good about what I'm going to call on first down. I don't need 3rd and 1s. Not with this group right now, because 3rd and 1, somebody may hiccup and then they jump offside. Now it becomes 3rd and 6. Those are the things that happen to this football team. So you got to trust that a 2nd and 1 or a 2nd and 3, I got to get a first down on 2nd down.
Yeah, speaking of and short, our guy Matt on the Coda text line asks, do you bring Jarrett Gibson in for short yardage situations?
I mean, I'm going to trust everybody in this game that if I put him in, that are going to do the things they need to. If he can lean for a 2-yard gain and give me a first, then I'll do it. And if he does it the first time, guess who's coming back in the next time? That same dude.
Yeah.
That same dude gets an opportunity to do these things more than once. sort of like your quarterback. If you're bringing, if Arch Manning comes in and he has some success when he's in, I'm going to do it again.
Sure.
I'm not sitting him on the bench where I don't see him again and say, he got in the game, he did what he needed to know. I'm going to give him an opportunity to make more than one play in the football game. I'm trying to get to a national championship.
That's another thing, right? We didn't see much Jaden Blue because of the lack of offensive plays. We didn't see any Arch Manning, I think, because of the lack of plays. Like Sark was like, I got to make all of these plays count. I'm worried if Quinn Ewers is on the sideline for any of these. So
you've done a great job. You've done a great job so far this year, or the last 2 years. This is not coach scared now. This is coach, if I got a player that I think can make a play, we've seen him do it at practice, and he can do it more than one time, guess what? Get in the game, trying to get to a national championship game. Coach, nobody's going to be mad at you if Arch Manning comes in for a couple series and he has 4 plays. Nobody's going to say, oh, he had too many plays. I don't think that's what anybody's going to say. I don't think anybody's going to believe. I don't think your team's going to believe that.
No.
They're going to believe that you're putting the best player out who's had some success at practice. By the way, every day you practice against one of the better defenses in the country.
Sure.
You play against some of the better defensive players in the country, whether they're the second team guys or the third team guys. These are some of the best players in the country that you practice against. So, and if he's getting that done against them, bring him out there. Let's go.
Did you call him Coach Scared?
I said, don't coach scared.
Oh,
I don't think he's coach scared. This is not the time to coach scared. That's for sure. This is the time to get after it with your best players. But I still don't think you can get, if you think you can get a shootout with this group right now, they're playing their best in shootout football right now on the other side. I want to make them have to slow down too.
They haven't been playing shootouts. They've been doing all the shooting.
Yeah, that's right.
Everyone else has been standing down.
Yeah, and so the thing about it is this is not the game to think that you can go toe-to-toe and throwing balls down the field against them. They're pretty good at it right now.
Yeah.
So make them have to think about the next play that they call.
If it's a duel, Oregon's clip was empty.
Yes.
Tennessee's clip was empty.
Absolutely.
You might call him Coach Scared, but let's not forget his name.
Now, I want to present the George Crumley Trophy to Coach Sack.
Forget.
He's going to have to sack up.
He's going to have to sack up tomorrow.
Yeah, this is sacking up and getting your best players on the field. Give me your best $10 million plays.
Yeah.
That you're going to do it. Yeah, I don't care if it's Gunnar Helm or not. I need to scheme somebody that's sitting in the end zone like by himself. Like, how the hell did that guy get open like that? We need one of those in this game.
That'd be nice. The last time Sark coached against Ryan Day, it was when Sark was the offensive coordinator at Alabama in that 2020 national championship game where High Tide put up 50+ in that blowout victory over the Bucknuts. So maybe that's we can get a little repeat of that. It'd be nice.
Yeah, I just, the whole balance thing, I know he wants to be balanced, which means he's going to be throwing the ball because I just don't, until we see it now, I think actually in a couple series, I don't think Texas fans are going to think that Texas is going to run the ball the way they've rushed against Clemson and some of the other teams. They're going to feel like they're going against Georgia more so than they are against Clemson.
I think you're right. All right, our guy Lee Sterling from ParamountSports.com will join us here in a couple of minutes.
Nice.
He'll give you his pick for Texas, Ohio State, also his money picks for the Orange Bowl tonight and all of the NFL playoff games coming up this weekend. Before we talk with Lee, let's give another round of sponsor shout-outs.
So our good friends over at Relax the Back. I'm missing my Relax the Back chair. This one's not bad.
Not bad.
But it's not the greatest chair of all, and I've got that back at my home thanks to the folks at Relax the Back. I had thoracic back surgery about 20-some years ago, and I have a problem every day with my back. So sitting in the right chair is very important. And at Relax the Back, they have everything that I need. They always have office chairs. They've got those Tempur-Pedic mattresses, pillows, the whole works. So if you've got a thoracic problem, a lower lumbar area problem, if you got shoulder problems, neck problems, please go to our friends over at Relax the Back. They have something just for you or something for somebody that you know and care about. They have 2 great locations at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And some love to our friends at SendTexTickets.com. Still plenty of seats available for tomorrow's Cotton Bowl Classic here in Arlington. If you want to be in the building with us tomorrow, head over to SendTexTickets.com to get your seats. Don't forget to use the promo code SendText10 at checkout. That's SendText10. You type that in when you check out, you're going to get 10% off of your ticket purchase for any game that you want to attend. Just head over to SendTexTickets.com.
And I know everybody's nice and comfortable in their homes thanks to Woods Comfort Systems. I know a bunch of you have made the phone calls over to Woods Comfort Systems to make sure that everything's working in order as we get through these kind of wintry days here over the next couple days. So if you're still having a problem, they're still there available for you. They've been there for almost 70 years, whether it's heating, whether it's air conditioning, and now plumbing. If you've got a problem and your pipes may have already cracked, please call Woods Comfort Systems. Make an appointment. Get them over there as quick as possible. Plenty of trucks, plenty of service technicians that can get to you in time. As I said, they've been doing this for almost 70 years in Central Texas.
Amen. Well said. WoodsComfortSystems.com is their website. 512-842-5066, the number. I saw a couple of their trucks rolling around Austin yesterday. They've been busy this week. Shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics as well. I'll see the hat. You'll see the pullover.
Got the gear.
I am a walking billboard for Waterloo Printing and Graphics today because they made this gear for us. They made our koozies, which you could get one of those if you join us at Texas Live for our pregame show tomorrow. They made our signs. They made our everything. And if you've got a business or if you just have a big event coming up that needs shirts, hats, merch, signs, posters, whatever, our buddy Adam and his great team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics can hook you up.
How about our friends at Sue Patrick's? You think they got time? People got time? Go ahead, finish up.
Let me give the number, 512-300-9641, 512-300-9641. You can call Adam, you can text him, and he will take care of you, Buck.
You think there's time to go by Sue Patrick's, 5222 Burnett Road, before grab some gear on your way up?
100%.
You
probably shouldn't be going up today. Hopefully you're not driving up today.
Either tomorrow may be better tomorrow morning.
I've got a couple of friends who are like leaving this morning, but I don't think they've left yet. But they are leaving Austin.
They need to get
for Dallas like today. And Godspeed to them and Godspeed to all of you people trying
please
to do that.
Be careful. But Sue Patrick's has all their Texas theme item, all the gear that you need, the hoodies, anything that you need to pick up, you can pick it up at Sue Patrick's. And $49 or more, free curbside pickup, free online orders for you. But stop by the store, 5222. It's kind of on your way up.
Sure.
You can jump on I-35 as you're headed up here, get yourself a hoodie. Because you'll need a hoodie tomorrow. No matter what, you're going to need a hoodie.
You need hoodie, gloves, a beanie.
Get a beanie.
Yep.
I like the beanie with the little beanie thing on the top too.
Oh, you do?
I got one of those
little
too.
Snowball guy.
Little snowball, because it's been snowing up here this morning, folks. But do stop by Sue Patrick. Go to SuePatrick.com for more information. Good morning, Jay and the gang over at Sue Patrick.
Well, since you're the weather guy, our buddy Steven asks thoughts on coming up early to mid-morning tomorrow.
Dude, they're expecting it to still be nasty here tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
I mean, I know Austin weather will be kind of clear and ready for you to come up, but the closer you get to Arlington, the crappier it could be. And I think you can make your way past Waco and all that stuff. But if you're doing the I-35 West split there at Hillsboro and all that.
Yeah, stay in Waco with the Branch Davidians. Hang out with those dudes.
Hang out overnight at Hillsboro.
There you go. I got some good stuff there.
No, thank you. I just bypass Hillsboro and the rest of that. I take the split there, and I did not go 281. I'm not suggesting even though you're out that way to get on 281 on the back roads there. They can be a little bit slick. Stay on the main thoroughfare, which is I-35. You know, I didn't see any construction through Waco. That thing is all clear now. Mm-hmm. Once you get to that Waco area, you know what I'm saying? It's all clear. I don't know what it's like going through Round Rock. I know that's got to be a mother on I-35.
Yeah, the worst part of 35 now is in Austin.
Yes.
North Austin, Round Rock area, right. Like up to Georgetown. There's just so much construction going on. But once you get out of the city, not that bad anymore.
Yeah, today is going to be brutal up here. As I said, it's just, the fun just starts here starting this afternoon or so where it gets to be bad. But I think the weather back in Austin was nice. But tomorrow morning, I don't know. That seems to be late now.
Yeah. All right. How about this? A special treat, a playoff appearance from the best handicapper in the history of the known universe, our guy, Lee Sterling from ParamountSports.com. Kind enough to join us before one of the best football weekends of all time. Lee, thank you for the time. How are you this morning, my friend?
I'm good. Can't complain. You were talking about the Branch Davidians. I always wonder, I think I saw one of those documentaries, and did they just knock down all those buildings? I don't even know. It probably wasn't even close to I-35, was it?
No.
Not really. No, there's probably condos there now.
No, okay. I think it's just empty. They have like a little plaque there to like acknowledge what happened, the 51-day standoff that happened there. And it's crazy, Lee. Like it's nothing but a plaque. And it's obviously creepy, the stuff that went down there.
Yes.
There are people that go all the time to go check this thing out. Like it is.
I've never been by there. I mean, I was in Austin, and at the time I had just kind of got here, Lee. And I remember that was me playing golf, hearing about that all the time during the course of the standoff. I was, a new coach at Texas. It was a weird deal.
Yeah, I remember that. So
and I just felt sad for the people. Sad for the people that were killed and everything else there. Yeah.
Horrible.
Yeah,
You brought that up, hadn't heard that in a while, but I remember seeing at least one, maybe two of the documentaries on it. So
I do remember the over-under on days for that standoff was 48, and at Paramount Sports you had the over, and you were right because it was 51. So
there you go.
That's why Lee knows what he's doing here. Let's get to the football. You know all about that. Right. We'll do the college games, and we'll pick a couple of NFL games from the weekend, but we'll start tonight in your neck of the woods, the Orange Bowl, Notre Dame and Penn State. Notre Dame, I'm seeing 1 to 1.5, so this is about as close to a pickup line as you could get.
What about snow, Lee? How much snow are you expecting there in Miami?
Well, there will be a lot of people in down jackets,
of course,
fur coats. It's going to be mid-60s. I mean, that's cold for Miami.
Yeah,
clear. No ice on the roads or snow, anything like that. But should be perfect weather, perfect football weather. This is one of those games where if you're watching on TV, you can go out and walk the dog maybe once or twice. You may not miss much. So here's some of the edges, I think. Penn State has an extra couple days to prepare. Can't discount that. If it was 12, 24, 2 extra days might be a difference. Also, I think he might be able, the offensive coordinator for Penn State, former Kansas offensive coordinator, Andy Kotelek, I think he might be able to find maybe that one trick play or, a couple different formations that might be able to exploit Notre Dame. There's not much difference between these two teams. Really good defenses. Quarterbacks, Drew Allard, probably a better passer. Leonard, the better runner. Allard pretty much only runs when he's got pressure. They don't do too many design runs with him. But I just think that Penn State, as long as they get Abdul Carter back, their star pass rusher, I think he's a difference. Even if he's 85%, he's probably better than almost everyone else. And Notre Dame was kind of gifted 2 touchdowns. Well, the kickoff return wasn't a gift, but that fumble, that mistake that Georgia made trying to throw the football from, I think it was their 20 or 25-yard line, was a huge mistake. And so really 14 of their 23 points weren't drives at all. So a touchdown on kickoff return and a 13-yard 1 or 2 play drive was the difference. They only really kicked 3 field goals here. I think Tyler Warren is just so good that he might be, if you say what's the best offensive player on both teams, he might be that guy. In fact, he has twice more receptions than any receiver on their team. So it's not going to be high scoring here. Maybe the under is the best play. If I had to pick a side, I'd go with Penn State 20-17, maybe under 45.5 is probably the best way to look at this game. Unless we see some crazy turnovers or special team scores, I just don't see, 7 times. I don't see teams scoring more than 6 touchdowns.
No.
Or I see 3, maybe 4 touchdowns and maybe 3 field goals, 3-4 field goals. And that's still under 45.5. So that's the way I see it.
Yeah, Lee, I just, if Penn State if James Franklin, the offensive coordinator, get to be too fancy, they've got 2 really solid running backs and we've seen them take the ball and hand it over and over and over to those guys running the football, and they can dink and dunk it down the field. They don't have great wide receivers, but the quarterback, Aller, when he decides that he's going to run and actually runs as a runner, he's pretty good at that. Well,
straight ahead. He's not going to make too many moves.
He's
not going to juke anyone out.
Oh no, but he's a big guy that can get himself some yardage in there. He's a part of their run game, so I expect that they're going to run the football, low scoring. Time of possession is going to be important for
here's
for Notre
something
Dame.
Also to keep in mind. If for some reason Eller goes out of the game, they don't have a backup quarterback.
No, they don't.
So that's something to keep in mind. Maybe in-game wagering if you don't like the game, or maybe you have the under, and then all of a sudden you see they have to put in their 3rd-string quarterback. They could be in real trouble. So
maybe that's why he's not running near as much. Obviously, they're telling him, we don't need you taking off down the field. We don't have anybody else, dude.
When they were using their backup who hit the transfer portal, I
Right.
think it's a little bit more what you might see in coming years when he goes to the NFL. So, they just want to win the game. Do I trust James Franklin? Not much. I think whoever wins this game is going to probably get beaten by double digits in the championship game.
Interesting.
Yeah. All right. Well, speaking of the championship game, who will Penn State or Notre Dame be playing in the championship game? Lee, we're in Arlington right now. We'll be in the building tomorrow. Texas and Ohio State. It feels like everybody and their mother are picking the Buckeyes in this game, and it feels like the general public is not only picking Ohio State to win, but they're picking them to cover the 6 to 6.5 as well. Do you give the Horns any chance in Jerry World tomorrow?
Well, if Ohio State plays like the way they played the first two halves of the first two playoff games, probably not. I mean, those were two of the greatest halves we've seen in college football playoff history. They were that good. Now, what did they do? They made some changes. They put their star receiver, Smith, and he's not only good. If he came out in the draft right now, I don't think there's any question he would be the first pick. I mean, it's not even close. So they put him in the slot more. But what Texas has here, the two biggest things I think they can compete is they have the size, athleticism, and talent that maybe Oregon, Tennessee didn't. I think they're a cut above. And tough to play. I don't know if I've ever seen a team play 3 great games in a row. So unless Ohio State does something we haven't seen done by a college team before, I think that gives Texas a chance. And with that defense, and you got some cornerbacks, you have a couple cornerbacks for Texas that are going to be drafted probably pretty high, first or second round. They have a chance to stay with them. They also, the pass defense is good, really good. Just 8 touchdown passes, 21 interceptions. They get penetration, number 2 in the country, and tackles for loss, number 4 in sacks. So those are big, and I also like Texas as an underdog. They're not in this role too often, only 2 times in pretty much the last 3 years, both times against Alabama, but they were 2-0 in that role here. I'm going to say Will Howard. I know he's come close 3 times within a touchdown, but 4th time's not going to be the charm for him here. Texas outright here, 27-23.
There you go. Good call, Lee.
Come on.
That, Lee. Very, very nice. Very, very well done. Lee, some NFL football this weekend. The Texans playing the Chargers. I don't like this game for the Texans. I don't know if you like it. I just don't like the way they've tried to protect their quarterback. The Chargers are playing better on defense right now. Can the Texans hold on to this one and move on in this football game?
You don't like quarterbacks that get sacked 52 times in a season?
No, I don't like them running for their lives, and their feet are all jittery. And even when there's no pressure, the guy's feet are going all over the place, and so is his arm right now.
Yeah. I mean, the Chargers have a really good pass rush, number 7 in the NFL. We know that Houston's missing their number 1 and number 3 receivers, but Jim Harbaugh is no dummy. He took over a team that was really poorly coached, last 2 coaches that were there. And by finishing the last place in the division, got to play a last place schedule. So everything has gone right. I think Houston's kind of been on a cruise control since December 16th, since they wrapped up the division here. This is going to be another game that's not high scoring here. But Justin Herbert, he could have some trouble against this defense. I think this defense last year in the playoff game, opening weekend, wildcard weekend, came to play. I think they've got the talent to get to him here. So, Ladd McConkey is the guy that you got to look out for. But other than that, their receivers don't get a whole lot of separation. They drop a lot of balls here. So Chargers have been great as a favorite, 10-2 against the spread, 5-1 against the spread as a road favorite. But they're a division winner now. They're facing here. And I think Houston, I'm going to give them the slight edge here. I like them 20-16. Like the under in Houston if I had to play a side.
All right. Lee Sterling from ParamountSports.com joining us. The best time to head over to ParamountSports.com. How about 8 win or go home games in the next 96 hours? Head over to ParamountSports.com for more. Lee, I'll let Bucky ask you about the Vikings-Rams game in a second, but I want to get your thoughts on one Sunday game in the NFL. Broncos-Bills.
Yes.
Denver, look, Kansas City wasn't playing anybody.
Right.
Still, what Denver did to them last week, pretty impressive. Bo Nix looked really good. The Broncos find their way into the playoffs. They get that 7th spot in the AFC.
And they're getting a lot of points.
Now they got to travel across the country to take on the likely MVP and Josh Allen in Buffalo. But it is 8.5 to 9 points right now. Is that too much? You think Denver can at least keep that game interesting on Sunday?
Well, I will say this. No team in the NFL, when you're playing primarily backups, is any good. None. And you saw it last week. They jumped Denver to a 2-touchdown lead and never looked back. Now they're going to have to face a quarterback that just doesn't get sacked here. In fact, sacked just 14 times on the season for minus 63 yards. That's it. The next closest quarterback in sacks was sacked. I think it was something like it was Green Bay, sacked 21 times for 132 yards. He's almost impossible to get to. And I think Denver's got to play close. If they fall behind by double digits, they're in trouble. Their whole offense is set up to play with a lead or within 7 points either way. And Buffalo is explosive. I mean, the kid they got in the backfield, running, catching the ball, is really good. Cook, very underrated. A lot of people don't talk about him. A couple tight ends that tough to cover here. And I think Denver's going to be playing from behind here, and that's the problem here. I like Buffalo, 33-17.
Okay. Monday night game, Buck, you want to ask about your Vikings?
What about my Vikings after what we saw from them last week? I got to believe Sam Darnold playing the Rams. I think he bounces back. I mean, I don't see this being back-to-back bad games for him. I mean, he had guys open. It's just a matter of can he hit those guys.
He was Sam Darnold like with the Jets. He was that bad. I mean, guys just wide open. It was almost incomprehensible because he hadn't done it at all the entire season. The game could actually be moved to Phoenix. I don't know if you guys realize this.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a chance that happens. So if you like Minnesota, I say bet it now, because if there's a small chance that it's moved, they're going to probably be 2.5 to 3 point favorite.
Sure.
So the Rams are going to have back their top 2 receivers, and this I think is going to be a high scoring game here. I don't think the Rams offensive line can hold back the pass rushers and the blitzes from Minnesota. And I think Minnesota's going to have success running and throwing the football on this Rams defense that's really not that good. And
it's a young group. It's a young group at the Rams now.
It is. So I like Minnesota here. I think they win this game. Should be a fun game, though. I think they win at 35-28.
Good stuff. All right, Lee, mentioned it. Maybe the biggest football weekend we've ever had starts tonight. If folks want to get your plays this weekend and all NFL playoffs long, how do they find you?
Just use coupon code SAVE300 and get every game from tonight. And we're going to have a bunch of totals on some of these games in college and the NFL too. Everything from tonight through the Super Bowl, which is mid-February. So if you missed out so far, we've had 3 out of 4 big winning months. November wasn't great, but September, October, and bowl season and the NFL in December were great. So just $197. Use coupon code SAVE300. ParamountSports.com or call 800-400-9741. I'll actually be in your backyard. Maybe we'll get together February 13th through the 16th. So we'll be there for Valentine's Day.
There you go.
Taking my wife for her birthday. So
coming all the way to the Coens to get her something, all the way to Austin just to pick it up in person, huh?
I'm gonna probably have a gift. I have to see Bill early in the morning on the 13th.
There you go.
Pick it up to surprise her. I can say that because I know she's not listening to the podcast. So
come on, Kim.
Yeah, so I'll be visiting Bill early morning, a couple mornings when I'm out there, and so it's going to be a fun time. But the funniest part, she said to me, so Bill loves this group called Skyrocket. You guys familiar with Skyrocket?
No,
house band.
It's not an Aggie thing, is it? Is that an Aggie
thing? No. That's not an Aggie thing. So a lot of other things are Aggie things, but Skyrocket's one of the best cover bands you'll see. Just go to look up Skyrocket. So they can play on almost any music, everything from like the 70s, the Bee Gees, Michael Jackson to anything. And so I've always wanted to come in, and he sent me some dates they were going to be in Austin. They're in Austin, Houston. They're based out of Texas, but they're that good. A bunch of their, I think a couple of their musicians in their band, not the lead singers, have gone on national tours with big acts. So when I saw February 15th, I'm thinking, my wife's birthday is the following weekend, and my daughter's coming in. Why don't I extend it and take her, and some of her friends have another couple always want to come to Austin.
There you go.
Why don't we go with them? Why don't we see Bill Cohen, go into the store, have dinner with him, go to Skyrocket with him, go to some great restaurants and visit Austin and make a big time weekend for her. The only thing was, though, she said, this sounds more exciting. It sounds like your kind of weekend. I said,
yeah, it is.
But I'm gonna make it special for her. Take her to Young's one night, go for some Mexican food, some barbecue. So
there you go.
It is about me also.
There you go.
As it should be. Lee, you're the man. Thanks so much for joining us, and I'm sure we'll get the chance to talk soon.
Have a great weekend, buddy.
See you guys. Take care.
See you.
There he goes. Lee Sterling, ParamountSports.com. That's the website. Get over there. Coupon code SAVE300. Get $300 off all of Lee's plays from now until the Super Bowl. How about that?
Yeah, he really he likes Buffalo. I think I like the points with Denver. I like that kid's playing so well, and that Denver defense, BK, is the real thing. I know they don't get to Josh Allen that much.
Yeah.
But boy, they playing some good, but they can pressure him. And I got to believe it's not going to be 65 degrees there.
No.
Denver's used to that kind of weather. That's not going to bother them.
That's true. It was cold last week when they beat up on the Chiefs 38-0.
Get me to 9 points, will you? Can you get me? Is there any way to get to 9 in that game?
It was 8 when we started the show, and it's 8.5 right now. So maybe it's trending in that direction for you. We'll see. That game's Sunday at noon. You've got 2 games on Saturday. Of course, it starts with the Texans hosting the Chargers in H-Town. Steelers-Ravens Saturday night. And then, a triple header on Sunday. Broncos-Bills, your first game, followed by Packers-Eagles, and then the Communists and the Buccaneers on Sunday night. And then your Vikings will wrap things up either in LA.
By the way, Jalen Hurts practiced, and they said they've seen him in one of the better practices that he's had all year.
No surprise.
I like Philadelphia. But, boy, Bo Nix is just – every time I see him play now, it's like – and I didn't realize how good Sutton is. What a great wide receiver that dude is.
Cortland Sutton.
Cortland Sutton catches everything.
Yeah, SMU's own Cortland Sutton. Jay Hartzell's own Cortland Sutton. Trader Hartzell.
No.
Traitor.
No. It's about the money.
We're in his neck of the woods
now.
now.
Let me let you know. For him, it's about the money. Okay, he's done everything he needed to do at the University of Texas, and now it's about him. And it's about the money.
Well, it's about the money, but also at a private institution, he probably gets more say versus being at a public school. He's got to deal with
that's where the boards of regents there.
The governor and the board of regents and all that stuff.
No, he'll be making some big decisions at SMU.
Yeah, good for him, Trader. Good for him, bro. Good for Jay.
He did a great job at Texas.
He did. He will be missed.
Good guy.
Absolutely. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Coda text line 512-222-9328. In a moment, we'll dive into the other college football playoff game, and we'll see if the Buck has an Orange Bowl lock for this one tonight. We'll save the other football picks for tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow is big. The NFL games are really, really big tomorrow. Yeah. And as I said when we were talking to Lee about that Minnesota game, boy, I can't see Sam Darnold just crapping the bed back-to-back weeks.
Oh, I can.
You can?
Yeah, it's Sam Darnold we're talking about.
No.
I've been more surprised that he hasn't crapped the bed for like 16 weeks.
Such a good season,
he
BK.
has. Been a great story. He
really has.
For sure. All right, before we get to the Orange Bowl tonight, any more sponsor shout-outs?
Say hello to our friends at Big Hat. Big Hat, come. I got a couple of those cans of Big Hats. I know I've got some Olipop. By the way, I have some Olipop and I have some Big Hat. So when everybody's opening up a beer, I'll slam my Big Hat.
There we go.
The taste of ginger.
You got it at the hotel?
I got it at the hotel.
Nice.
Got a couple cans of their mocktails, and I love the mocktails, but they also have margaritas and mojitos that are absolutely fantastic, and they've got all that wonderful ingredients. Not as much as the Olipop. The Olipop has hardly any sugar whatsoever in it.
Mm-mm.
Now, my Big Hat has a little bit of sugar, but it also has the ginger taste that is fantastic. And if you want a cocktail that tastes like a cocktail with no alcohol, you got to try those Big Hat products, Big Hat spirits. Check them out for sure.
Yep.
And I do have the Olipop. I do have some grape.
Nice.
I brought some grape along. My favorite is the grape. So I've got a couple Olipops up in the refrigerator right now. Hell, all I have to do is leave them in my car right now, and they'll freeze up.
I was going to say, it's too cold if you leave them in your car.
And you love the Olipop. I need that because nutritionally, I need to have that because while I'm up here, there's nobody to tell me what to eat, and I'm going to eat all the junk I can eat while I'm here.
You could change your life with Olipop. Seriously.
Yes.
Like, people try to be healthier every time the new year rolls around. This is an easy way to do it. Like,
yes.
You love soda because it tastes great.
Yes, I do.
But Olipop makes it good for you. So you can still get that same great soda taste that you've enjoyed for years, but you get health benefits with Olipop that you don't get with the old school
Nothing
sodas.
like having an Olipop with a bag of Doritos on my naked body up in the hotel room.
That is disgusting. I hope we are not on the same floor. If we are, I will be requesting a room change.
My goodness.
That is great. Shout out to Olipop. Also, some love to our friends at passes.com/TexasOneFund. If you've never been to that website, you are missing out. Great content. If you are a Texas fan, they've got stuff posted online every single day, including podcasts with your favorite Texas Longhorn athletes. How about a new podcast that's coming up? I believe tomorrow morning they're going to put it on the site.
Sweet.
Arch Manning, CJ Baxter, DeAndre Moore previewing this game against Ohio
Hey, DeAndre,
State.
let's go.
Yep. Hey, Arch, let's go. Hey, CJ, if you can come back from your ACL surgery tomorrow, I don't think that's possible.
No.
But how about that player access? You get exclusive memorabilia, the ability to attend all kinds of fun events, including meet and greets and tailgates. It's all in one spot. It's passes.com/TexasOneFund. Our guy Chip Brown and I are going to post a Texas Ohio State preview, an in-depth preview over there at passes.com/TexasOneFund as well. So you get to support the current and future of Texas Longhorn athletics, but also support yourself by getting some cool stuff in return.
Big game tomorrow by Ethan Burke. He needs to really have a continue to go on the path that he's been going on.
Our guy.
Yeah, he really needs to crank it up because as we talk about, Texas needs to be able to run the football. I'm still worried about Ohio State's run game. I'm sorry. I know.
Yeah.
I'm just like one of those coaches of the opposing team. I want to run it until you make me believe that you're really that good stopping the run. They have been for 2 years, but still, I'm the new coach that jumps in there and says, okay, Texas, see if you've seen running backs like these two cats that we have right now that can go inside and outside.
Mm-hmm.
So Ethan Burks and Mr. Sorrell's son will have to be good on the outside, not letting guys bounce outside because they can run.
You're right.
They are fast on the outside.
On paper, that should be where Texas has its biggest advantage.
Yes.
Now, again, Ohio State's offensive line has played great in the college football.
And they've been able to
playoff.
run the ball inside and outside.
But they've got, two starters who are out for the season. They've had to move guys around. They're rotating guys.
And they've done it well.
They've done it well. But still, Texas has one of the best defensive lines in America.
Yep.
That is Ohio State's weakness on paper. So if you can't win that matchup, and Ohio State is able to run it effectively,
That's
and Will
scary.
Howard does have time to stand back there in the pocket, then yes, that is terrifying. But hopefully that is a matchup where, Ethan Burke and
Boy, he's had some really
Sorrell,
good games here.
Trey Moore, all of those guys can. Colin Simmons, obviously, the freshman, has been one of the best players in the country as a true freshman. It's
like playing at home for him.
Yeah, it is. Duncanville kid who's back in the Metroplex for this game tomorrow. So exciting stuff. Quick shout out to Covert Bee Cave here. We rode up in style yesterday with the Covert Bee Cave. They hooked us up with another GMC Denali.
Big one, huh?
I went and picked up some koozies from our guy Adam at Waterloo. And he's like, finally a vehicle that fits you. Because I'm usually rolling around in my Altima that's like 10 years old. And I look like just, no disrespect to the Altima, but I look like a little bee getting out of that thing.
Come on, man.
Now I'm rolling in style with the Covert whip. Big ride, comfortable, smooth.
Up here in the Metroplex where your boys know you. They see you come in that thing.
Had our intern locked in the trunk. It was
Good
great.
job.
Yeah, all of our stuff, all of our equipment. Covert Bee Cave takes care of us. We'll take care of you. I was there yesterday. Bunch of people in there looking for new and pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's a New Year's resolution, too. Get you something nicer to drive.
For sure.
CovertBeeCave.com. Go see their state-of-the-art dealerships on Highway 71. And what about those Covert prices, Buck?
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
Amen to that. All right, my friend. Let's see if you've got a gold star lock for the people. Once again, we'll get your Texas, Ohio State, and all the NFL picks tomorrow. But obviously, a college football playoff game tonight in Miami at the Orange Bowl. It is number 7 Notre Dame taking on number 6 Penn State. The Fighting Irish coming off of their victory over Georgia. They are 1-point favorites right now.
Yes.
Who you got in this one?
21-17 Penn State.
So you're putting units on it.
Yes.
How many?
50,000 unit play tonight.
On the Penn State Nittany Lions.
Yes, I've been hoping for that Texas Penn State national championship.
That was your prediction before the playoff started.
Yes.
You did have the Notre Dame Penn State semifinal picked on your brackets in our TSU CFP challenge.
Yeah, I think I've got I like Penn State just by a wee bit tonight. I do. Coach Freeman's got it going on right now with Notre Dame and their crazy special teams. And are they going to make James Franklin's group jump off sides? No, because Penn State's just as gimmicky as Notre Dame can be. They do all that weird gimmicky stuff with the tight end and 15 guys in motion and throw back to they try to overdo it sometimes. That's where I just hope Coach Franklin doesn't get into let's really try to outsmart these kids from Notre Dame. No, you don't have to. I think you got two good enough runners that you can run against that defensive line. They don't have a great pass rusher at Notre Dame. Penn State's got two of them. If 33 is playing, which I don't know if he's playing or not. I think he may be hurt too. I think he got hurt in the latter part of that game last week.
I think he's playing.
Is he playing?
Yeah.
He was good. I thought he really put a lot of pressure on the quarterback. I liked the way he played. So if Carter's going to be about 80%, which is probably better than a lot of people's 100%.
Yeah.
So they expect him to play. But if the other dude gets in there and plays, that's a pretty good outside rushing group that they have.
Oh, might be the best.
But they really don't have any wide receivers that scare you.
That's what worries me right there.
Yeah.
Like it's Tyler Warren, but there's no one on the outside at Penn State.
But they got great screen game to those running backs.
They do. It's the running backs and Tyler Warren. And Tyler Warren does everything, right? He runs, he catches, he throws. That guy could probably kick. I'd take him over Bert Auburn as our kicker tomorrow.
Wow.
That guy does a little bit of everything. He's going to be fun to watch in the league. But you're right. Yeah, Penn State doesn't have the skill position talent on the outside.
Not like they usually do.
So here's the good news if you're a Penn State fan. Bucky, you are 5-0 on your Gold Star locks in the college football playoff. Now, the bad news is you lost 125,000 units last weekend. So I wonder if your magic maybe has worn off.
No, it's not worn off. It's just a little lull in the action. That's all.
It was all NFL games that you picked.
Yes.
So you've been red hot in the college game, especially in the playoff. But I don't know if
I
last
like Penn
week
State.
did
No,
you
Penn
win?
Penn State's a 50,000 unit play.
Okay, Penn State +1 there.
And I'm not going to be afraid on Sunday with that Denver. That's just way too many points.
Okay.
Way too many points. I'll give you all those tomorrow.
I'm going to go with Notre Dame tonight. Only because
what?
I know.
The Fighting Irish.
I know. I just Notre Dame. Penn State has played two G5 teams to get here. I know SMU is now a power conference team, but it's their first year in a power conference, and a lot of that roster is G5 level.
Got them in the snow and cold.
Boise State is a G5 team, and you saw Penn State just dominate in the trenches against both of those teams. I know Notre Dame's a little bit banged up on the defensive line, but still, they are so much better on the lines of scrimmage than what Penn State has seen in the playoff to this point. I think Notre Dame is the closest thing on the lines of scrimmage to Ohio State that Penn State has seen this season. And obviously Penn State lost that game to the Buckeyes in the regular year. And I do think Notre Dame's secondary is good enough to contain Tyler Warren. They've got great safeties, and I think they're going to do a pretty good job.
And like I said, they don't have anybody out there that's going to go by them.
Yeah, I think it's close. I think it's low scoring. I think it's ugly. I do think it's like a 21-20 or a 23-20 type of game.
We have an over and under in that game.
I think it's about 44-45.
Seems like a lot of points.
What you can get it at right now. But yeah, I have a little bit more faith in Notre Dame on the lines of scrimmage. I think they'll do enough against Penn State's two-headed monster in the backfield. I don't think Penn State has enough other ways to score.
Notre Dame's special team is pretty good.
And Penn State, for as good as their defense is, you're right. And Penn State, though, for as good as their defense is, they miss a lot of tackles. I think they had the fourth most missed tackles in Power 4 this year, which is weird because it's a very talented group and they put up great other numbers on that side of the football, but they do miss tackles. And against Jeremiah Love and Notre Dame's rushing attack, I don't love that. So I'm going to go with the Fighting Irish in a close one here. I'll say like 21-20, like that close.
Yeah, okay.
It's a 1-point line. I'm giving you a 1-point margin of victory for your least favorite school in America. They are still your least favorite school, right?
Of course they are.
But still above A&M and Oklahoma.
Oh, yes.
I know you won't even wear maroon. You hate A&M that much.
Hey, good job, OU basketball last night.
Oh my God, what a game that was! OU. I have not. I'm still learning that Texas is in the SEC, but I was watching that OU A&M game, or like as soon as I got here, and it was on at the restaurant I got dinner at last night, and the game is on. I'm like, a non-conference game?
Oh yeah.
Right now, it's like, oh wait, no shit, this is a conference game.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, OU blew an 18-point lead against the Aggies last night. And, oh, by the way, A&M's best player, Wade Taylor IV, did not play. Shout out, speaking of SMU, Phelps, the transfer who came over from SMU, he put up 32, I think.
I had a cousin bet on that.
On the Sooners?
Yes. I mean, really?
You bet on Oklahoma?
They're playing the Aggies. They had two teams that I don't like.
That's
so
true.
It was easy. Couldn't bet for the Aggies after I saw them, after what they did to Texas. I wasn't thinking they were going to go to OU and do that. OU's had a couple real stinkers here lately.
Yeah, they started 13-0.
Yes.
And I think they've dropped their last two. It's life in the SEC. It's how she goes. Best conference in college basketball this year.
Can Texas bounce back a bit against Tennessee tomorrow?
Saturday?
Basketball. Is there a possibility, or is Tennessee just going to be mad? We know they can be beat, obviously.
Yeah, I think Texas could win this game on Saturday.
Are they still? Tennessee's still big inside, aren't they?
Tennessee's big. They're experienced. I mean, they're better than Texas. I don't think there's much doubt about that. But Texas.
What's an early line? What is that looking like tomorrow?
Not seeing a line yet. It's Saturday, by the way. Today's Thursday. That's all very confusing because we had to change our travel schedule due to the weather storm. I'm trying to see what KenPom has as its early prediction for this game. KenPom says Tennessee 69, Texas 65. And once again, Vegas usually has its spreads based on KenPom. So I think it'll be around 4-5, would be my guess.
Boy, I just can't. I see a really mad Tennessee team and Rick Barnes coming back here.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they got embarrassed.
Man.
Right before we saw Texas lose close to Auburn. I mean, it was ugly for a while, but the Longhorns obviously made it interesting down the stretch. But
I don't usually bet on anything to do with Texas, but when Texas goes to Gatorville,
oh man,
whoa.
Yeah, well, if we get that Florida team.
Boy, that team is, let me tell you, that team is maddening.
With their stalking coach.
Oh.
That guy's just prowling on all of those
young
college
girls. That's
girls.
The same dude still got his gig?
Nothing happened. It didn't get suspended at all. Didn't get punished.
Did they drop the charges?
I don't think there were any charges. It was just a report or a story from the student newspaper that's like, this coach is just stalking all of these girls on campus, sending them D-pics in their DMs, following them around.
Seems to be no problem there in Gainesville.
Makes me think I can get away with that.
No, don't do it.
No. Come on. He's doing it. His team's ranked in the top 10.
No, you can't get away, and neither do you want to get away with that. That's gross.
Yeah.
That's gross, and that deal just kind of disappeared, which makes me think, did it truly happen, or was that just a bunch of junk?
I'm lucky. I don't have to do that stuff to get ladies.
Good job.
But you might be right. It might have just been, false accusations.
Yeah.
A lot of people do that. So, but yeah, nothing happened. Todd Golden's still the coach there at UF, and they're playing good basketball and SEC hoops. I know we're obviously focused on football, and we hope we have 2 more weeks of football to talk about. But once we start diving more into SEC basketball, there's
because the seat for Rodney Terry is going to start to warm up here. His first year in the SEC. If he doesn't get a couple victories out of this, all this, getting close and only losing by 5 won't really matter because it's still a loss. And some of these teams, as you said, those first 5, can he win 2 games? Man, I don't know.
Well, 0-2 so far.
Yes.
He's going to win 2 of the next 3. You've got Tennessee at home on Saturday, then back-to-back road games at Oklahoma and then at Florida.
Wow.
To cap that thing off. So there you go. All right, we got a few minutes left in today's show. Before we
the randomizer, is it done? Are we done for the week?
No randomizer today.
Good job. We've given away some good stuff.
We might do some giveaways tomorrow for
now
folks who come by our live broadcast spot at Texas Live. We're going to be there from 1 to 5:30. Okay. Chip and Zay from 1 to 3, and then our pregame show will be from 3:30 to 5:30.
Okay.
At Texas Live inside. So if
give me time to walk from here up there. When I think it's a 2-minute walk, a 5-minute walk.
It's a longer walk.
It's a long.
It's about a 20 to 25-minute walk.
And there will be snow and on the sidewalks here.
Snow and ice. Maybe an Uber play.
Yeah, there could be an Uber play. You're right.
Put it on the company card.
What if the dude looks at me and goes, "Dude, it's only a mile. You couldn't walk from here to there. No, I can't. Just here's your money. Here's your tip. Leave me alone.
Hey, get out of the car. You walk. I'll pick you up over there.
Let me use your car.
Jerk. Yeah, we'll take your buck-ons and buck-offs. We'll give a couple of those here in a second. A quick shout-out to McCall Custom Homes. They are one of our great travel partners here on this trip. We've mentioned them a couple of times, but hey, if you want to upgrade your home here in 2025, new kitchen, new bathroom, a new story, how about bringing some life to your outdoor space with an outdoor kitchen or some new patio furniture, whatever. McCall Custom Homes can turn your home into something truly special. And they've been doing it in the Austin area for 40 years. It's a father-son duo, great people, big Longhorn fans, big TSU listeners. And they know Austin. They care about Austin because they are from Austin. They want to make your Central Texas home something very special. Go to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. That's McCallCustomHomesATX.com. You can look at the gallery of projects they've done over the last 4 decades. Get some ideas for your place, and then reach out to them, and they will take care of you.
Yeah. Once again, if you got a second in your day-to-day, say a prayer for those people out in California. That it's so dreadful and disheartening to see. We've got cool weather, and they are dealing with fires, and they talk about loss of property. And I hope there's not a lot of loss of life. I know there's a few people missing. There are people that just won't give up their home, BK. They'll fight to the bitter end and stay in there as long as they can. But, man, the way that wind was whipping around, hurricane forces, you know what I'm saying? The wind was whipping around and the fires whipping around and sparks for miles. I mean, embers just shooting for miles and miles away. And to lose everything that once again, the loss of life is the most. You can get all that other stuff back.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that much, but you can't lose your family.
It's a mess. It is a mess out there, and hopefully it stops soon, but it hasn't stopped yet.
No.
And once again, some of the pictures and videos
I know, hard to watch.
that have surfaced, very, very hard to watch. 5 dead so far, according to CB. Hopefully the count stops there, but that's obviously too many already. Mark asked, where can he get a TSU cap? Just go to our Twitter account, Mark, at TS Unfiltered. You can buy a TSU cap right there. Thank you very much for the support.
Thank you, man.
We appreciate all of you people and your support here. Buck, we don't do politics on this show. I promise this is not politics, but I would like to give a buck off to a politician by the name of Ted Cruz.
Oh, no, please don't tell me. Somebody told me yesterday they saw him headed to the airport, trying to get out of town again.
Well, hopefully he's not coming here. Hopefully he's going to Cabo or Cancun.
He's going wherever it's warm. He's headed to
wherever the hell he went last time when he abandoned us during the snowstorm. But he tweeted Senator J.D. Vance, because that's an Ohio guy, and he said, "Hey, J.D. Vance, care for a wager on the Texas-Ohio State game? Loser brings beer and food from his home state and delivers it wearing the winning team's jersey." And J.D. Vance said, "Yep." So they're doing that. A couple of reasons why I'm bucking this off. Number one, Ted Cruz is the ultimate jinx. I don't know a damn thing about his politics. That guy, every game he goes to, he's a jinx. The team he is rooting for loses.
I don't think he's going to be here, BK. He was on his way. From what I hear, he was on his way out of town yesterday at the airport going to someplace warm.
Not here. You sure it's not here?
Like, it was no.
That guy wouldn't drive here. He's taking a PJ to Dallas.
He's leaving. He was leaving from all the indications of somebody from Ohio said, no, we saw Ted Cruz. He was going out, and he was going to a warm weather destination.
Well, now we're going to win tomorrow.
Okay.
That's huge. I mean, I've never had more confidence. I was going to ask you, we might have to save it for tomorrow, what gives you the most confidence in Texas's chances? Mine now might be that Ted Cruz isn't going to be at AT&T.
Oh, my goodness.
That might be it right there. He's bad luck. And he's also an Aggie. Don't bring that Aggie energy into this game, because the Aggies never win big games. We know that. We can't have that bad juju while we're trying to compete for a spot in a national championship game.
Yeah, my deal is, Quinn, yours 0 interceptions tomorrow.
And also,
that's big.
Can I ask you this? What food would we want from Ohio? You guys like food and beer? What do we get from them? What do they have? That Skyline chili? They can't chili better than we chili down here.
No. If I ever eaten in the state of Ohio, I don't even know if I've ever had a meal. I'm serious, in the state of Ohio.
Did you go outside of your games where you played Ohio State?
No. I got back on the bus and went back to Illinois.
Okay.
And had ribeyes. They do a good ribeye in Illinois. I don't think I've eaten in the state of Ohio ever before.
Just look up, like, what food is Ohio known for?
These nuts.
Oof. I don't want any of that. Buckeyes. Yeah, that is nuts. I don't want any of that What is a Polish boy? I'm not trying to eat young Polish children here.
No, we don't need young Polish boys.
Titty. Cleveland style barbecue. Yeah, that's got to be
Cincinnati
dog shit.
chili. No, I don't.
Chili, no. Ice cream. Come on, better than Bluebell. Better than HEB creamy creation.
Better than Amy's? I don't think so.
No chance. Shaker lemon pie. What are these?
There's no. I mean, I've had better food probably in West Virginia. I'll probably eat more in West Virginia.
They're just doing pierogies. They got.
Oh, I love some pierogies now.
But we got those here.
Yeah, too. Mrs. Paul's, you can get those anywhere. Make your own pierogies.
Like what?
I go to Pennsylvania for pierogies. I don't go to Ohio.
What brings you to Ohio in this life? Like, what? How many bad decisions do you have to make to go live there? Or like, what has to go wrong for you to end up there?
Rather be in Indiana than Ohio, probably.
Is there a door number 3 I could choose?
No, I never. The Buckeye State has never been a destination spot for me.
Like, I guess if you go to Ohio State, that's a great.
I'm going to say this: they probably got a roller coaster somewhere in Ohio that people go to. Every state has a roller coaster.
We're right across the street from Six Flags. You got them all right here.
I'm afraid of it. That's the one I rode on. Is the little wooden one because I wouldn't get on the big one.
Oh, the Texas Giant?
I don't get on roller coasters.
Well, the Titan is the big one.
Okay, I got on the little one, the wooden one.
Yeah,
I've
Texas
been on
Giant.
that with my
old
kids.
School. That's one of the oldest roller coasters in the state.
I love that roller coaster. I wasn't afraid on that one, but I did get on the one that went up to the slowly going up and then straight. I don't enjoy roller coasters.
That's the Titan. It goes underground, right, for a little bit.
Oh yeah, it's dark. No, thank you.
Oh man,
I'd rather be. It's a small world. Small world's better for me.
It's safer.
Yeah, it's much safer. I was in that thing over and over and over when I was in Florida.
Are you talking about Judge Roy Scream? That's another classic here at Six Flags over in Texas.
I'm not a ride guy. I'm the guy. It's a 1,000,001 that the thing would ever come off. Yeah, I'm the guy in the parking lot in somebody's car, landed in somebody's car.
Well, you've done it and it hadn't happened to you. What do you mean? You're not that guy, pal.
No, I'm that guy. It can happen. So don't get on them.
All right. Well, good news.
Sorry, grandkids. Never going to beat the old man.
You can go and just let them get on the rides.
Oh,
right?
I'll walk. I'll be in the line with them. So I'll see you when you get right back here.
Just be spending $20 on an ice cream for yourself.
That's absolutely.
That's how it works right there. All right. We'll take your thoughts on tomorrow's show. I'm going to ask the Buck what he'd be willing to sacrifice for a Texas National Championship. I'm going to come up with a list of a bunch of stuff that I'd be willing to give up in my life for 2 more wins. We'll do that. Obviously, more keys to the game. Somebody asked us about our programming schedule tomorrow. It's going to be normal, but also a pregame show from 3:30 to 5:30. So normally we end at 4 on TSU, but we're going to take you all the way up to 5:30, which is an hour before kickoff at Texas and Ohio State.
I'll be right back in the Stanley Cup room.
We'll be right back here tomorrow morning.
Okay.
In Lord Stanley's room.
Lord Stanley's room.
I can't believe it, man. I can't believe we're here. I've always wanted to be with this trophy, and it's no, it's not here.
No.
I wouldn't be able to keep it together if I get emotional when I'm close to that cup.
My
man.
goodness.
I can't touch it. There are people who take pictures of it. I'm not worthy of that. I can't touch it. I don't want a picture with it. I don't deserve it.
There you go.
All right, let's bring on the fellas. 2 guys who have deserved it. They deserve everything.
Hold on. So you think that you're actually going to get a chance to hoist Lord Stanley?
We're in the Lord Stanley. We're in the room.
Yeah, we're in.
Are you guys in that same hotel?
Yeah,
yes,
it's the Stanley Cup room, dude. I would show you the cup, but it'd be too hard to turn the camera around.
The energy in that room. The energy in that room. It's good.
The vibes are high here right now, boys.
And plus the snow outside coming down, boys.
Oh man, hey, I want to let you guys know there's a dude on Facebook. His name is James Greenhaw. He is not a weather guesser. He is a weather scientist in Pflugerville, the Pflugerville weather scientist.
Guy. I know him.
He says, yes, this is the man. He says,
don't know him.
Don't travel to Dallas today. Roads are becoming slick and closures will continue to happen. North of Waco, it's going to deteriorate all afternoon. Precipitation coming down. I would advise to hold off travel until 11 a.m. tomorrow.
Yeah,
11 a.m. tomorrow if you're driving from here, and then be ready because after the game you might have some slick stuff too. So there
might be a lot of you might be dealing with a lot of traffic though, Rodney, on Friday, like tomorrow though, right?
You'd rather live than
then slide off the side of the road.
I want to see this game live. That's what I
Forget dying. I need to get to the game.
Rodney, did you say this guy is green hog? He's got a green hog?
Green haw.
And you called him a scientist?
This dude's a scientist. Seriously.
Somebody weather scientist. What are we doing?
That's the first time I've ever heard of a weather scientist.
Dude, I'm serious, man. This dude is better than the Farmer's Almanac, Buck. I'm telling you. This dude does not mess around.
Bold.
Oh man.
Whoa.
James,
Wags, are you buying that?
No, that's a bold proclamation, man. The weather's the only thing good better than the Farmer's Almanac is that Farmer Almanac that's sitting right next to BK.
That's right. You got
the only thing better than the actual book itself.
Yeah.
Hey, Bucky,
we saw snow. BK was out in the snow, out there just taking pictures. It was beautiful. It was coming down.
How long did it take you to get up Angel?
We went yesterday.
We came yesterday, buddy.
No
No
problem.
snow.
It was sunny, beautiful day yesterday coming up here.
I'm going to be feeding the hotel staff yellow snow if they don't bring me some fresh towels here in a little
Oh,
bit.
you're going to pour some Mountain Dew in there, huh?
There you go.
Nah, I love these. I shouldn't say that.
These are great
nice.
people.
They're being very nice to us, letting us crash here. That's good.
Buck, are you going to the game? Are you actually going to the game, Bucky?
No.
Oh, okay.
I will be back at the hotel, laid up with my Doritos, naked. And
Well,
my
I was wondering
Olipop.
if you were
Strategically placed like a circus.
Oh, by the way, Wags, you know who was up here? Bob Cole is in the hotel.
Yeah, I
doing
saw
a show.
him. He was telling everybody to get out there to Sue Patrick. Good travel sponsor for all its Longhorns.
He'll be in the restroom. He'll be in the restroom on the phone.
Yes.
Hey, I don't know if you guys, that just came out of my ass.
One of those spinning Longhorn globes.
Yeah, it's one of those
out
spinning Longhorn helmets there. Yeah, it goes great with all your Longhorn apparel here at Sue
Hey,
Patrick.
what do you think, Rodney? That of course, on a Thursday, I always like to come up early because not Retama. Where am I at up here?
Lone
Star
Star
Park. Those people have to go to work today, don't they? They don't get to have off.
Working.
There's no live racing here, but there's live racing around the country, and it doesn't matter from California to Maine. They have to get to work here, right?
Yeah.
So that means I got to get there.
Absolutely, man, because that's never going to stop. They're going to be there. They're going to be there, and they will absolutely accommodate you with racing from all around Santa Anita, all the different places.
Now you're talking.
Well, maybe not there. That's not a good subject to go on.
I heard you guys talking about Six Flags. You guys going to go try and do a snow plow there? Do some donuts?
Dude, I don't do the Six Flags was one of the first places I took my kids to before there was anything down in San Antonio, and I came up here. And I spent like an hour to get on the big roller coaster.
Mm-hmm.
And I got there and I got in the line and I'm like, I'm horrified. And I got my children and, they just want to go. They don't care if the thing is, if they're locked in it or not. And all I was thinking about how I'm going to fall out of it. And I said, my wife at the time, she said, why don't I take them and why don't you show them how brave you are? And I went over to the little mini roller coaster, to the wooden thing. And I got on that just so I could get over the fear of roller coasters. I was still horrified on that thing. I was gripping that thing in front of me.
King's Dominion back east or anything like that?
You rode the teacup.
No, dude, I don't get on those things. I do. I've done the teacup before at the down there on Ben White before. I've been on that, but I don't do roller coasters. I don't do Ferris wheels
going around like a Ferris wheel or a merry-go-round.
I don't do Ferris wheels. I don't do good at that stuff. I don't like to be up there in space.
My dad's the same way. He don't like to be off the ground.
No, so. I'm not good at that. I'm barely able to survive in planes without.
Hey,
I don't even like looking out the window.
We used to go to the county fair. The county fair would come into town, once a week. And it's like these dudes are sitting there setting these Ferris wheels up. And I look at these people and I'm like, I am not getting on that thing.
The prize finds of the earth right there. You put them all together, you might get a full set of teeth.
Dude,
it's like,
let me tell you, the one at Ben White that's there like 8 months of the year, that thing is, those are quality people that put that together. My kids always wanted to stop there. I'm like, you're not getting on a ride there. I'm going to lose my children over at Ben White as they get thrown out there onto the highway. What are you, nuts? But nothing's ever happened over there. I go over there, they get some cotton candy, but I wouldn't let them get on the rides.
Yeah. No,
smart.
Never.
I ain't doing that. I am not doing that. No way.
So I heard you guys talking about some food that is represented from Ohio. Speaking, I don't know too much that's really, I guess, honed in for food on Ohio there, but there is Cedar Point. We're talking about roller coasters and theme parks.
I was thinking there had to be
Cedar Point is in Ohio, and that is deemed one of the best theme parks in all of America. So
there you go.
I don't know if they got any food, but they definitely got the theme park situation down.
There you go, BK. There's an attraction in Ohio.
Whatever, man.
Besides the stadium in Columbus.
That's about it. That is about it. Naked and afraid eating Doritos. This is the last comment we'll read. All right, boys. We'll bid y'all adieu. Have a great show. We'll be tuned in, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right, buds. See ya.
Be good, boys. There they go. Here we are. Welcome to another edition of Chaos Theory. It is January 9th, year of our Lord 2025. How are you doing, partner in crime?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm waiting for the rain. They said 11 a.m. It's going to rain at 11 a.m. So that's what, 49 minutes away.
So
go
you
out
think
there
that
and
you think that rain's going to turn into some mixed rain at all?
No, man. I had to go out this morning and do a couple of different things. It's actually comfortable outside to me. I mean, it feels good outside to me.
I'm in long johns and an extra pair of jeans, or I guess wearing two layers, right? I got jeans on with some long johns underneath of them. Now I don't have the heat blaring because my wife's not here. She's been watching her sister's dog, so she's been out of town, or not out of town, but out of the house for the past couple of days. So the heat is like on 62. It feels so. I mean,
it's great in here.
You got the doors open, the windows open. You get some fresh air in here, man. You ain't got to smell the damn dogs all day. It's fantastic. But I do, I keep the hoodie on pretty much all day, and I got some thermals on right now, just so. And hell, I got some slippers on my feet, just so. I don't know. Like you said, I'm comfortable, but we got the air flowing up in here, man.
Yeah, I like go outside, and I do things like if I have to go somewhere that's not, official, where I don't have to be like dressed nicely. I mean, I'm constantly when it's cold, I'm in like a shirt like this, in a TSU pullover, sweatshirt, whatever, shorts, slides with socks. I mean, I look pretty bad when I go out in public, but it's like my legs can handle it. It's like my feet and my hands, Wags. When those get cold, I'm done. I'm done.
No, I mean, extremities, dude. If you don't take care of your extremities, man, they could fall off there, dude. And I'm not talking about just the ones that are on your fingers and your toes. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
What do you want to get into first, amigo? We got Notre Dame, we got Penn State tonight. We also got, the game that is on all of our minds tomorrow night here. We can break that down a little bit more. But yeah, dude. We had some basketball last night. I'm not sure if you were paying attention to the basketball scene, but some NBA and some college basketball scene last night. Texas A&M and Oklahoma, dude. Like Oklahoma had it. I mean, I thought they were gonna run the damn Aggies out of their barn up there in Norman, but look, all of a sudden, the Aggies came roaring back, and Oklahoma, who looked like they had a good win in their pocket, they let it get away from them, and A&M survived.
SEC basketball, man. Yeah,
talked a little bit about it yesterday, dude. It's crazy. Just when you think it's going to be football, man.
Yeah. I remember vividly us talking about when this whole thing with the move to the SEC, where it's like, okay, in basketball, I guess that's going to be where Texas gets a saving grace, compared to the Big 12, because baseball is going to be just outrageous. Football is what it is. And it's like you look at SEC basketball and it's like, holy shit. I mean, this is going to be fun to watch. I mean, I know we got football to be played right now, and the Texas program is what it is at this point, but to follow SEC basketball and watch this thing to the end of it, man, there's so many freaking good teams in here, and they're all on Texas schedule in the next week and a half.
It's going to be a real tough 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Let's just we have a gauntlet ahead of us. 7 schools, 7 teams out of the top 20. So
yeah, strap
in, man. And look, if the Longhorns, man, if they can squander 2 victories out of this, if they can muster 2 victories out of this, that's saying something. I think that puts them ahead of the bell curve a little bit, considering they probably need maybe 8. Jeff and I were talking yesterday. 8 might get them in because of the strength of conference that they're in. But if they get 10, that's a solid 10 in that conference. That's you got a trip to the tournament, to the dance.
Yeah. Our man, Tom McKay on that code of text line, which you guys can check in if you're on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app, 512-222-9328. Driving to Dallas, this was at 10:05. Nothing on the road, already past Waco. And I think that was going to be the key to get out early. Don't sit here and jack around and wait till later. But I mean, who even knows? That's a whole different story. But yeah, this whole thing right here to watch this SEC basketball, man, it's going to be a hell of a lot of fun to follow through. And if anything, what I'm excited about is it's going to give us stuff to talk about, because the thing is, once we get done with football, once this is all said and done, I'm glad that we're really going to have a conference that we're not going to have that drop off that we had from the Big 12, to where it's like, okay, we can really talk about Texas basketball, even though it may be, not what we want to talk about, but everything else happening, it's going to be really damn cool to chase this thing out the rest of the way.
And dude, like, I don't know if you saw the game against we weren't able to break down Auburn and Texas, but Texas played. I can't say that Texas played great because they still did stuff that just drives you absolutely batshit crazy. Standing around ball watching, waiting for an waiting for either Kaluma or Trey Johnson. Yeah, Trey Johnson. Sorry, waiting for him to either fire off and go off and have a nice little score. But look, dude, it's really too few and far between here. To me, if you want to break down the game entirely, Auburn probably gave you, I won't say their worst game they've ever played or worst game of the season, but they played pretty damn bad. They missed a lot of they didn't get to the free throw line that much, and they missed a lot of good shots. You're asking me, I think Texas has a chance to make a run and get to the Sweet 16, but or not Sweet 16, but get to the tournament. But they might be a one and done if they get in, man. It's going to be tough sledding, because even if they get in, how much are they going to have to exert at the latter portion of the season, and will they be able to, I guess, have anything reserved left in the tank, to squander and or to muster up and make one little run go down into the tournament? And I don't think that's going to happen, man. They might get in, but they ain't going to be dancing long.
Yeah. And our man Todd Howerton right here, which I think the last time that I was on, what is today, Thursday?
I don't know.
No, he will. Yeah, they're not going to get rid of that dude during the year.
Because of the conference being so damn brutal, I don't think the expectations are that high for Rodney Terry. Yeah. Like if he gets 3 wins in the conference, then maybe that's kind of solidifying his I guess his tenure there. But yeah, it's I don't know. Expectations for this team should not be that high. They just What's up, Rob? What's up, Ike? My dude, Ike. We see you, buddy.
Does Rodney Terry make it out of the year if we shit the bed? And that's, the whole thing is, I mean, I think the expectations, and that's where the expectations I think should be held in check, to where when we've had this discussion in the past is, with football, the expectations should be pretty damn high. Again, the baseball expectations are always high. I mean, they're always high. And I think with Jim Schlossnagle coming in, they're going to be even held even higher.
Even in year one?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. I think so. But when it comes to the basketball program and Rodney Terry, I mean, you've got a guy that's coming in here. I dare I compare this a little bit to the whole Mike McCarthy thing, to where it's like a lot of Texas fans, like Cowboy fans, you've got a guy that's your head coach and you really don't want that guy to be your head coach, but he's kind of your head coach, and you're going to hold him to the fire for anything that happens, and you're going to ridicule this guy, and every now and then you may give him a little bit of love if something good happens. So I think that's kind of the position that Rodney Terry's in, unfortunately, at this point.
That's exactly how it's going, dude. So.
I know. This dude's in a no-win situation right now. He's going to have to pull a major rabbit out of his hat.
He has got to elevate, do some David Blaine shit. Like,
absolutely, man. And that would be the whole thing where if this SEC was a little softer than it is, but man, this dude's been thrown into this situation. It's like, holy shit, dude, man, you got to be looking up at this, and you're like looking up at a snow-capped hill up there, and it's like, there's no way that I'm going to be able to get up there. I mean, I may be able to hike up a little bit, but when I'm start making ground, I'm going to slip and I'm going to fall, and that's really what's going to happen right here for him. So anyway, I mean, you follow the program out, but it's a daunting task indeed as the SEC basketball, like I said, really cool to watch.
I mean, well, it looks like Oklahoma is adapting rather nicely to SEC basketball. But again, if it wasn't for Zurich Phelps last night for Texas A&M, Oklahoma escapes that game with a victory there. But no, it was a stunning comeback performance there late in that game from the Aggies in Norman.
Yeah, and I love what Rob's talking about here on the YouTube chat line. RT equals Quinn Ewers to a lot of Texas fans, and that's a really good comparative right there, to where it's like you have the idea that he's not your guy. He's not going to be your guy.
I think Quinn is still my guy.
Oh, good, Quinn. Well, Quinn is your guy right now. I mean, as we get set to go into this game,
I mean, even with it all said and done, like I don't know, because see that. I think it changes given the team or given the opposition that you're playing, right? And I think I think that's the beauty of the dilemma we have. We have an excellent problem, a very good problem, to where we have two awesome quarterbacks. And I think now it's go with what you know. And right now we know that Quinn can make the Sunday throws. Counterpoint to that is we also know that Quinn's probably going to throw you one. So that being said, can you do the pros outweigh the cons? And I think with, the tremendous scrutiny that Sarkisian's put on the quarterback room, I would think that his evaluation process is a lot more complete than mine, right? Like I'm sitting here looking from afar and, relying on word and testimony from Jeff Howe and Eric and Keenan and Chip and Jordan here. But look, we sit here, you get some news, but if we were able to see, everything that was going down in camp each and every day, then I would probably feel a little bit more confident that, Sark's got this thing figured out. And of course he's got it figured out, right? Like if there was any type of concern that Quinn couldn't get the job, I think he would insert Arch Manning in. I think we're too far into the game right now to kind of flirt with what works and what doesn't work.
Yeah. Well, and that's the whole thing. I mean,
even though it does feel like that's been happening, right? Like,
well, I mean, I think, for tomorrow, and we could do it today or tomorrow and to really start digging into the nuts and bolts of this game. Because like I texted you this morning, Wags, I'm like, damn, tomorrow we got a pregame show. We got a pregame show that we get to break this game down entirely. I mean, you and I in the morning. Obviously, you've got the pregame show later, the official pregame show. But the whole thing with Quinn Ewers is, I mean, go back and look, and I bring this up all the time to where it's like, if Quinn Ewers is this bad where everybody wants to bitch and complain about this guy, look at what was here before him. I mean, lower that bar a little bit, man. Think about some of the dudes that have rolled through here and the quarterback struggles that you really have had. This quarterback is struggling, and it all comes down to Wags, the guy that's behind him. The guy that's behind him. If it was, whoever, Johnny Brown behind him, random quarterback, backup quarterback for the University of Texas, and Quinn Ewers plays the way he plays and has those moments, I don't think it would be that big of a story. So it's a lot of people hanging hopes on stuff that we don't know. We haven't officially seen that it's going to happen. Steve Sarkisian's riding with this guy. This is your guy. This is your secretariat. He's taking you to the finish line, whether it end up in a national championship or whether it ends up, losing in the semifinals tomorrow against Ohio State in Big D, Dallas, Arlington, wherever the hell that is.
Right. Well, we do have some sound from Sark, man. We got a few things that he's talked about. Talked about being one of the last SEC schools to survive into the playoff here.
The only
got a chance to not make a I don't. What's your prediction with Notre Dame? What's your prediction tonight?
I think Notre Dame wins.
Okay, so I'm feeling that Penn State kind of sneaks by and gets in and has a Big Ten representation. Ohio State must not get there. Not only do we have to win, but we cannot allow an all Big Ten national championship. We would never hear the end of it. You just absolutely wouldn't.
Yeah. I was listening yesterday. I was on the road all day, and I was listening to one of the it was a random Sirius XM show. I don't know what it was, but they were talking about with this playoff and the struggles of the SEC and how the SEC's fallen off. And I'm like, bitch, there's a SEC team in the college football semifinal.
Well, they're not considered the SEC technically just yet. They still got a little bit of that Big 12 blood in them. So
I know.
Oh no, man! There ain't no Big 12 blood in Texas anymore, man. It's all SEC, dude.
I know that's what's so funny to where it's like the SEC. Oh my goodness, they've fallen on hard times. No, they haven't. They still have a team on the cusp of possibly playing in a national championship game. It's still happening. It's still there. It still means more. It's just that it means more now in burnt orange.
Yeah. Burnt orange. A little bit. Those home dogs last night in basketball, though, man. I've been talking about it for the past couple of years now. If you're going to call your cousin, if you're going to make that call, I don't really care how good the team is or how poorly the team's played. Give a thought. Hey man, a home dog, maybe they don't win. Maybe it's not wrong team favored, but there's a good chance they stay in the barn and they cover. Two of them covered last night. And matter of fact, one covered last night and the other one actually ended up winning. UConn upset last night by Villanova, as a matter of fact. And then also, of course, we just mentioned not too long ago that Oklahoma was able to stay in the game. Almost wrong team favored there against Texas A&M, but Zurich Phelps was able to maybe right the ship for the Aggies there. But yeah, nonetheless, Sooners were able to cover. But yeah, check out that home dog, guys. That's tip of the week. Remember how we used to do the Wagner tip of the week? Tip of the week is take those home dogs this year in college basketball.
You know what I will
tell you next, amigo? Where do you want to go? What do you want to get into?
I do want to mention something right there, kind of on the basketball thing. Maybe over to the NBA right quick, to where I was really excited last night. I mean, to watch. I mean, Cleveland, they're damn good. Yeah, I mean, to watch Cleveland and OKC. Yeah, I mean, kind of you know what I'm seeing, the new blood. The new blood of the NBA, to where you're watching.
There's a turnover. There's a generational turnover, right?
And it's about damn time where you have that kind of excitement. You have all of this, and it doesn't involve LeBron, doesn't involve Kawhi Leonard, doesn't involve all of that. I mean, it was really cool. And then even with the excitement of Milwaukee and San Antonio, I mean, it's like, okay, you're starting to see that turnover. Maybe that's going to turn the corner a little bit for the NBA. I know there's a lot of other different things where people are going to say people aren't watching the NBA for whatever, but to see that happening, and you know, the Wags, the four teams that I just mentioned right there, Cleveland, I know that's a bigger market, but it's not LA, whatever. Cleveland, Oklahoma City, San Antonio, Milwaukee, is
Cleveland's market bigger than San Antonio?
I wouldn't think so. But even San Antonio, you know, with all the, you know, Greg Popovich championships and all that, I mean, they're still considered, you know, mid-market. So I like it.
I don't know. I would kind of consider the Spurs a blue blood of the NBA. Do you not?
I totally think they are.
Like they're in a transition period right now, trying to find a new blood, as you like to mention. But I think that new blood's starting to pop up and be prosperous there for the San Antonio Spurs. What are they? Middle of the pack?
They were 500. I think they were 500 a couple of days ago.
Yeah, they're one game out of 500. But hell, you've seen vast improvements just from, you know, one season with Wemby in his first, you know, his rookie year, and now, you know, coming into his rated rookie year here. You know, they're taking strides, man. Now look, I don't think they're a playoff team, right? Not yet, no. But I mean, hell, it's nice to go 20 years of championships and then 3 or 4 years where you're, you know, having to rebuild and then back into the playoffs for the Spurs, man. Yeah, it's hard for me to not call San Antonio an NBA blue blood.
Oh, yeah, and I'm a Spurs fan. Look, I mean, I always have been, I always will be. But to me, it's weird with San Antonio being that they are a blue blood, and then that I remember San Antonio when they couldn't get over the hump, and that's why people that want to complain about the run that they went on, it was pretty damn hard for them to finally get to that point. But it's like with San Antonio, once they kind of slip, once you lost the big three, and once all of that kind of went down, they went forgotten. You know, the Lakers, when they get into transition, some of these squads, Boston, when they've kind of got it, it's like, okay, they're still the Celtics, they're still the Lakers, whatever. San Antonio, it's like, okay, well, they're rebuilding, but you don't think about what they did. So, and again, I think that's just part
rebuilding
of
rebuilding with some strong veteran presence. Well, I mean, you say strong veteran presence.
Chris Paul.
I mean, Harrison Barnes too, right?
Yeah.
Like you got Harrison Barnes. He can make some baskets there, and he's got, I guess, that championship pedigree that he was able to take home with the Warriors there. And how much does that transition and you know, over to the Spurs? But now they got a roster. I wouldn't say that it's a strong roster to compete with anything, but hell, I think it's what you said. You know, they got strong veterans on there that can help, you know, kind of aid and bring these young hoopers up to speed, man.
Yeah. The franchise is in great hands. BK was on earlier. He talked about making the trip up to Big D Dallas, Arlington.
Travel sponsors, baby.
That's right, for the Cotton Bowl. And of course, one of them is Covert Bee Cave. That is a staple right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. A word from our great friends at Covert Bee Cave.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Absolutely, and I do mean nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
So, and also, we'd be remiss if we didn't tell you about our other travel partners too. One of our travel partners, how about Lago Vista Domino's, man? If you are looking, in the mood for some pie and looking for some good pie, nobody's pie is better than Ike Coronas. Make sure you get on out there to Lago Vista, hit up our guy Ike, and support his company out there with Domino's. He supports a lot of the things going on here with Texas Sports Unfiltered. Make sure you give him some love with some Texas love rather. With I don't know, go in there, make the whole damn store of Lago Vista Domino's all burnt orange there. Show your support if you're heading up there on the road. I know it's going to be out of your way a little bit, but maybe you got to get off 35 to take an alternative route because you're looking to bypass traffic. Lago Vista, it's got Domino's up there. Make sure you hit them up and give Ike a call and tell him you're coming. Make sure that you get those pies ready.
Absolutely. One of a great team of travel sponsors right there making this happen with the full buttoned up coverage that we're going to have, boots on the ground there for the Cotton Bowl, AV Consultations, McCall Custom Homes, Sue Patrick, 34 Wine and Spirits, Austin Duck Adventures, and of course we mentioned Covert, really good folks right there. Do a little bit of commerce with those folks.
Can you do a duck call? Can you do a duck call?
The duck call is the one thing that I can't do. I don't think I've ever tried to do that.
Wow.
I know Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Hands, but don't you need like a box or a noise or?
I thought they had like a little thing that you could do. Yeah.
Wow! I don't know.
I can't do that. I can't do that, man. I can't do that.
Hey, Landman came back. I gave Landman a shot.
Landman.
Oh, Landman with Billy Bob Thornton.
Yeah.
You haven't turned it on yet?
Oh man, I don't watch that stuff.
So look, so I had to get past the daddy-daughter dynamic, right? Because it's a weird vibe. It just is, and it's like it's a cringe. I don't have a daughter. You have two of them. So it's enough to make it's enough to make me cringe. I can only imagine what it's like for dads with daughters, right? And again, I got a son. But if you can get past that, there's an element of entertainment to the show. To where you got the cartel fighting with, oil companies or I guess rivaling with oil companies for, operational standpoints on the land. But I mean, besides that, I guess there's some decent entertainment value to Landman. But yeah, you really got to do I guess got to do everything you can. Or for me, I had to do everything I can to get past the whole daddy-daughter dynamic. But yeah, and CB's got a good point. Allie Lauder, she has preserved her I mean, hell, she was doing it. She was a smoke show when I was in high school, right? And she's man, she looked good. She looks pretty damn good, man. Yeah, shout out to Allie Lauder for taking care of herself. Demi Moore's in it with John Hamm. It's a pretty big ensemble of a cast, man. It's a decent cast, dude.
What is that program about? Because I see the Jerry Jones mentioned right there, and our man Rick Epstein reached out to me the other day, and he said, "Have you watched Landman?" I'm like, "No, man, I don't watch TV." And he said, "Billy Bob's character reminds me of you," and I'm like, "I don't know what that means."
Maybe the accent, the West Texas accent, maybe.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't have money.
You're West. You don't really have a thick West Texas accent.
No, dude, man,
and you're not an asshole. You know what I mean? Like, you don't really.
That's what he meant. Maybe that's what he meant. Oh, goddamn.
No, I wouldn't really go. I wouldn't really go as far as calling you an asshole. You're probably one of the nicest persons I ever met, man.
Well, I try to be. I try to be a good dude. But yeah,
because you're so damn emotional.
I know.
You're a big teddy bear.
I gotta get thicker skin. I gotta get thicker skin this year. It's my New
Year's. I'll tell you what, you just mentioned our partners, Covert Bee Cave, right? But if you're out and about and if you're looking for that new car and you're trying to spruce it up a little bit and trying to get some accessories and accessorize that damn thing, our friends at Real Truck are some of the best people for that, right? You make a purchase of over $100 and you'll get that hat that we talk about all the time. Here's another word from our friends at Real Truck.
Building a home for the people who are worth it. Stepping out, throwing in a line, and dropping the tailgate for a picnic, and finding far-off campsites with the people you're closest to. Upgrade your truck, Jeep, or Bronco with over 1 million parts and accessories, and bring your truck to life. Real Truck.
Absolutely. And also, man, we got to tell you about McCall Custom Homes, another travel partner for us there, going up to the Dallas-Fort Worth area, up to Jerry World to see the Cotton Bowl here. Look, friends, don't be like me. I sit here and I think that I can do everything myself and on my own. And then, I'm embarrassed to admit this, but $12,000 later, my bathroom is finally done. And I had some mishaps that occurred because I'm not a pro, but I'll tell you who are pros: McCall Custom Homes. Give them a call. You can save yourself a lot of time and a lot of money and a lot of headache. They can help you out with anything in your house, man. Anything that you want to do a renovation, you want to remodel your bathroom, give them a call. Custom Homes a shout. They're there for us. They can be there for you.
Yeah, we're going to be reaching out to them. I've got brand new cabinets. I've got all this stuff in my garage for our master bath. Need to convert a tub into a shower. We've been doing that for 2.5 years. The shit's antiquated sitting in the garage right now.
That's right. You have the little notion idea. Oh yeah, this is going to turn out fun. What do DIY projects, man? Me and my wife will have some good camaraderie here. Maybe we'll get a little frisky, get a little flirty there. Nothing but a headache, nothing but fighting between your wife and button heads, man. Talking about how much more money you're going to spend, dude. Save the headache. Call McCall Customs Homes.
Yeah, I'll be calling them because it's like when this whole thought came up a couple of years back, Tracy's like, call some of your guys. And I call some of my guys and they're like, no, Mr. Rodney, I can't do that. I will not do that. And that's plumbing. That's plumbing and stuff. Like I always say, plumbing and electrical, I ain't trying it. I've electrocuted myself trying to do shit. I will never do that again.
You don't hold on. You don't turn the breaker off? And you don't have an outlet tester?
Here's
Rodney, you're moving power without turning power off.
The whole thing, I was actually just trying to modify something. I didn't turn anything off. I had a screwdriver and I was kind of holding something back like this, and my hand slipped and it went into the outlet.
You bought 160, huh?
It went into the outlet. I pissed and shit myself. I was on a step ladder and my wife was sitting in there watching some program.
Fall off?
No, I didn't fall off, but I pissed and shit myself. And I come walking down into the living room and she's like, hey, what's up? I'm like, I just fucking electrocuted myself over here. I mean, look at me. And you didn't even get up.
She didn't even hear you. She didn't fall you off. She didn't hear you fall off the ladder, man.
The TV was full blast. I'm like, come on, man.
God, I would pay to see some of the shit you've gone through. And I'm not a sadist. I'm serious. Like it's like watching my big brother fuck up. You know what I mean?
Wax. I fell through the roof here. We went up. We had like a leak in one of the AC condenser things up there. So I didn't
hear you. I was laughing. What?
I've fallen through the roof up here, and when you go up to check the AC thing, we had a water leak thing, and I go up to check the pan.
Walk on the studs.
I was, but I may have had a all-stat or two, and so I'm walking through, and I like go straight through and rack my balls, on the stud, and my kids are downstairs. They were young, and they're like, ha 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 ha. I'm like, I'm glad it's funny to you. I can't breathe. We got a hole in the roof. That's why I don't do home projects, Wags. It's like I am cut off. I'm good at some things, but not that.
All right, my dude. Real quick. I mean, we got any more travel sponsors to hit up before we get into Notre Dame and Penn State?
I think we got you. And McCall Custom Homes checks in. Yes, thank God it wasn't 220 because I may not be here today. I may not be here today if that was the case. I got to tell you guys about the time that my dad was cleaning a fuel cell in my race car, and he started a fire and it like burned his hair. Now that's a funny story. I'll tell that another time. I'll tell that around the Daytona.
The hair grew back, right?
Oh yeah, the hair grew back. Hair totally grew back. Wags, I got to ask you. So I've never been the biggest fan of Notre Dame for whatever reason. I mean, I think it's more. Is it Notre Dame is likable to me right now, and I think a lot of it is Marcus Freeman. I love this. dude.
Good coach. Good coach.
I like this guy a lot, Wags, and it's like I'm kind of starting to see stuff.
Seems like I don't know him, from Paul, but I mean, seems like a good coach, right? And the kids respond well to him.
Yeah, and it really seems like to me this coaching matchup that we're going to see tonight with James Franklin. I mean, James Franklin, another one of those guys. We talk about Ryan Day and Steve Sarkisian and how they've a lot of times, folks are really hard. I mean, James Franklin. I mean, this guy.
He's got a pretty good record at Penn State, right?
Except in AP
in big games, sure.
Except in the big games. But man, this Marcus Freeman guy, he has come in here, and there's this enthusiasm that I see into the Notre Dame program, and obviously the way that they've turned around, after the loss right there. But they've come in, and it really seems like folks are like really loving on Notre Dame a lot right now, which is really weird to see for me in all the years that I've followed college football.
Who do you think's got the better defense?
Ohio State. Oh, tonight.
Tonight, out of these two teams.
Tonight, I think I would probably go with Penn State.
I say that too, right? But Notre Dame's defense has been playing lights out the past two games.
Yeah.
Like I'm with you. Like I lean on Penn State, but then I go back and in this month of play, what's Notre Dame been? They've kind of been lights out. I think the most impressive, and I don't know how real Indiana was, Rodney. I don't. But Indiana's performance against Notre Dame's performance against Indiana, being able to stop that offensive firepower. I mean, because it was like Indiana, regardless of the opposition that was on the field, on the other side of the field of them, they were able to put up some points, man. They could muster some points. And to me, I've always said it, man, that's efficient football. And Notre Dame was able to stop that down.
Yeah. And I think that's going to be one of the cool things to watch tonight is that both of these teams, I mean, they've cruised to this point to be able to put themselves in the semifinal. So I think much like it's going to be with the game tomorrow, to where a lot of folks are underselling Texas. And again, Wags, this is where we go back to what we were talking about the other day, to where you're not looking at the full body of work. You're not looking at the full scope. You're looking at the most recent stuff. You're looking at the last month is what you're looking at. When folks are questioning Texas against Ohio State, it's like these are the two best rosters you're going to find. I mean, when you look at Texas and Ohio State versus these two tonight,
I'm with you. I'm
right?
with you. I'm with you, man. It's kind of a layup to call this, or a cop out to say this, but like the penultimate matchup between Ohio State and Texas, I believe that should be the final instead of the penultimate. Like that is, I mean, that's just the in my opinion, I think in everybody's opinion, that's the two best teams left in college football.
I totally agree, and I think that whichever team comes out of this tonight, and again, I'm given, what is it, one? What is it, -1? I forget what it is.
For Notre Dame?
Yeah, Notre Dame.
Yeah, which it's -1, basically a pick 'em.
Yeah.
Notre Dame's favored 1 point, but it's basically a pick 'em.
I think whoever comes out of this tonight, if they're able to win the national championship, it's going to be considered a major upset. And I think the argument moving forward is if Notre Dame can somehow win tonight and then beat Ohio State or Texas, it's going to be, well, why'd they get in the playoff? They didn't play in a conference championship game. And that'll be a whole different bag of worms that we'll be dealing with. But
if Texas, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. That's my point right there. Whoever comes out of this tonight, if Texas wins tomorrow, I think Texas against either one of these teams, that's going to be considered, wow, this is going to be a in the trenches, down and dirty, pick 'em type of ball game. To where if Ohio State wins tomorrow, it's going to be like, oh, they'll destroy whoever they play in the championship.
Possibly, that could be the potential narrative, right? I mean, it feels like that's been the narrative all throughout the season, is the Longhorns have struggled to get the love that they deserve, I think. But I mean, to be fair though, I kind of agree with the pundits out there saying that The Longhorns haven't been able to put any teams away. The only and they got a strong point. They got a strong argument to that because you've had me on here sitting here talking about the Longhorns playing with their food and not being able to actually make the kill. Damn it, sometimes that can bite you in the ass. And if you flirt with Ohio State, I guarantee you won't even be in the ball game long enough, man. So it's a tough feat ahead of us, but I believe the Longhorns can come out victorious here. I'm with you. The winner of tonight, probably the loser of the national championship contest.
Yeah, I think you could look at, because two instances here to where I totally agree with you, Wags, where it's like the Ohio State Texas game, to me, that should be the final. I mean, because those two, I mean, you go back and you look at it. If you predict it the way you predicted, those two, a lot of people had them that they would end up playing each other. But factor in Georgia right there. You can go back and listen to all the top 20s and 25s. But I think if you look up the matchup tonight, to where if your final somehow wound up being Penn State and Notre Dame, to where you could look at that final and see, okay, the system is unbelievable because you've got two teams that maybe weren't the two best teams in the country that are playing for a national championship.
They just squeaked by and survived and got in there. No, I'm with you there, Amigo. So in this, and it probably will end up like this, which is a shame because I felt like the playoff has been pretty damn good so far. But regardless if it's the Longhorns or if it's Ohio State, I think it will be at least a 3-touchdown game against the opposition or against Notre Dame or Penn State. Honestly, I know it's weird, and it probably doesn't make too much sense. But if Notre Dame wins, I think Notre Dame gives a stronger contest to both of these schools instead of Penn State. I am not a big believer in Penn State. I'm on record of saying they had one of the easier paths to get here. They clearly did. What SMU and Boise State, right? That's not a backhanded slap at those two schools, but if you had a path to seek out, Penn State's path was probably the route that you wanted to take here, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Georgia had I don't know, hindsight's 2020. I don't know what they would be with Beck in there, but I thought we'd be seeing Georgia regardless of Beck or Stockton. So,
and I really think, with the Texas matchup, like we were talking about a couple of shows ago, to where the stance on Texas is that they really not having a chance. The big underdog and whatever. I really think that, and I don't know why, when I keep breaking this thing down, I go back to the Michigan game. I mean, it's like, if Texas can do what they did against Michigan, look what Michigan did against Ohio State. What did they do? They controlled the line of scrimmage. Michigan shouldn't have won that game. They shouldn't have even been in that ball game. But Michigan seemed to find a lot of flaws, to find those flaws in Ohio State. And I think that this is really being sold as it's going to be Ohio State cakewalking in here. I really don't think so, man. I think that both of these games, Wags, the one tonight and the one tomorrow, I think we're gonna get into some down and dirty. Who can win at crunch time ball games? College football, playoff football, which we've never seen it before. But I think tonight and tomorrow are going to set a pretty damn good example of what we want this playoff system to be.
We talked about the defense. We talked about who we think has the favorite of the defense, or the better, I guess, defense here of this contest. Who's got the better quarterback? This can be a double-edged question here, or I guess a double-edged sword. Because I think for college, I think for this contest, I think Riley Leonard's the better quarterback, right?
Yeah, I go to Riley Leonard.
But I think the better pro quarterback is Drew Aller.
Yeah. I think that it seems like, and this is where we're going back to, because we've seen the comparisons to where it's like ranking the four quarterbacks that are in this final. And a lot of people have Drew Aller down at the bottom. And I'm like, I don't really know about that. I think that Riley Leonard, to your point, has the bigger game capability in it.
He's got the wheel. I got Howard 1, Ewers 2, Leonard 3, and then Aller 4.
Yeah.
And that's not a slap at Aller. I know what Quinn can do. I don't know if Aller can make the winning throw with the team on his back. I haven't seen that yet.
Yeah.
This has been the best season we've seen Drew Aller, play, and it's finally, it's like he's starting to play into the form that pundits thought that this dude could play at. So yeah, again, he's got his team, and he and the defense have his team in a decent spot to actually get past this semifinal and win. So if Notre Dame is able to beat Penn State, thank God, because I don't want a Big Ten representative and it's nothing against the Big Ten. It's just I'm tired of hearing the hoopla from all their damn fandom. So sitting here saying that the Big Ten's more superior already, just in the past 2 weeks, man, the Big Ten's more superior than the SEC or any other conference. Come on, man, walk that shit back, dude. Just walk it back.
Yeah, I think that a Texas Notre Dame national championship. This is just being nostalgic, being a football fan. Yeah. Texas is my team. I cover Texas, whatever. But I think in this whole new regime and everything that's happening right here, if you end up with the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame against the Texas Longhorns, I think that would be pretty damn cool.
It'd be nice, but I really want to beat down Franklin. I want to beat down the Penn State and Nittany Lions.
Yeah,
I want that matchup.
Hey, man, I'm just glad. Like I said, when this was all set, I'm just glad that look. I would have rather Texas played Oregon. I would have rather Texas played Oregon. But look, man, I like that you got 4 true college football teams in here. You don't have all these.
It's been a while. I mean, when was Ohio State? I don't even know Ohio State's last championship.
Was it like was it in COVID? Who won the COVID year? Was it?
I honestly cannot remember.
Yeah. I don't know.
Goldfish memory, man. Goldfish memory.
I think the fact that you got these 4 teams that are
somebody on here knows. Somebody on
here. No, man. I love it. And I think tonight's game, tonight's game is going to be a nice table setter for what we have tomorrow.
Notre Dame's favored by 1. What's your prediction, amigo?
I got Notre Dame winning 24-21 tonight. And I think
that's tight, huh?
And I think it's going to be a fourth quarter ball game. I think they're going to sit here and these defenses are going to go toe to toe, and there's going to be a lot of ebb and flow to this. And I think you're going to get into the fourth quarter, and that's where I'm believing in Marcus Freeman, man. I really believe in this guy. He's won over this program, and I think that he's going to be able to get in here. I mean, the thing about it, but what's going to be interesting tonight, both of these teams run the ball exceptionally well. So this is where, when we talk about Texas and Ohio State tomorrow, we want Texas to be able to pound the football and get going downhill and chew up clock. I think both of these teams are going to do that tonight. And that's why I think that this 3.5 quarters of this game, I mean, we may be at, 14-7 or something like that. I don't see a lot of, I don't see this being a track meet at all tonight. It's going to get down and dirty in Florida.
All right. Okay. So you're advising to take the under here. All right. Under right now is at 45.5. And you're saying take the under here.
I'd say take the under. Yeah.
What'd you say? 24-21?
24-21. Notre Dame. Yeah, it's kind of my thought. That is my thought tonight.
I'm going to take Notre Dame, right? I don't think this game's close. I know it's basically a pick 'em here. I think this is a 2-score game by Notre Dame. And their defense has been playing absolutely lights out, right? And besides the one debacle that they had with Northern Illinois, you could be potentially looking at a perfect season for Notre Dame up to this point. It's like their running game is pretty damn sound, right? But a lot of that is off the legs of Riley Leonard too, right? Or I wouldn't say a lot of it. He makes a good blend, a good balance with that with the rushing attack. Now, I think if Penn State wants any type of chance, they got to alleviate that and force Riley Leonard into being one-dimensional and make him beat you with his arm. That's the recipe for success for James Franklin and the Penn State Nittany Lions. However, I just I think maybe the defense for the Notre Dame Fighting Irish gets a score here, gets a defensive score because Aller maybe gives them one, and hell, I think the line of scrimmage is dominated by Notre Dame. Or I think Notre Dame's defense dominates the trenches, man. I do. I don't know how well Notre Dame's offensive line will be able to push Penn State's defensive line around, but I do believe that Notre Dame's defense will be able to win the battle of trench warfare there against the offensive line for Penn State.
Yeah, and Notre Dame. I mean, you're gonna live and die with what brung you. I mean, it's Jeremiah Love is. I mean, they're going to run the ball. I mean, you look at this dude over 1,000 yards. I mean, their leading receiver 458 yards. I mean, so it's definitely going to be something where James Franklin's club where Marcus Freeman's club they're going to win by running the ball. If it happens to where the Penn State defense can contain that, then Notre Dame's in trouble. I mean, Notre Dame's in trouble because and I will say, if you get into this, if one of these teams gets to 30-0, they will win. I mean, because but I don't see that happening. I do think that we get a good slugfest tonight.
No, I see a somewhat of a low scoring game, right? I kind of see like a 27-13 score.
Yeah.
Of this match. That's kind of where I'm at, man. I don't see, too big of a high, explosive blow the damn doors off the defense there, but I do see like a 27-13, but a dominant win. I would say a dominant victory from Notre Dame tonight.
Yep.
Setting up the national championship, one half the national championship there, awaiting the victor from Longhorns and Buckeyes. Anything else we got to hit before we get out of here and turn this over?
Hey, Wags, right quick. Give me 1 minute. I need to run to the door right quick. Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back.
He's going to run 5 minutes left. He's running to the door. Hey, don't go nowhere, man. Again, if you are out and about, if you are mobile and making your way up to Dallas there, up to Jerry World, make sure you hit our sponsors one more time. We'll give a quick shout out to our sponsors there. 34 Wine and Spirits, Lago Vista Domino's, Austin Duck Adventures. Get out there and give some duck calls with the Austin Duck Adventures. Covert Bee Cave. We already told you about the Kingdom of Chariots that's out there at Covert Bee Cave there. Sue Patrick, talk to you about those Longhorn spinning lobes, and all the Longhorn apparel there. Bob Cole's going to be out there with Jay at Sue Patrick. Make sure you get up there. Great travel sponsors for Texas Sports Unfiltered. AV Consultations. You guys know the drill with Tom McKay and Audiovisual Consultations. And then also our friends at McCall Custom Homes. We talked a little bit about those DIY projects. Save yourself the hassle, save yourself the headache and the money. Give yourself a pat on the back and some reprieve, right? Call McCall Custom Homes. They'll be able to get you all set up and get you situated. That way you guys won't be fighting with your significant others, kind of like myself and I. It's a little bit of a headache, man. So it was a little tough, amigo.
Yeah.
Welcome back, dude. What'd you have to do? Did the dog get out?
No, I had something that was supposed to another one of those things when you have something that's supposed to arrive and they have to like hand it to you.
Oh, you had to sign for it?
Yeah, one of those things. It was supposed to be
next time that happens to me, I'm gonna make the son of a bitch come up here and talk on the air.
You know what?
Remember what I used to do with the horn? Somebody would come into and say, I just wanted to say hi, like Rita Blue would always come in walking. I just want to say, well, guess what? Bring your ass on the microphone now. You don't get to interrupt the show and not say something. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm talking about. Wags, is there AT&T fiber in your neighborhood?
You say that, but I don't think it's available here because of like all the damn grotto, or what are they? Grottos, right? Where you can go underneath the damn caverns.
Yeah. Okay. So they, I think I talked about it on here. They've been bringing it here. They were tearing up everybody's yard. Yesterday I got home. And seriously, it was like 3 different times. I was sitting here trying to do work. I was actually doing some.
Did you just have to sign a waiver to let them do that?
No, they just.
They
just showed up. They just showed up. I mean, and I went out and made nice with them. I mean, hell, there was one day.
Time out. They just showed up on your property and started ripping up your yard.
Came on in. I will say that when they were done, they fixed the landscaping better than it looked before.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. That's atonement there. Okay.
Yeah, that's atonement. But so yesterday I get back home and it's like 5 o'clock in the evening. I get back home 3 different times, and the last one being like at 9 o'clock. Young lady comes and knocks on my door to try to pitch me AT&T fiber, and I'm like, it's 9 o'clock, nice lady.
She's burning the midnight oil.
Absolutely. And she was like, oh, we've been out here all day and it's cold. I'm like, I ain't letting you in. I appreciate what you're doing, but I ain't not letting you in. I am not letting you in. We don't need any of that mess. But I'm like, man, that's some damn aggressive door knocking right there, man.
No shit.
That's a lot.
Yeah, we got any last save rounds before we turn it over to Jay Guns? I believe it's just going to be myself and Jordan on today. Jeff has some responsibilities with some press conferences.
Absolutely. One thing that I think that we can talk about tomorrow, Wags, obviously we'll, recap what happens tonight, preview Texas and Ohio State, man. But
tease, look at you.
You like this? Preview that. NFL playoffs are about, this is football heaven, man. And I think, so the game in, who is it? The Rams game. Rams game might have to get moved to Arizona because you've got obviously everything,
fire, right?
Yeah, all of that happening over there. But maybe in our listeners and watchers, code a text line, they can tell who seems most susceptible in the NFL to get knocked off that should not get knocked off. I think that'd be something kind of neat to toss around as we.
What's on your mind? You think Minnesota's going to get the hook?
I do, man. I really do. I'd love to see Minnesota make a deep run, but I just think the fact that you have to go on the road, I just think that they're going to. I don't think they're going to shit the bed, but I think they're going to get knocked off. I really think they're going to get knocked off, man. And then over on the other side, man, I got a bad feeling, Wags, that the Texans are going to get bounced pretty ugly. Ugly.
I really would have liked to see the Vikings get the 7 seed. I know they got the 5, but I would have liked to see the Vikings get the 7 seed. That way they're not in the same half bracket with the Detroit Lions, right? I enjoyed the matchup. I turned into a little bit of a blowout in the fourth quarter between the Vikings and the Lions, but I would love nothing but those two teams in the NFC Championship to have them. I'm tired of Philly. I think everybody's tired of Philly, right? Like, you put on a really good show, but at the end of it, you're going to squander it and allow somebody to come in there and steal it. We know what you're going to get. Maybe it's different with Saquon and company there, but again, Philly's been there. Give me I don't know. I enjoy this. I enjoy the narrative, not because I've kind of made it a self-fulfilling prophecy, but seeing Sam Darnold lead this Vikings team, and with the tremendous offense that they have, and him being able to build his dollar up. And I kind of want it to end the best way possible for Sam Darnold, because it does feel like after this year, he's going to be forgotten again. Right. And, the season that he's been able to muster and put together, I feel like people are going to forget about it, which is kind of sad because, you're only as good as your last trip. So that old adage says, right. And hell, his last trip was pretty damn good, amigo.
Yeah. Yeah. And speaking of Philadelphia,
there's still time to make it terrible, right? He could come out there and pitch 4. And that's the thing, right? About that old adage. He could come out there regardless of how good the season's been. He could come out there and throw 4 interceptions, and hell, it's so long, Sam. You're done, buddy.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing right there to what it's going to come down to with the calls. Does Minnesota keep him? What is Minnesota going to do right there? I mean, your lasting impression is going to be what happened in the playoffs. You're not going to think about 3 losses in the regular season, and that's I really think that's going to be an intriguing offseason thing right there with Minnesota, with JJ McCarthy and Sam Darnold. I mean, that's going to be pretty cool to follow. But speaking of Philadelphia, I mean, I obviously don't want I don't wish anything well on the Philadelphia Eagles. I mean, I think they are susceptible even at home against Green Bay.
You think the Packers can beat them, huh?
I think the Packers can beat them. I really do think the Packers can beat them. I think that this is maybe Saquon Barkley kind of is the difference maker in there right now. But I really do think that Green Bay can come in there. I think Green Bay can lock him down. And I actually think that Green Bay is going to win that game, Wags. Not only do I hope it, I think it happens, brother. I think it happens.
I think we get a Commanders Green Bay matchup, and then I also think the Commanders beat Green Bay, and the Commanders get to the NFC Championship title to where they lose to the Lions. That's the prediction that I think I got the Lions going to the Super Bowl, man.
I think so too. I mean, I think that now that the Lions have home field advantage, I think that was so imperative for them and Minnesota that it had to go.
You really would have switched that pickup if Minnesota would have got the.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think whoever won that and got home field advantage is going to be the the NFC, placeholder there in the Super Bowl. And Detroit, Detroit, we saw a very invigorated Detroit Lion team, and I think that the path is set really nicely for them right there. The other game
I feel like the Lions have to win it this year, right? I mean, they have talent around them, but I feel like that talent's going to get plucked. Like people are going to come and want to poach. Hey man, you guys are building something really good here, dude. Let me take a little bit off your hands here. Let's divvy up a little bit of this talent, a little bit of this, coaching talent too. There's a good chance that this roster gets disassembled because of how many people wanting to just, I guess, poach half the talent that's on this team, man.
Yeah, and you're going to lose your assistants most likely. I don't know if those two guys are going to hang around.
I would stay just because you're building a juggernaut here, of course, but I understand, personal strides and personal promotions and stuff, and who doesn't want to be a head coach, right?
Yeah, and that's where, like we talk about it, being a head coach in the NFL, and you look at the jobs that are available. I guess Chicago's intriguing to a lot of people there with having the young quarterback that you'd be able to mentor right there. I think for Ben Johnson, Coach Ben Johnson, not our listener Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson's happy being here with us, but I think Ben Johnson, that's a great fit for him to go there. With Aaron Glenn, I don't know. You've got the Jets job that's open. That sounds like it's going to be Rex Ryan. The Raiders job is open. Now Tom Brady's going to get involved. They're talking about maybe there's been some conversations with Bill Belichick and Tom Brady.
Are the Raiders an appealing, with Tom Brady in the front office, are the Raiders an appealing landing spot for a young NFL aspiring head coach?
This is where I look at these circumstances, and it's like, yes, to be a head coach, it's unbelievable, and that's the biggest thing.
But how much pressure? Like, you better win immediately, right? If you're going into that front office, the expectations of Tom Brady, like, or we seemingly know the expectations of Tom Brady.
Yeah,
like if you're not putting up 10 wins in your first season, are you out the door? Or how short's your leash?
Ask Antonio Pierce.
Right,
he just found out.
I think that. And the whole Gerard Mayo thing got the Rooney Rule out of the way for those franchises, right? So now they can hire essentially anybody that they want. That sucks to say that, but if you really want to break down what happened, even Robert Kraft himself said he feels awful because he put Mayo in a terrible situation. Well, yeah, absolutely. You put him in a losing situation, and what was your realistic expectations? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, if you had realistic expectations, Mayo would still be there. It kind of seems, and again, this is just me spitballing here, but from what I'm observing, it looks like you held up your end of the Rooney Rule, and now you can go get any coach you want. So.
And Wags, I see Jordan in the waiting room. We'll bring him in here in just a second. But kind of my thought on that. Will you look at
Rob? I'm with you. But I think that's the route that they went.
Being a head coach, you look at this. You look at being a head coach, and then two franchises that I'll just kind of pinpoint on before I dive out of here: the Jets and the Raiders. Have they been good lately? No, they haven't. But they're like Dallas. They're highly ridiculed. They're at the focus of everything. If you screw up, if you're not winning, you're the bad guy if you're the head coach. The Jets are a mess. They have been for the longest time. They continue to be. The Raiders, there's all that nostalgia right there with them, even though they haven't won in so damn long. So I think those are jobs where you look at it. Yes, you want to be a head coach. But the bad thing is when you're a young head coach and you get that first head coaching job in the NFL, and you come in and you fail, then you're Brian Flores, even though you've got other problems where he's trying to bring himself back, with all the things that may have happened on the field. So I don't know. That's why Rex Ryan is a big candidate for the Jets, because people
I still can't believe that.
Well, they seem to. I heard some conversation to where it's like being on the TV side. He's actually learned how to be a better head coach. I don't know how. He hadn't coached shit. So I don't know.
Sipping on that cold brew, Jordan. What's up, amigo?
Making it through the weather so far up here in DFW, but
getting snowed on yet?
Yeah, it's snowing I've never seen snow like this in my life. Now, I didn't move to Dallas till late January last year, but
how many inches you guys got up there already?
I don't know. I just took a video though right before I hopped on. Let me get this on my computer.
Damn.
All right.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
I mean, it's one thing with the snow's falling, right? But then if the ice sits on top of that, that's just going to make it absolute shit show, man. Like, and if hopefully they have the support and infrastructure to get the roads plowed and cleared, and salt on the roads, not sand. Sand does nothing. Put salt on the damn roads. How many times I've seen sand around here, man? Losing my damn mind.
Dallas doesn't do well with road preparation. They just do not.
Well, respectfully, no one in Texas does.
That's true. That's true. Well, I will say it's 11:09 here and it's not raining. The people on
hopefully
TV
I don't dox myself with this, considering this was taken from my apartment's balcony. But this is what it looks like.
Don't look at the landscapes. Look, there's a lake. That's a dead giveaway.
That's
body of water. Look for body of waters on a topographical map, and you'll find Jordan.
Yeah, but look at the.
That's a lot of white stuff on the ground, man. Yeah.
That's
yeah.
When did that start, dude? Has it been in the last couple of hours?
I think it started this morning around like 6 or 7 in DFW.
Oh, okay.
But I've been in San Antonio at All-American Bowl since Sunday, and my plan was to leave San Antonio around 2:00 today. There's National Combine check-in where, any kid with offers, they come into our room, we talk to them and interview them, whatever. And we got the roster, and just looking at it, I'm like, there's maybe 2 or 3 kids worth waiting for. And if we have 8 other people in this room, they can just send me the interview audio.
Right. There you go.
And so I was like, I'm just going to get out of here and drive home. Last night, I left San Antonio probably around 5:30 or 6, and ended up getting home sometime around 11:30, midnight, something like that.
Nice.
Any
but yeah, I was just like, I'm
last night. Any travel traffic last night that you had to deal with?
No, I never actually got in traffic. So
you didn't hit traffic in Temple or anything like that?
No, there was none. It was very nice, and I didn't see any ice. I mean, it was dark, so I don't know if I'd be able to see it, but I didn't feel any ice.
You didn't slide off the road. Good stuff.
Yeah.
All right, you guys. I know it's you guys in the 11:00 hour. I'll get out of y'all's hair, and we'll do this.
Bye, Rodney.
Tomorrow. Yep. Take care, boys.
See you, buddy.
Yeah, but no, it's the weather is pissing me off. So I have a decent amount of camera gear. I got into the media world doing photography, videography, but like whenever I shoot college games, I usually rent another camera body and a larger lens.
That's what I'm saying. Usually, you guys got 2 of them, right? You got a close up and a
yeah, exactly. And I shoot with the 70-200 in high school. I can get away with that. I mean, it's just high school, but I usually try to rent a 200-600 lens and another body. And the place I rent it from in Dallas, the rental is scheduled Friday through Monday. I called them today, and I'm like, hey, the weather's supposed to be worse tomorrow, so could I come pick it up today? And they're like, we're closed today.
Of course.
And we might be closed tomorrow. So, like, I'm kind of just shit up creek without a paddle if that happens.
Well, this turns into a perfect opportunity to get an OnlyFans page, not an OnlyFans page. What do they call what is that thing where you throw on Facebook or you throw on Instagram? What is it? GoFundMe. Yeah, we get a GoFundMe account so Jordan can get his actual own equipment, so he doesn't have to rent the damn thing.
Well, the camera body and lens combined that I usually rent, the setup is like over $10,000.
Yeah,
so I'm not doing that.
My was a photographer, so I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, but no, I know Colin Kennedy. He has a setup similar to that I borrowed in the past. But I usually
there you go, right there, quad standard, right there, Jordan.
Okay, bet, awesome. But yeah, no, I'm not throwing up no OnlyFans, Timmy Taco, but. Colin Kennedy, a friend of the show who covers OU for 24/7 Sports, he's in San Antonio right now, and he has a similar camera setup to what I usually rent that I borrowed in the past. And I don't think he brought it with him to San Antonio, so maybe he lives like 10 minutes down the street, which with snow on the ground is probably about 20, but I'm trying to swing that. I need him to call me back and for his wife to be home so I could go pick it up if that's the deal. But
so speaking of Troy and Quad Center Labs, you got any experience, flying a drone or having any photography with a drone?
Yeah. I got a drone a few years ago. And I don't know.
Look at you. Hey, you use that sucker?
Hmm?
You don't use it. Let me experiment and I'll go down and race Troy.
Well, this is a drone is cool, but for how expensive it is, like it's not. It doesn't make a ton of sense to purchase because like you don't use it that much for the type of videos I was shooting back then. I barely used it. It was mostly just like to fly that bitch in the sky so I could see what stuff looks like from up there. Right.
That's literally all I want to do.
Yeah. Right. And I was in Colorado. I don't know why the hell I was flying this thing at night, but I flew it into power lines and it fell and everything was fine. It flies fine, except the thing that holds the camera, the gimbal or stabilizer, is all the way fucked up. And I think it's like $500 or $600 to fix, but I haven't gone and done that in the 3 years it's been broken. So, and I think it's in my closet at one of my parents' houses back home.
When you have a sleepover, I'll come over. We'll fix the drone, and then we'll go, do some voyeurism.
Yeah, maybe. But no, I don't know. I just
your parents' house. I'll just go to Lake Travis and take it from them.
Yeah, well, depending on which house it's at, I don't know about that. One of them's got cameras, so we'll see. But actually, no, both of them do. I think I don't know. Ninja. But with one thing I'm very, very, very curious about. I have a credential for this Cotton Bowl game, and I mean, I'm going to go with the small like I'm going to this game no matter what. I don't care if I have the other setup. I'll just be on the field as a photographer, and I won't take any photos, and I'll have a field pass. I don't care. Like I'm going to be at this game
for sure.
So
there's no way you're going to miss this.
No, yeah, and like the people in San Antonio 24/7 are like, man, you don't want to go on Wednesday or Thursday? I'm like, man, I'm not worried. I'm going to get there. I'll figure it out. Like, I don't care if it takes me 10 hours because of traffic and weather. I'm going to get up there in time.
Well, how far away?
And then I saw the combine roster and I was like, you know what? Y'all are right. I'm going to get out of here.
Take off. Get the hell out of here. Get a step. How far away is the apartment from Jerry World or your place from Jerry World? So actually you might actually dox yourself if you do that with the,
no, I get it. So without traffic, it's somewhere probably between 25 and 35 is about what it took to get to the state.
Probably gonna be an hour now with the.
Oh yeah. So what I hate is Jerry World always does this shit, even with high school. Whenever an outlet applies for credentials, they only give parking passes for like half of us, and I don't have one. So I'm either gonna call Eric and
you got a shuttle.
Well, I'm not staying at the media hotel.
Oh,
I live here. Yeah. So I might try to drop my car off at the hotel and get on the media shuttle, but since I'm not staying at the hotel, they might tell me. I don't know. So depending on how that goes, my backup plan, I have a buddy whose parents live in Grand Prairie, 15 minutes from there, and I'm just gonna park there in Uber.
There you go.
So that'll be an expensive ass.
Yeah,
Uber,
it's probably gonna be a time.
Hey, Jake Bayless, I might hit you up. Jake Bayless, I assume you have Twitter. If you do, shoot me a follow so I know which one you are, because you might already follow me and I don't know how to search for that. But yeah, I might actually hit you up, Jake Bayless, because if you're 10 minutes compared to 15 minutes, my friend lives, hey, it could be like $20 off the Uber. So we'll see. But I keep losing my train of thought. What I'm trying to say, though, since I have a credential, I get like 10 emails a day from Cotton Bowl, right? And I've been getting like 10 emails a day for the last 5 days. They keep sending out like this release that they want us to post. I assume some outlets are posting it. I haven't been on Twitter too much because I've been busy in San Antonio. Okay, cool. Thank you, Jake. But they keep saying like, hey, we know, weather's a big deal. The game is still going to play at the same time on Friday. Like Dallas and the surrounding areas, we have plans in place to have salt on the roads. Like everyone will be able to get there. It might take a little longer because of traffic and the weather, but everyone should be able to get there. What I'm curious is like, man, I'm not stupid. I know how this shit works. They don't have enough salt or salt trucks for all of the Metroplex. Right. So like, how big is this radius going to be around AT&T Stadium? And luckily for me, damn, I'm like, I live off of a major highway. All right. And that highway is, probably the most used road in all the state of Texas. And a lot.
It's not the highway that we can see in your video, right?
Yeah, man. I don't know, man. But
Right.
the highway is, in Dallas, like everything's built off of it. So my hope is that it's going to be one of, if not the first road like Salted, or the one they're paying the most attention to, since it'll have more traffic on it than anywhere else. But I don't know. No matter what, I'm going to get to this game. I don't give a shit if I have to walk. I'll be
Hopefully
there.
the natural runoff or the natural emissions of the cars kind of melt all the other shit, but don't make it too messy for everything else. The ice,
Yeah, pollution.
as long as there's no ice, you're okay, bud. As long as there's no ice, you're all right.
Yeah. Yeah. And I've driven in ice before. And like, man, I spend too much time in the car. I feel like I'm a pretty damn good driver. I've never gotten in a wreck, been pulled over twice, only one ticket. The other was a warning. And they happened like a week apart. And that was like 3 years ago. So
Nothing since?
Nope. Nothing
Oh, you're
since.
gravy. You're good.
Oh yeah. So I don't know, but what worries me is other people. I'm not worried about myself. I'm worried about other people on the road, So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, and also one thing I'm very curious about, like, how is this affecting the airport in DFW? Because since 24/7 is like one of the sponsors of the All-American Bowl, almost like if you work for a team site that has at least 2 or 3 kids, they'll fly you in for the game to cover it that week, and everyone on the national team gets flown in. A lot of those people, San Antonio doesn't have a huge airport, so they're going through DFW. And like half of those dudes who flew in Sunday night or Monday told me they had delays at DFW because of weather. So like if that was happening Monday and the weather's worse today and tomorrow, how many people from Ohio State or, maybe out-of-state Texas fans have tickets, bought plane tickets, bought tickets for the game, and they might not be able to get there in time, So I hope, I'm assuming with it being located in Dallas and one of the teams being Texas, no matter what, it's going to be full. But I am very curious what it ends up looking like and all that, just because a lot of variables at play. Whereas Notre Dame, Penn State, they're over there in Miami.
Oh yeah, nice little. Might have a little breeze of cold air, brush through every now and then, but then the sun's going to come up, and you're going to have some nice weather.
Yeah, but no, I mean, man, if the game's in Dallas and I gotta, we got to take a part of the deal as it being Snowmageddon or whatever, like I'll take it. I'd much rather this than have to get out to the Rose Bowl or something. The Rose Bowl would be awesome, but like they're probably not letting me go out there with the other people on our site just because that's an expensive trip.
Right.
So, whereas all 5 of us, or Hank isn't going anymore, but me, Eric, Chip, Jeff, are all going. So that would not be able to happen if it was out of state.
Yeah, that's the Rose Bowl is a bucket list for me, man. Just I don't know, maybe it's the ambiance too. You know what I mean? It's just how the sun sets late in California and just gives you that background, that backdrop. I don't know. It's pretty fucking special, man. Or excuse my language, but
no. I've always wanted to go. The only bad thing I've heard from people who have covered it is just like the whole week of it being in LA, the logistics suck.
Sure, yeah,
and it's the stadium and everything's cool, but like since it's old and historic, like it's hard to get down to the field from the press box.
No, what's it going to be like now with the Flyers?
Yeah, no, I went to bed like 2 hours later than I should have because I was just going down rabbit holes on Twitter. Elon Musk, he made the Twitter algorithm too good because I'll like spend what feels like 10 minutes on there and then 3 hours later.
Now you're just in a rabbit hole.
Yeah, but no, my entire Twitter feed is people talking about Dallas weather and the Los Angeles fires, and then it's like 2026 4-star checked into the national college. And then every now and then I'll get like one of those college burner accounts just tweeting some dumb shit. I love that. The burnerverse from colleges has been hilarious, like the Peter Millar stuff, all that. I love it. So yeah, wow, damn, the fires around Hollywood, son.
It's it's getting a little out of hand, and of course now you're seeing. I don't know if you've seen posts out there, but now you have people actually starting fires. I don't know if they're business owners trying to claim insurance fraud or whatever, that maybe the fire didn't reach to them, but they're trying to get out of their business because they know that surviving that natural disaster is probably going to be tumultuous and detrimental to their business, man. So they're probably looking to burn it down and get something back from the bank on insurance, or get something back from the insurance company, man.
Yeah, I have,
That's just speculation, Jordan.
Yeah, I think you're along the same lines as me, but love a good conspiracy theory.
I love to connect the dots.
Well, yeah.
I don't know if they're correct connect dots, but I love to connect those dots.
Oh yeah, the amount of posts I've seen where it's like, hey, look where this fire is, and look where this new light rail train or whatever is supposed to go.
It's funny, man. It's funny you say that, dude.
I think something similar might have happened in Maui. I don't know. Don't take anything I'm saying about this
No,
topic.
but you and I are drinking the same tea, dude.
Yeah.
For sure.
I don't know about that, Jake Bayless. I haven't gone down that conspiracy theory, but I'll talk conspiracy theories.
Lee Harvey did act alone. He was a hell of a shot because he was a Marine. I'm kidding, but he was a Marine. I don't know. I don't know if he acted alone or not.
Man, I was about to say, didn't he shoot him from point blank range? And then I remembered it was John Wilkes Booth.
JFK guy. So
yeah.
Have to ask him.
No,
Where do you want to go next? Now, first of all, we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about the travel sponsors. You want to give the travel sponsors a shout out, or you want me to do it?
You got it, my friend.
All right, amigo. So our travel sponsors, none but the one and only, the very best in our Fairburg at setting up audiovisual automation. It's AV Consultations. AV Consultations. We got McCall Custom Homes. Don't make your DIY projects a headache. Give McCall Custom Homes a call right now. Save yourself some money. Save yourself some headache. Give them a call. Also, Sue Patrick. You guys know the voice that I do with Bob Cole. Yeah, Longhorn Apparel. Yeah. Get on out there. They don't have the spinning Longhorn globes this year. They haven't had them for the past couple of years. But make sure you get out there and hit up our friends at Sue Patrick. Also, Domino's. Lago Vista Domino's. Ike Coronas, big contributor to the show and the channel here. Does nothing but great things for us, so do great things for him. It's Lago Vista Domino's. 34 Wine and Spirits. Get your spirits off to the right spot with 34 Wine and Spirits. Also, Austin Duck Adventures and Covert Bee Cave. You guys know the drill. Get on out to the Covert.
Yep. So want to talk a little bit about the All-American Bowl, just because I've been there this week.
The Navy All-American Bowl.
That is true. I forget. There was a few years without a sponsor, and I keep forgetting that the Navy's there. No, so Texas has 3 kids in this game. I meant 4 kids. The 3 receiver takes Jamie French out of Florida, Khalil Lockett out of Saxe in Dallas, and Dalen McCutcheon out of Lovejoy, also in Dallas. And then on the other side of the ball, Cade Phillips, borderline 5-star defensive back out of Fort Bend Hightower. So really fun group. Michael Terry III was also supposed to originally be in this game, but I still haven't gotten an answer there whether he opted out or he just wasn't able to play because he already moved in. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter that much. But Khalil Lockett, man. So I guess I'll just run y'all through the schedule a bit.
Is that the most impressive, or were you impressed with Lockett the most, or?
Yeah, I'd say so. Okay. But that's kind of about what I expected. But so the setup, the way the week works is Sunday, I guess us at 24/7, we all get there. Monday is check-in day. So from about 10 a.m. till about 6 p.m., kids are arriving anytime. It's usually in waves. Like, for example, all the kids from the state of Georgia were all put on the exact same flight. So all the kids in the state of Georgia all walked into our room at the same time. Yeah. Whereas like the kids from Texas that can drive, they kind of come in at different times, and it's kind of just random times.
That's gotta be a nightmare. Everybody from Georgia, all the athletes from Georgia at the same time, and it's just kind of like a free for all to get
our Bama writer who covers Bama recruiting for us lives in Atlanta, and he was on that flight. And he texted us like, yo, I got an 1/8 of the All-American Bowl roster on this flight with us. So Monday check-in day, they kind of bring them through a car wash. I think it's the best way to describe it. They show up and they're given a packet where an adult has to check off that they've completed that thing. And it's like they go do this like promo shoot with Panini where they have all these different videos and camera angles. They get fitted for their gear they're going to wear that week. They sign other stuff, do promotional stuff for the NBC stream. They're given, mouth guards, other stuff. And there's also like, they sign paperwork. Like if I break my leg here in my football career over, I can't sue the shit out of y'all, stuff like that. Right. And then lastly, They come into our room, the 24/7 sports room. We get their height, weight, hand, wing, and arm measurements. And we also grab their headshot with the 24/7 background. That's usually, when you go and look up like a guy who's the top recruit 5 years later, that's the headshot that pops up on his profile. And then we talk to them. And usually it's really good interviews, really good stuff we get out of these interviews because the kids have already signed, right? Sure. So I'm going to ask them stuff. There's no way in hell I would have asked them, 2 months ago. So that's fun. We don't publish everything those kids say on record. And like before they're about to say something, they'll look at us and I'll just stop recording. And, like it's good stuff you can get out of there. And it's just fun because like they can actually be like, this is kind of what I was hiding from y'all the entire time, and they can tell us or other
Sure,
stuff.
yeah, they can let it off their chest. What's the experience like? I mean, you mentioned that an eighth of the All-Americans roster were on the same damn plane. What's the camaraderie like between all the alphas from I guess the state? Is there there's interstate rivalries and stuff like that, right? But clearly, are they friends? Like I would assume they've been together or they've known each other for a while.
Yeah, it is interesting. So since 24/7 is a sponsor, they stick us in the hotel that's hosting like the whole week. So we're in the same hotel as the players, all the coaches, and everything that's like hosted, all those ballrooms is in that hotel, that car wash deal I was talking about. All that's in that hotel. And so like, and it's probably about 15, 20 of us from 24/7. So we're at the hotel bar after we're done working. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
And just seeing like the kids walk around is fun, and it's funny because like it'll be a Thursday
looking for something to get into.
It'll be some kid from Washington who's like just walking around, spending every minute of the day with a kid from Florida, and it's like, how did y'all even meet each other? And just like seeing the kids that become friends is interesting, or the little cliques or whatever. That's always interesting and kind of funny. But no, so that's what Monday is for them. After they're done with us, they're all done and they can go to the front desk. Then they're given their room key. They don't give them their room key till they go through everything.
Oh, sure, yeah. You got to complete everything first, man.
Yeah, and then they do like a dinner that night where the head of the
damn well if they got that room key before they completed it, they wouldn't get anything done. They just go right up there. So
yeah, and an adult has to sign it, and like the people know who is at which station, so that if the kid was to try to make it up, I've never seen that though. Then they would know, but. They do like an intro dinner Monday night, kind of breaking down the week for them. And then Tuesday,
just like talk about like all the itinerary that they're going to
cover. And then I don't know. I never go to that dinner. And then Tuesday is 10 to 3 with a 1 hour break. And it's mostly just like they're playing grab ass and standing around as a coach talks and they do install. Day 1 is kind of boring. And then day 2, is a lot of one-on-ones, inter-squad scrimmaging, and then they do a joint practice for the second half of it, and it's Team West versus Team East. And that's what, if you saw videos yesterday in the Alamo Dome, that's what that was. But only have one video here, but this is Khalil Lockett versus Adonis Curry. And Adonis Curry is a top 50 ranked prospect in the 25 class who signed with A&M. So this could be a little glimpse of the future, but – Khalil Lockett just dancing on him and beating him deep. No shot.
That release was fucking sick. So
yeah. But man, Khalil is just such a special prospect and is so unique.
How tall is? Can you run it back? Can you put that back up?
Yeah, I got you. So
how tall is he?
He checked in at either 6'1.5" or 6'1 3/4. I think it was 6'1 3/4. I think we still list him at 6'2" just because that's what Texas is going to do.
His first step too after the swim and the release, he's almost like he's in top stride now. He's top speed.
Yeah. So with Khalil, like I've never covered a receiver prospect like this. He is 6'1.5", 175. Lacks like true breakaway top end speed, in my opinion.
Look at his strides.
Well, just listen. But you want to guess how big his hands are?
10.5.
He's got like 10.5, 11-inch hands.
No
those
shit.
that don't know, that's like that number, that measurement was bigger than like half of the offensive tackles at this game.
That's crazy.
And guess what his arm length is?
6'10", 6'4".
So his wingspan, he's 6'1.5" or 6'1.75". His wingspan is 6'9.5", and his arm length is like 35.
35.
Which is offensive tackle arms. Like there hasn't been an offensive tackle drafted in the first 3 rounds of the NFL draft with arms less than 34 inches since like 2008 or something like that. He has offensive tackle arms, offensive tackle hands, and he moves like this. And again, I do think lacks a bit of, the top end speed, but like the thing I always tell people about Collier that ask about him, like what's really the most special thing about him. And I wish I had a better example of this than just this video. But his ability when he's at the top of his route to plant and accelerate out of just changing, I guess, direction or whatever is very rare. Not many kids can accelerate out of that.
So like
not
if there
only
was the ball
accelerate,
thrown over the wrong shoulder, he could adapt and adjust to it.
Yeah, and just maintain speed. And that now that I think about it, that's not even the most special thing about him. It's ball skills. Like the way Gabe Brooks always describes his hands, he has iron traps for hands. Like if there's a pass that's catchable, he's going to catch it. Right. And if he doesn't, it's because the defense got a flag on him. So really, really like him. I think Jamie French might be more ready to play day one just by a little. But I really do agree with their rankings. And
is Lockett bigger than French?
What do you say?
Is Lockett bigger than French in terms of height?
Yeah. He might
French
weigh about the same, maybe a little less, but he's taller and longer.
Like 5'11", 5'10" for French?
I don't remember what he checked in. Let me look because they updated profiles already. He might be about 6 foot flat. Let's see. 6'1", 185.
Well, I thought there was a little slot receiver that Texas was going after.
Yeah, and then that's Dalen McCutcheon,
thank you.
Probably about 5'11". Let's see what he measured in at. 5'11", 175. But I mean, he's been listed at that and about that height, weight, size, like since I've covered him. But yeah, really, really, really good group of receivers coming in. And then I didn't even talk about Cade Phillips. Cade Phillips showed up with like the most ridiculous measurements of all time. He's gonna finish as a 5-star. I really think that.
He's just a freak.
Yeah, and like it's nuts. Texas obviously has the #1 class in the country, but like this is how I would rank the DBs Texas has landed in recruiting and high school recruiting, not portal recruiting, but high school recruiting in the Sark era. Jonah Williams is 1. Just there's no argument there. I don't know if I want Malik Muhammad or Cade Phillips at 2. And I love Manny out of high school. And we have Cade ranked higher than we ever had Manny ranked. And I always was talking about how Manny should be a little higher. But I seriously don't know who I like more.
What makes you say that? Were you just that impressed?
So they're different types of kids or different types of defensive backs. Like Malik Muhammad is 1,000% a corner, no matter what. He's a corner. Cade Phillips could legitimately play any position in the secondary. Like I think he could get drafted into the NFL at any position in the secondary. He has the height, weight, length, speed, everything you need to be an NFL defensive back. He already has it. With his plus wing, the way he's built and all the stuff he was doing in high school, he never really got a true offseason. So I don't even know. He's probably about 170, 175 right now, I think. Let me see, because again, we would have put it on.
Yeah, he hasn't been able to put weight on.
Yeah, 6 foot, half an inch, 175. So he could hold 185 and I think keep the same, fluidity, speed, acceleration, all that other stuff. But I mean, man, he is a premier defensive back prospect. And the fact that Texas has a Jonah Williams, who is the safety of the future, a Grayson Littleton, who's similar to Cade Phillips, where I think he can play any position. I like Cade more than I like Littleton. I think he's better and could do the other roles better than Littleton could. But if it came to it, I think Littleton could play safety or whatever they ask him to play. So if you have the #1 safety in the country, a walking alien in Jonah Williams, and then 2 versatile chess pieces who can literally play any position in the secondary, you're in pretty damn good.
DBU.
And I didn't even mention Zealous Hicks, who's also a true safety who reclassed. And that's the class they signed after last year. They signed Xavier Philsme, who finishes the number 2 or 3 ranked safety in the country. Wardell Mack, another, kind of freaky kid that doesn't really come around often. Crazy plus length as a 6'6" corner. Jordan Johnson Bell, IMG kid, played at the highest level in high school and at a really high level in terms of, quality of play. And then Santana Wilson, NFL bloodline. So, when you really take a step back and you get to go see these guys in person, it is nuts sometimes to think like, man, like Texas was the number 1 team in the country at various points this week, and people still hate Terry Joseph and Blake Gideon. And it's like recruiting, and they signed these guys, and people are still like taking it out on them. So, yeah,
Texas. Would you say that Texas is easy to hate though? If you're not,
no, I'm saying the Texas fans are bitching and moaning, complaining.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and like I get it to some degree, but like at the end of the day, there's I think too many Texas fans who are just they're trying to get a reaction or yeah, they know what a hot take does to their Twitter comment section. They get a little conversation going. And there's nothing wrong with that, but at the end of the day, the stuff that gets said about this entire staff and other people sometimes would never be said to any of these guys' face. And
keyboard gangsters, man, telephone tough guys.
Yeah. So, but no, really had a lot of fun this week hanging with those guys.
What was the highlight? What was the ultimate highlight for you?
There was a fight Monday, which was fun because like there's never really fight. It wasn't a fight; it was like a scuffle.
Sure.
Because that doesn't really happen. Because like usually this is what happens at All American bowl games. The kids show up and they don't want to get hurt, and I can't blame them. Since they don't want to get hurt, they half-ass everything and make it very obvious they're going half-ass. So if they lose a rep, they're not like upset.
Right.
Once that was kind of the vibe of most of the practice. Once that little scuffle kind of happened, everyone starts to like trying to go because some guys are like, all right, it's over now,
right. Yeah, it's all.
And that's fascinating because some of these kids from Texas, never in my life have I seen them go 110% every rep. So like seeing that because they don't want to get embarrassed because you can, it is the All-American game.
Right.
That's really fun. But no, the fight was funny. I'm not going to say the kid's name, but it was a kid from inner city Houston and a kid from like bougie North California, and it went about it how you expected. And they couldn't get the kid from Houston off the kid from California until this D lineman literally just walked over to him, picked him up, and lifted him off the ground. It was like the most impressive thing I saw all week. So that was fun. But check-in's always fun, especially when you have like personalities like Khalid Lockett and Jamie French. Dale McCutcheon's pretty level-headed, and whereas with Jamie, like I think I talked about this on Tuesday with Jeff, but Jamie French always knew exactly what he was doing with media and in interviews. He knew whatever he said, people were going to take it and run with it. That's why he said this school is my leader, like once a week with a different school throughout the spring. And I always told y'all, like, hey, even if he's saying Texas is his number 1, that is probably means nothing, right?
Right.
And it was a long game. And the reason I said that, well, one, I'm not a dumbass. He's a 5-star wide receiver who plays for the SFE 7-on-7 program from the state of Florida. Like, this is going to be a very dramatic recruitment with a lot of ups
he is
and
the
downs.
pick of the litter, for sure.
That's just how this works. So I already knew that, and off the way he talked and other things, videos I saw on him, I knew he could manipulate his words sometimes and kind of with the media. And again, I do think I told this story on Tuesday, but I'm not sure. But I'm at OT7 Dallas, a 7-on-7 tournament in April. Mike Roach and I interviewed Jamie. We were like the third interview he just did in a row because reporters kept seeing he was talking to people, and then they came up, they want to get an exclusive, and he would give it. He doesn't mind. We're walking away, or Jamie, we're done, and Jamie walks away, and we're kind of standing there. Another one of his SFE teammates, I don't remember the kid, walks up to him. It's like, man, why are you always doing all those interviews? Because usually kids don't really like doing it, especially at these tournaments, and they just want to be on their phone or hang with their friends.
Sure.
And I don't blame them. But why are you always doing all those interviews? And Jamie, without skipping a beat, goes, that's how you get your money up, fuck N-word. And Mike and I started bursting out laughing because we're like, okay, yeah, hey, this is the guy over here, take no prisoners. So I brought that up to Jamie because I asked him the question, like, man, when did you start realizing, like, whatever you said, people were going to take it and run with it and it would spread like a wildfire? And he was like, what do you mean? And I explained that story to him and he started fucking dying. He was laughing his ass off. And so was I and Hank. And eventually he was like, man, I was just trying to have fun with it. I knew, it was fun to do. And he's like, I never, purposely lied and said a school was my leader that I didn't think was the leader at the time, but I, might have stretched stuff a little. Sure. So that was fun.
Get your dollar up, like he said, man. Marketability, dude.
Yeah. And he is right. Like, there is, and we talked about this week, but like, it is kind of fascinating to think the baseline for what negotiations start at, or what a lot of the money is based off of what these kids are getting.
What is the starting line, or what would be the starting low point for a player like French or like Lockett? Like, what is the starting baseline before negotiations even start happening?
Man, that's
6 figures.
No.
Jesus.
Jamie French and Khalil Lockett are making at least $500K next year. Realistically, probably at least $700K.
That's Jesus Christ.
There's like 3 or 4 guys in this class who I think are making at least 7 figures. I know of at least 2 of them, and I heavily assume at least 2 or 3 of the other ones. Yeah, it's nuts.
That's insane. I'm not jealous. I'm not, but I like, good on them. Seriously, good on them. But damn, I wish I had a taste of that. Damn, man, I'm sitting here ripping up my fucking rag. That's a lot of money, dude.
Man, Wags, think about this. I was talking to Andrew Ivins about this week. He's the director of scouting for 24/7 Sports. Main man in charge of the rankings. And we were talking about it. It's like, man, if you really think about it, it's kind of ridiculous how much power our scouting team has. And they're like, what do you mean? It's like,
you determine their value.
24/7, since it became a company, I think 2011, 2012, there's not been a single draft where 24/7 didn't have the most accurate rankings. What I mean by that, our rankings are draft projection. There are 32 5-stars. That means we are projecting these 32 guys to be a first-round pick one day, right? So whenever that draft class is eligible, or all those guys have been drafted, you sit down and look, what was their ranking compared to what they actually got drafted at, and how accurate was the ranking? 24/7 as a company, since it became a company in 2012, 2011, somewhere in there, has had the most accurate draft every single year, right?
Pretty damn good.
Colleges know this. Collectives know this. So whenever it comes time to talk a number, what you will be paid freshman year, they're not referencing where the kid is on the board. They're referencing, this is his ranking. This is what 24/7 thinks. This is what this site thinks. All of them have him top 30, so that means he's like certified, verified, a dude, right? But it's all personal opinion of 5 guys who get paid to scout and watch that. And what a kid and his family's income will be for the next few years of the starting is based off of what these guys think.
That's crazy.
So
it's almost in their best interest to kind of make friends and be kind of
if only kids thought that way.
Right. I mean,
most of the time they're like, man, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why am I not a 4-star? And it's like, man, I've started DMing kids that piss me off the way they talk to me or the way their parents do, and they DM me bitching about a ranking or whatever. So being like, hey man, I don't know who I'm speaking with. This is dad, mom, or you, but this is not the way you make a first impression.
Right.
So yeah. But I don't know. It is very, very interesting the way it works. And you asked by like, what is the starting baseline? Each school handles it differently. So I talked to a few kids who officially visited Texas, not just the kids that ended up at Texas, but a few other 2025s who were at the game that officially visited Texas, was getting recruited by them, but ended up elsewhere. And I already had a pretty good idea of how it worked, but I asked, how does the meeting go when you get offered money? Because I know it's on the official visit. Texas will always do it on the official visit unless it's a kid, unless it's a top tier kid at a priority position and need like a Diabell. Everyone knew he was committing early. He silently committed to Texas June 1st. I think went public June 13th. in April, I was told Texas had the money in order and that they had made the offer to him, and they were very cool with that offer. And it was trending towards a commitment. Texas knew he was going to commit June 1st before he even got to Austin, but they thought he was going to publicly post it. He only silently committed to the staff at that camp and then posted about a week and a half later. But they had, the package and everything in place 2 months before he committed because he's a quarterback. They're not doing that for, I don't know, like let's say I'll use Caleb Chester as an example. If Caleb Chester called Texas in January and was like, hey, I want to commit, they probably would say, okay, cool, yeah. But if he was like, all right, well, what's my NIL going to be? They would probably tell him, we'll wait till you're OV to talk about that. And that's probably how it worked. Now, if Diabell called him out of the blue in January and he was still uncommitted and say, hey, I'm going to commit in 2 days, I want it to be y'all. But, what is the money situation?
Right.
Like, they would probably get off the phone and call everyone in the collective and figure that shit out within an hour because it's just, there's different situations. So, but with Texas, I asked him, what is kind of the breakdown of how it goes? And the response I got is it's kid, parents, going to an office. There's only one other person in that room. Who is it? It's Brandon Harris, the general manager. And I didn't ask, what exactly did he say? How did the negotiations go?
Right.
But just what was the thing? Who was in that room? Who talked to y'all? Who gave y'all the number? And that was that. And that's how Texas operates. Other schools will give numbers over the phone. Some schools won't talk it on the OV, and they'll say, hey, call this phone number whenever you get home. They call them.
Oh, they use a third party.
Yeah. So it's different for each school. And also, like, numbers are always lied about, whether it's an agent telling a reporter it's this, when it really was half of that or a third of that or, 10% less than that. And, other times a kid will lie to media about it because he wants people to think he's making more money than he is. So a lot of the NIL numbers that are reported, and I'm not trying to shit on them because it's a company I don't work for, but like the On3 NIL valuation thing is a joke. There's no way to calculate that with an algorithm. There is no way to accurately calculate that with an algorithm that they use based off social media followers and what their ranking is. You can't accurately do that because a prospect ranked number 10 in the country could be worth $1.2 million to Georgia, but could be worth $2.4 million to Texas, right?
Right, yeah.
So you're never accurately going to be able to do that because it's a human business. Like we are not computers. These players are not locked into their values, so you're never able to accurately calculate it. And for the most part, the large majority of numbers are not real. Like I talked to someone in San Antonio.
So meaning that they're inflated?
Yes.
Okay.
For them, a lot of them are. And I talked. There's a lot of NIL agents in San Antonio this week.
Because not everybody is getting $500K. Like
no. And there's a lot of NIL agents in San Antonio this week because they're trying to sign players in the game. And one of them I really trust is like, yeah, Quinn's getting tampered with. A lot of schools are tampering with other people, but that $6 million number is fake as hell.
Is it?
Yeah. That's what I was told. So, and again, he could be lying.
He's got to be. He's got to be flirting with a deal around $1 million or $2 million, right? Like he's his dollars up there. You'd think.
Yeah,
I guess my question is the value of him staying in college for another year is probably going to outweigh the dollar amount that he could be as a backup quarterback on a rookie contract. What, making $200K, $250K, $400,000?
Yeah, I get that, but let's be honest here. Like, he is not boosting the stock enough.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you.
So
he made one hell of a Sunday throw in that area at the latter portion of to save the life of Texas, but. Yeah, I'm with you, man. It's been peaks and valleys, bro.
Yeah, like I got asked about this like 20 times this week. What do you think Quinn's going to do? It's like, man, with his ass, you can never have an assumption. But if I'm him, I am 1,000% going to the league because here's the deal. He can't come back to Texas. Everyone knows that's Arch's team next year. Everyone knows that. He just hasn't played a full season of football since his sophomore year of high school. He's very injury prone. He gets hurt all the time. And when he is actually playing, very rarely is he actually 100% because, again, he gets hurt all the time. We are in year 3 of seeing Quinn Ewers play in the Steve Sarkisian system and year 4 of him being in college in a college football system. What was that other program he played in for 1 year? It was Ohio State, another top-tier program with the top offensive system. And yet he's in year 4, in year 3 of the Sark system, and he makes the same mistakes he was making back in 2022. A lot of the same ones, right? So if he's not having the progression and development you want him to have in a system that is catered all the way around him, set up similar to how the 49ers have it set up, where, man, we really don't need you to be a world beater. You just kind of got to be a bus driver and put it where it needs to go sometimes. I don't see how going to another school where you're behind an offensive line that's likely worse,
right?
You're playing skilled players that are likely worse, and you're likely dealing with a worse play caller / play designer compared to Sarkisian, right? But you'll get paid a little more.
I'm with you.
Right?
You're preaching to the choir, yeah.
So it makes no sense for him to go to another school. I get it, and Peacock, I get what you're saying, and I assume you get what I'm saying, but it makes no sense. It does make sense, but if I'm him, I'm 1000%.
It's short thinking. It's short sighted, right?
1000%.
It's short sighted.
And also, like, so many people are talking about, well, he's not a first round quarterback. How many first round quarterbacks are there really every year? How many?
Right.
You know, how many guys are you fully confident in should be a first round pick?
I got 2. That this is going to be the guy, your franchise quarterback. No, I'm with you.
I got 2. Shedeur and Cam Ward. 2.
See, I don't even know if I'm sold on Cam Ward.
Yeah, good point. Shedeur 1000%. Cam Ward, we don't know. Let's see. But Cam Ward is who I feel best about outside of Shedeur, right? Carson Beck used to be in that conversation, then he played his way out of that and got hurt because Trey Moore killed him, right? So what are the other names in this QB class? You're telling me Quinn Ewers can't sneak into the first round? Kenny Pickett snuck into the first round with hands so small he had to wear gloves to throw the ball, and a cold weather team still drafted him. And you're telling me Quinn Ewers can't go in the first round? Because this is what's going to happen. Let's say the season ends tomorrow. Let's just say that happens. Whatever his stock is Saturday morning is going to be significantly lower than what it actually comes out to be in early April. Because this is why. People are going to come see him at the pro day. They're going to see the ball pop out of his hands because it doesn't pop out of anyone else's hands like Quinn Ewers. It's very unique. That is the most special thing about him, right? So the combine, just throwing routes on air. If Zach Wilson, yes, he had the COVID year and is 6'3" and athletic, unlike Quinn Ewers, or at least more athletic. If Zach Wilson could convince the Jets to take him top 5 after one good year, and a lot of that was throwing routes on air with no defenders, I feel pretty good that Quinn Ewers could convince someone or at least sneak into the top 32. So obviously we'd have to wait and see, but I mean, every single interview, he's going to have the right answer. Few players have had this much, dialogue with the media in any career.
Yeah, reps are reps, bro.
Yeah, so he's going to crush every single combine interview. He's never had off-the-field issues, at least legally or criminally, whatever. He checks all those boxes. What are the boxes he doesn't check as a player? The injuries and, I guess, consistency, developmental stuff. So I think he can still be a first-rounder, even if, I don't know, let's say stepping off the bus, he slips on ice, breaks his ankle, can't play in the game. I think he could still be a first-rounder if he was to declare. So I just think people need to pump the brakes and realize how wrong Mel Kiper is 90% of the time, and especially how wrong he is when we're in effing January and the draft is 4 months away. I do think Quinn should go into the draft. If I'm him, I'm going into the draft. No ifs, ands, or buts. And also another thing, all Quinn has talked about coming to Texas, man, I grew up in the state of Texas. I always want to go to UT, wear the born orange, rock the horns, all that. Always wanted to do this. I'm very prideful of my state, state on my chest, last name on my back, whatever, right? Do you think people realize he's going to get the Chris Sims treatment if he goes to Miami, Notre Dame, or Georgia? He's not going to be welcome back to Austin. And I do think that is something that is very important to him. I really do. So, And I hope he's smart enough to be aware that if he was
he
to transfer, he would get, in all likelihood, some of the Chris Sims treatment,
right,
where, folks aren't fans of him and don't want him back in Austin. So, again, like the pros of going into the draft compared to transferring to another school, it's a night and day difference for me. I'm 1,000% going into the draft.
I'm 100% with you, buddy. Let me throw a counterpoint at you, though. Okay. We have seen Quinn. All right, it's now year 4 in the same offense, right? But the same struggles continue to happen. All right, you mentioned that he is prone to injury. That takes away his ability to be fleet of foot, but also just the quickness in general, right? There are so many actions in Sarkisian's offense. What if he is just able to simplify himself, right? Or just with his pre-snap, play calling and I guess going through the pre-snap motions and getting everything ready to where he's got a simplified offense to where he doesn't have to do, 2 fakes here, carry out, a ball fake after a handoff and other stuff. Now, I know that there's a lot of other teams that do the same type of stuff that Sarkisian does, but I would say, like, with the speed that Quinn Ewers lacks, I think it's more of a detriment to have all those actions in Sarkisian's offense for him.
Yeah. It is a good point you make, but at the end of the day, listen to these names: Carson Palmer, Matt Lineart, Mark Sanchez, Jake Locker, Tua Tagovailoa, Mac Jones.
Yeah. No, I know exactly where you're at. Yep.
Not a single one of those dudes, except I think maybe Carson Palmer or Lineart, had the same rep and hype around their name as Quinn Ewers did out of high school.
Right.
So, I don't think Sark dumbed it down for them, and they figured it out.
30 games, right?
Yeah, but if the point I'm trying to make, if Quinn is who people think he is, and if who he probably thinks he is, you don't have to dumb down the offense for them to be successful. You shouldn't have to.
True.
So, if all those names I just mentioned figured it out and Quinn Ewers can't, what does that tell you? That he's
we got more of an issue, yeah.
Yeah. So, I do understand the point, but I think, that kind of tells you
that's not what I believe. I'm just throwing.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But only got a couple minutes left, so just wanted to roll through some of these comments, see what I missed. At Quad Standard Labs, I will hit you up. The only place I've ever actually purchased camera gear from was Precision Camera in Austin. But they be taxing. It's just that's the only place really you can get all the stuff I need in store, because I like buying stuff in store instead of online.
Same. I like having the shit in my hand. Like knowing what I'm gonna buy. I don't want to send it back.
Yeah, and Quad Standard Labs, do y'all have any locations in DFW, or y'all Austin only? Because I will look into that if y'all are DFW.
He's I can also send you his Twitter handle when we get off the show, Jordan.
Sweet. Yeah, that'd be great.
Send you Troy's Twitter handle. He does most of his interaction on Facebook, I believe, but he does have a Twitter handle.
Dope. So David Keith Williams has a question. He said, this is projection, but with your understanding of Josiah Sharma, Myron Charles, and Justice Terry, do you see that trio and Alex January being the best D-tackle group in the SEC by 2026?
That's a good question.
They will 1,000% have a shot to be. I can say that.
DBU?
As far as, projecting them being the very best interior D-line group in all of the sports best conference, I'm going to need a little bit more time to feel, really confident about that. But they will 1,000% be in the mix for it with Georgia. Florida, they're not having, amazing recruiting classes in terms of rankings, but the body types they're getting in the interior D-line room, I would not be surprised if they're up there. I mean, look at what they did this year. The team sucked for the most part, but their interior D-line group was pretty strong, I think, or a lot stronger than a lot of people think. Yes, they have the number 21 dude. He's like 450 pounds, but he's like their 5th best D lineman. So
with that defensive line and the amount of studs that are coming in for the secondary, lights out. Because that's one way that you mask a poor secondary, right? Is to have an ultimate defensive line to where you don't allow the opposition's quarterback to be able to make throws on the secondary. You don't even need that now with the secondary, with the prospects coming in for Texas, man. So
Yeah.
you want to. Oh my God! And we'll probably have Simmons in what. He's going to be an animal in his sophomore year, but again, I don't see him staying after his junior. He's probably going after 3.
No. Colin Simmons has always been about the bag. He's leaving after 3. You're out of your mind if you think he's on that roster.
It's wishful thinking, man. But this defense is going to be absolutely outrageous.
Yeah, no.
You think the defense is good now?
To the league.
Only going to get better.
But David Keith Williams, again, this is a great point. I wanted to make a point similar to this, but I forgot earlier. But Khalid Lockett is smaller in weight, not as fast, but he has a lot of similarities to Adonai Mitchell. His route running ability is better than Mitchell. So I don't know about Mitchell, better than Mitchell's when he was at Texas. But whenever Texas actually got Khalid Lockett, I went back and watched A.D. Mitchell's junior tape to kind of compare him. I also watched some of his senior stuff because that was the lazy comp he kept getting. I don't want to comp him to A.D. Mitchell, but I'm 100% agree with you. Both those guys can get caught. They don't usually get caught, but they can because they don't really have that true top-end speed. But in terms of route running ability for size and length they have, especially with arms and hand size, they are very similar. Now, in terms of wiggle and build body type or how much weight on the body type, that's different. But I definitely see the vision with what you're saying and definitely agree with it. What else we got here?
Any more sponsors we got to hit before we get out of here?
I think we're all good. How will Schlossenegel use Jonah Williams?
Baseball?
Yeah, not sure to be honest, but he's supposed to be in with baseball and football this spring. Texas is moving in. All the kids who are playing in the All-American Bowl that are going to Texas, they're all moving in on Sunday. And I believe the rest of the class that is early enrolling is also moving in on Sunday. So hopefully I'll have a better answer for you by Monday when I guess Jonah will have his first day of school or practice or whatever.
Does Williams want to continue to play baseball and football?
Yes, he does.
Okay.
I mean, Wags.
I'm wondering if that'll fizzle out or phase out.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Wags, you got to understand, he's not just like a football player playing baseball. If he declared for the MLB draft, he would go in the 3rd round.
Oh no, this is Ronald Curry, man. Or Kyler Murray, I guess, is a better comparison than Ronald Curry. Ronald Curry played basketball, but I don't know if you know who Ronald Curry is, but
yeah, I do not.
So Ronald, that's about a 20-year reference I just made there, man. So when I was a senior in high school, Ronald Curry was Offensive Player of the Year, and not only was he the best quarterback out of Hampton Beach, but he was one of the best basketball players as well. Went on to the University of North Carolina. But who was David Johnson? David Johnson was the Defensive Player of the Year that year, and of course we all know where David Johnson went.
Yeah. David Keith Williams said, based on the awareness of the 2025 receivers that considered and committed to Texas, if DeCorian Moore had actually committed to Texas, which of the 3 receivers that committed would have with Moore? I don't think Khalid Lockett will ever come out and say this on record, but I firmly believe that Texas doesn't get him if they get DeCorian Moore. You got to remember the timing there. DeCorian Moore committed on July 4th. Khalid Lockett did like August 10th or August 12th, something like that. He waited, and he never said he waited for whatever reason, but I do think that was part of it, 1,000%, at least. And again, this is just my opinion. So if Texas does get DeCorian Moore on that July 4th when he had that stream with the fireworks, whatever the hell, I don't think they have Khalid Lockett. And I think Dalen McCutcheon, maybe you could say the same thing too.
Damn.
All these guys grew up together. I mean, they didn't grow up together, but they all have been going to the same showcases, camps, each other, workout, shares trainers, or 7-on-7, all that. They know how good each other are. And even though they all think they're the best, or they say that on record, they are smart, and at the end of the day are also very much thinking about this guy who's supposed to be the number 1 player receiver in the country is going to go here. What does that do to my touches? So, but Jamie French, I don't think that would have affected Jamie French at all. He was always going to do his own thing. I mean, he had 2 of his best friends from his own school go to Florida, and they still couldn't flip him. He stuck with Texas. So I think Jamie French was always going to do his own thing, and that it wouldn't have mattered. And Geese88, appreciate the $2 donation. The man, damn, bro, that voice crack. But the man, we appreciate you, and hopefully would be awesome to see him get the dub on the field. But and David Keith Williams said, I guess this will be the last one to answer, last question before we bring Keenan in. You said, what do you say that as important as John Turntine is to the Texas football program, has his name, image, and likeness funding already been determined? I do not think so. Texas, they don't make calls to put money aside for high school prospects 6 months before they're going to host them on OVs, especially when the portal's going on right now. But I mean, Texas definitely has a good idea that, hey, we want this 5-star left tackle. It's going to cost money. They're not cheap. They know that, and they'll have the money for it. I do want to make it very clear, though. John Turntine is really good. Felix Ojo is just as good, if not better. He's been really, really, really impressive this week in San Antonio, and he's also young. Felix Ojo is a 2026 prospect, currently a junior in high school. He doesn't turn 17 till like July or August. He's about as young as Michael Fasusi was for his grade. Also plays basketball. Also plays. Also does shot in track and field. And thing with him, Turntine is 6'3.5". I think he could play left tackle in college, but he's probably not an NFL left tackle, and he might have to play guard in college. Felix Ojo is 6'7", with like 36-inch arms, and he's about 280. That is a left tackle in the NFL. He has the size, skill, and length to be able to do it. So, like, again, I wrote about this in like November. Want to give myself a pat on the back. But if Ojo overtakes Turntine as the top-ranked offensive lineman in the state and becomes eventually potentially offensive line number 1 on the board, I would not be surprised. Texas is definitely trying to get both of those guys. But Ojo is just as good of a prospect as John Turntine. I can't make that clearer. So, really like that. But, yeah, I see Keenan in the back. I'm going to bring him in. How we doing?
Hey, man. What's up, Keenan? You sexy-looking son of a bitch. I shouldn't say that out here, Mom.
No, it's okay. I'm still not feeling great, but I'm coming up to Dallas tonight, man. I'm just fighting through it. I'm going to pound some Dayquil and drive up and
that's
rest
right.
all
Robo
day tomorrow.
Drink a whole bottle of Robo.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to Robo trip my
Robo
way
trip,
up
baby,
to
just
Dallas.
to see where it takes.
That's
you,
the
man.
worst feeling of all time. I drank too much one time. Horrible time. Horrible
Dude.
time.
All right, so I'm kind of outing myself here, but we were in we were in Iraq, right outside of Fallujah. Didn't have we had 2 days of where we knew we were going to be off operations,
right?
So somebody had, Sergeant Whitmore is just like, oh shit, I shouldn't have said the name. Not that it matters. John got in a lot of trouble anyways in the Marine Corps. He's like, hey man, got a couple of bottles of Robitussin in here. Want to go up to the internet cafe? It's just like,
good God. That sounds like the worst time ever.
I'm walking on the moon, dude. It's just not the greatest idea, man.
It's never a good idea, man. It's never a good idea.
Anyway,
bad.
but yeah, but besides you feeling bad, man, you look great. I'll have to say that.
I appreciate that, brother. You look great too. You both do. I will be at the game tomorrow, though. I'm gonna come up tonight so I can make it to the live event tomorrow, and then I'll be at the game.
Yeah, you can't miss out on all that swag they gave y'all, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna get
the only
media
reason to go is just to get the swag. Oh yeah, that's. I'm sorry, I shouldn't.
I bought tickets. Yeah, and I paid way too much for them. Now they're like half price of what I bought them at because of the snow.
Where'd you get them from?
Syntex tickets.
There you go.
Dang, hey, it wasn't a dude outside the Cotton Bowl. Good job.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yo, Shelby, give me what you got.
Yeah, but hey, Jake Bayless makes a great point here, but he's forgetting some stuff. This is when we were talking about Quinn potentially being a first rounder. Says the Bears are not bullied enough for picking Mitch Trubisky second overall in a draft with Mahomes, McCaffrey, Jonathan Allen, TJ Watt, and I can keep going. Even Deshaun Weinstein wouldn't have been a bad pick.
Amazing nickname.
And I love Deshaun Weinstein. But Jake, what you're forgetting is the original draft order was the 49ers were 2 and the Bears were 3. 49ers didn't have a QB then. They hadn't traded for Garoppolo, if I remember correctly. They told the Bears, hey, we're drafting Trubisky. The Bears sent them way too much shit to move back to number 3. The Bears moved to number 2. They drafted Trubisky when the 49ers never were going to do that. And who did the 49ers go and pick? Unfortunately, Solomon Thomas, who did not pan out well. Has a great story. State of Texas guy from Capel, but was not what you want your number 3 pick to be. So That's also a forgotten part of it. But you also got to remember, not only did the Bears take Trubisky number 2 overall, they were fleeced into taking him number 2 overall by John Lynch, one of the best in the game. So, yeah.
Gents, I'm gonna dip out of here, and I hate to bid you guys adieu, before Eric gets on here, but I really got to piss. I've had to piss for about 30
He's in the background. Eric's in the
Hey,
background.
what's up, Eric? I see you, buddy.
Yeah,
hey,
this handsome devil.
The relief, man. I got to get out of here. I'm approaching geriatrics early. I got to take a leak, man.
Wag's got a tinkle.
Hook
him. Eric, completely out of the blue here.
Yeah.
What is our setup for parking passes? Do we know who has a parking pass?
Yeah, let's go ahead and answer that here on the air. I will get you an answer here in 2 seconds. Keenan, say something to Jordan while I answer the question.
Say something to Jordan?
Yeah, just
Jordan. How are you, brother?
Good.
Talk to Jordan while we do something here.
Staying warm.
Hell yeah, man. Yeah, dude, it's cold as hell.
All right, Jordan. You don't have a parking pass, but I can see you mine. You can take a shuttle.
Hell yeah, that'd be perfect because I need one. My plan was to park at a buddy's house in Grand Prairie and Uber, but I won't be doing that anymore.
Yeah, I will. I think you have to download the SeatGeek app, and I think it's going to show up in my account here today. So yeah, do that. I'll shoot it to you. I'll transfer it to you.
Sweet. Yeah, that system sucks, but I know it like the back of my hand because they make us get a new parking pass each day of the 4 days of the state championship, and for whatever reason, AT&T Stadium does literally everything through the SeatGeek app.
That's ass. That's so ass.
They should go through Centex tickets.
They should. Well, A, they should go through Centex tickets. B, why not just give you a pass for all 4 days?
Yeah, I know. It's stupid. And it's also stupid because the thing they put on your car, even though it is the same exact thing each day, they have to put a new one, or the people say they have to put a new one. And all it is just a little Sharpie check on this like piece of paper that hangs from the mirror. And I have all 4 of them still in my car. So, yeah.
Oh,
but anyways, I'm going to leave y'all to it. Happy Thursday. Stay warm for everyone listening and y'all too as well. And Eric, I'll see you tomorrow. We're off for shows tomorrow since we got game day coverage, right?
I don't know about that because BK said that 1 through 3 is chip and day, just live. I think everything before is normal. So I guess I'll be doing false start. I'll probably trying to shove my ass over to Texas Live. So, BK could have just made noon through the rest of the day, at remote, but I digress. I guess, Keenan, you and I, Jordan, we're not good enough to be part of the Texas Live remote, and we have to do the show in our location and then shuffle our ass over to Texas Live. So we'll see how that goes, Jordan.
Sweet. All right, y'all. I'm going to get out of here, but I'll see y'all tomorrow. Everyone stay safe and stay warm and hook 'em.
Oh boy! All right, Keenan, you told me I got a robot voice. All
yeah,
right.
I can host while you figure that out. What is up, family? It is time for Texas Sports Unfiltered's noon to 1 show. False start. We are in the building. We are ready to go. We got a Texas playoff game tomorrow night at the Cotton Bowl. It's going to be a banger. Texas plays Ohio State. 2 of the most expensive rosters in the country going at it. 2 of the best teams in the country going at it. 2 of the best coaches going at it as well, I think. Ryan Day gets a lot of crap, but Ryan Day is one of the best coaches in the game. If you look at his record, I understand he's struggled to beat Michigan over the last 4 years. He hasn't beat them in 4 years, but his record outside of those Michigan games is pretty impressive. And Sark coached against Ryan Day in the 2020 or 2021 national championship, where he was the OC for Alabama, and they had Devontae Smith, they had Jalen Waddle, he was injured, but they had Mac Jones, they had a complete monstrous roster, some of the best receivers you'll ever see all at the same on the same core. So should be a good revenge game for Ryan Day if it turns out that way. He wants to get some revenge on Sark for what he did to him in that national championship. I think they scored 52 points. It is snowing out, so if you're going to the game, be careful, be safe, because as I know, I'll be driving up in it tonight. I was unable to make it today because I had to work from home and didn't quite get up in time. There's my man. What's up, baby boy?
All right, Keenan. Here's the deal, man. This is not going to be, and I just finished burying BK in terms of saying that he didn't get us a setup over there at Texas Live so we could do our show. And now I'm going to have to apologize to him. This is not going to be the greatest episode of False Start. We're already off to a false start with me having robot voice.
No, you're good now.
What will be? I'm doing it for my phone, so there's that. B, Keenan, the head coach's news conference is scheduled for 12:30 Central Time. As you guys can see, I am in my hotel room. As Keenan was talking about, it is raining, sleeting, snowing, and all kinds of crap out there. And when I went down to check on the shuttle to see if it was going to take us over, they were debating on the conditions. So I'm here. There's going to be a live stream of the shuttle, of the news conference. Not live stream of the shuttle because there's no shuttle apparently.
Yeah.
So Keenan, this is what we're going to do. We're just going to do this on the fly. All right. Since Jordan's asking all types of 24/7 questions on the fly, we're just going to produce this on the fly. If Ryan Day goes first, which is my expectation, I will continue on the show with you and we'll just talk through it. I'm going to have it here in the background and record it because I need that for our work. When Steve Sarkisian comes on, I may hop off for a minute and allow you to talk basketball. I won't leave the show. I'll just mute myself. So does that sound like a plan?
Yeah.
All right, Keenan. So go ahead.
No worries, man.
Finish what you were saying because it sounds like you are still in Austin, Texas, correct?
Yeah. Gonna make it up tonight. It's gonna be risky. Don't be a news story. I know, but I already have tickets. I have to go. I couldn't make it this morning. I'm gonna make it tonight. I've driven through snow before. It's not great, but I've done it. I'm a pretty good driver, so I like my odds. Thank you, CB, and thank you, QSL. I appreciate y'all's support. But yeah, no, I'm gonna do it tonight. Maybe I'll take a Vaughn Lane tomorrow morning or something. We'll see.
A what?
A Vaughn Lane. You know what a Vaughn Lane is?
I have no clue, brother.
It's like a quality bus that you take. I'm getting some feedback from you, brother, by the way.
Oh, Jesus. It's gonna be that kind of day. Is it better?
Yeah, it's better.
All right, we're just gonna hold the phone. That'll work.
Hold the phone.
Hold the phone. Yeah. So it's I guess in Florida we have this thing called like a mega bus. I don't know if y'all have them here in Texas.
It's a nicer mega bus.
Got you.
It's more expensive. I might fly. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. I might just
fly. You gonna buy a flight on? Dude, that's gonna be $1,000, Keenan.
Nah, it'll be like $300.
Keenan. Okay. All right. I there's no way it's gonna be $300 because I looked just to see what, and it was like $5 and change.
Damn. Well, we're gonna get there somehow because I spent a lot on tickets, and I'm not trying to lose those tickets. Yeah, I'm not gonna Greyhound it, Jake. I think I'm better than the Greyhound at this point in my life.
Keenan, the only reason you should be taking a Greyhound at this point in time in your life is if you are, running from the law.
The law.
Or if there's another one that came to mind, but this is Texas Sports Unfiltered, not Eric Henry Unfiltered. So I will not use that line because I don't want to get Brad Kellner and company in trouble. Let's just say, no, we won't say anything. We'll just leave it at that. So, Keenan, real quick, man. Like I said, this is going to be a bit of a disjointed episode, so I want to make sure at least when we talk some football first.
Yeah.
Where's your head at? Now what about 20, 26, 27 hours from kickoff.
Yeah.
Texas still a 6.5 point dog. But I see a lot of people who are feeling real confident in Texas's ability to make this a game. And I will go ahead and you break a little spoiler here, a little spoiler alert. BK usually asks us for our picks the day of the game or usually the evening before. I will give mine here. My final score, Texas 24, Ohio State 23. Keenan,
Okay.
have at it.
Yeah, I don't think Texas is going to win this game. I just think the Ohio State wide receivers are too good. I think their running game is too good. I think their defense, and that's not to say I don't think that they can't make it a game. I'd be surprised if they're able to pull off the upset, just because the talent level that Ohio State has is really impressive. I don't know how they lost to Michigan. I really don't. I know they lost to Oregon, but they avenged that loss and destroyed them in the Rose Bowl. If I had to give you a score, it'd probably be something like 31-21, Ohio State.
So you think Ohio State can put up 31 points on the Longhorns defense?
Yeah, I do. I'm getting some feedback from you, and I can't really hear you.
Jesus Christ. Is this any better?
That's better, yeah.
All right. I just was saying, yeah, you think that they're going to put up 31 points on this Texas defense that's only allowed 30 points only twice this year.
Yeah, I think if anybody can do it, it's this offense, just because of their running game, their wide receivers, and I know Will Howard isn't like an elite NFL talent or something like that, but he's still one of those guys that is good enough to get his guys the ball, and that is scary when they have the weapons that they do have.
Let me ask you this, because I had a conversation, spoke with both coordinators. I actually just published an article up on the site now at horns247.com. Spoke with both coordinators, offense coordinator Kyle Flood and Texas defense coordinator Pete Kwiatkowski. PK, and I thought this was real astute on him. And if you ever get a chance, I don't know how many Longhorns fans have had a chance to listen to PK. I mean, he's a cerebral guy, but a really smart guy, especially when it comes to football. And he was point blank. He's like, listen, this is going to be a game of adjustments, right? I asked him, talking about facing Chip Kelly, because obviously Chip Kelly has an extended history in college football back to his time at Oregon, those, FCS offenses at New Hampshire, et cetera, right? And he said that, listen, he does a lot with his offenses. He's going to find a way to kind of get the numbers advantage on you as far as, having one more than you can really defend and things of that nature. But he said at the end of the day, there's only so much you can prepare for, right? There's only so much you can prepare for before you have to start game planning and then giving your guys the information as far as what he thinks they may see. And then from there, you kick the ball off and you adjust from there. And I'm just curious your thoughts in that sense, because PK has shown to be one of, especially over the past 2 years, one of the nation's top defensive coordinators.
Yeah, no, I mean, Kwiatkowski is absolutely like a good match for Chip Kelly. I think the weapons, I don't think it's necessarily a coaching mismatch. I just think that the weapons Ohio State has, I mean, they have a bona fide NFL dude at wide receiver and not an NFL dude that is borderline. They have a guy who would go first round as a freshman, which I don't know how many guys you can say that about. He's one of the greatest wide receiver prospects we've ever seen. I mean, like you said, the other day, or like we've been talking about, this is number one player overall, according to 24/7, right? Not just number one receiver, number one player out of the state of Florida and number one in the country. I just think that that's such a mismatch for anybody. I mean, you could put NFL corners on that guy and he would probably still beat a lot of them, unless it's, Surtain or something like that. But as good as Jahdae Barron is and as excited as I am for him in the NFL, I just don't know that he's good enough. I mean, they're going to have to bracket coverage Jeremiah Smith. I think that's the only way that it's going to work. Is they're going to have to put a safety over top of them.
Well, here's what I would say, and again, I want your thoughts on this, right? Texas plays a lot of zone. Texas does not play a lot of man. And you can bracket that way, right? Safety help over the top, kind of the corner there, and that will take that zone area, right? You kind of press off, and then you allow the receiver to kind of float back in that area that's being occupied, that third of the field is occupied by the safety, which would likely be Michael Taft. Most likely.
Yeah.
But I'm just curious your perspective, right? When you talk about someone like Jeremiah Smith, would you continue to play the way you've played, or would you possibly play some man? Because I actually thought there's been a lot of commentary on it. Former Texas DB Rod Babers has quote tweeted some commentary on it in terms of how you would play it. What says you?
I don't think you play man after the way that Jeremiah Smith just ate up the Oregon man defense. I think and also Texas plays more zone anyway. So I would stick with the zone. And yeah, I mean, I wouldn't change things up drastically just because it's harder to adjust in person when you've been playing one way all year to switch to a thing that Jeremiah Smith ate up last week. I would continue to play the zone.
Sorry about that. I had a little trouble getting off of mute here. No, I agree with you. No, I don't think you can do anything different than you've been doing all year. Especially listen, you're not putting your defense, not putting your players in the best position to succeed. If you all of a sudden decide, all right, we're going to go man, right? Like that just isn't, because that's out of the ordinary from what they've been doing all year. Let me flip the kind of script here and ask you, as far as Texas's offense, what's just your initial feeling? We spoke with Quinn Ewers, Quintravion Weisner were the two offensive representatives for Texas. Just kind of your feeling, your initial feeling heading into tomorrow in terms of what you think the offense will be able to provide.
Yeah, I don't love the idea of the run. I mean, the run game has to get going. And they couldn't get it going against Arizona State. I don't know if they're going to be able to get it going against Ohio State, right? You look at a Jack Sawyer. I know he's more of a pass rusher, but he's also he can set the edge as well. I always forget how to pronounce his name, but the Tui Amalu or whatever his name is, that guy's really good too. I mean, they have dudes everywhere on that defense. And, if Texas is unable to run the ball and then Ohio State can drop guys in coverage, I think it's going to be really tough for Texas to move the ball consistently. And just given the offense for Ohio State, I think Texas is going to have to score at least 27 points, 24 points to win this game at least. And I just don't know if they're going to be able to do that against this Ohio State defense, which is really good. And people talk a lot about Ohio State's offense and their skill positions, but this defense is really good. Caleb Downs is, like Jeremiah Smith, not old enough to declare for the draft, but if he were, he'd probably be the top player taken at his position. They just have dudes everywhere on that defense, especially Caleb Downs. That guy is a game breaker and an elite player. I still think Jade should have won the Thorpe. I think he deserved it. But if you're looking at just pro prospects, he is probably the best safety prospect in college football, and he's a sophomore.
Yeah, no, all good points there. No doubt about it in terms of Texas' ability to run the football again against a defense, 5th ranked run defense in the nation for Ohio State. Going to go to some of the comments here. Again, we're up on 12:30, so I'm going to be, if you see me, looking one way or the other, so I'm keeping an eye on Steve Sarkisian and Ryan Day's presser, which is scheduled to begin. Thank you to modern technology. I've got my phone in one hand. I've got a laptop in front of me that can throw comments up, and I'm going to throw the press conference up on YouTube. BK is probably wondering at this point why he hired so many Texas beat writers. We all are doing 19 things at once. Going to go to the comments here real quick. Let's go with Quad Standard Labs. It says, Keenan, sell the tickets, put the money on the Longhorns to cover and win. Keenan, I know that you gave up the gambling. Is that still where it's at?
Yeah, I don't gamble much these days. I'm pretty much off of it. But no, I'm gonna just force my way into that game. I'm gonna go.
Keenan, what I think is super interesting, I don't know if you've seen this, that the ticket prices are plummeting.
I know. I feel like an idiot for buying them so early.
For anyone who is looking to make a last-minute decision and go, I saw tickets on, I won't say a third-party app, because obviously you should be going to Centex Tickets. But I've seen tickets as cheap as $110 to get you inside of AT&T Stadium. That's probably, 3 or 4 times less than what you paid, Keenan?
Yes. Yeah, it is.
So there you go. Roy Tempera said, didn't BK take a Greyhound to El Paso when he lost a bet? I will be asking BK about that because that's insane. If he took a Greyhound to El Paso. Jake Bayless saying Demo reported that Cam Williams will be back as we assumed. Yeah, I haven't seen that yet, but pretty much we've been reporting it here. The expectations that Cam Williams will be back. CB, I'm going to acknowledge your comment here, and then I'm going to take the conversation with Keenan because I do think it's a conversation that, listen, I don't think it has any legs, but it's a conversation to be had regarding Steve Sarkisian and a possible NFL future. Go through a couple more comments here real quick. James Cox says, Keenan, you spending money that I might have to send cash. Send you my Cash App the way you send out that money. Jay, I agree because I didn't know Keenan had it like that. I didn't know. He and Mrs. Womack ball. I mean, they got a little one on the way. And I know there's balling like that. So Jay, I might have to hit him up myself. Keenan, do you have a response?
I do a good job saving my money. Let's just keep it at that. And I have another job that pays decently well. So yeah, I'm doing just fine.
There you go. In terms of the coverage, Jake Bayless says bracket Smith and put Jade on an island with Ibuka is what the people are saying. That's actually not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea at all, Jake, that you referenced there. I guess I'm just wondering from the safety. So if you bracket Smith, someone's gonna be over the top. Probably going Manny. Not probably. You have to go Manny. You can't leave Gavin Holmes on. That'd be a size nightmare matchup with him on Jeremiah Smith. Gavin's about 5'10", 5'11", about $185, $190, right? You got to go Manny over the top and then Jade on an island. Yeah, I mean, listen, there's one thing about PK, right? He is, as the players refer to him, a defensive genius, and PK is a real bright defensive mind. So it would not shock me if he has some things that he hasn't deployed this year that he may deploy on Friday. SD says Jerry World is an abomination. SD, do you have extended thoughts there on Jerry World and why it's an abomination? Because I don't see it that way, but I'm only speaking from the perspective of a reporter. Keenan, thoughts?
Yeah, I mean it's kind of like watching a football game at the mall.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? Like it's a little soulless, I guess. But I mean, like, I should have waited to buy tickets. I could have saved probably $600, but well, whatever. If they win, it's all worth it in the end.
If they win, but hold on. But if they all win, it's all worth it. And you did say that you and your pops will go to the national championship, correct?
It, son.
There you go. A couple more comments here. James Cox agrees with Rod Babers on how to cover them, which Rod does do extensive deep dives. There's no doubt about that. Jake SD says play man and blitz every down. Okay, I mean you can do that. I think Jeremiah Smith's going to take in 9 receptions that way. But hey, who knows? It could work. Jake Bayless says engage 8 and send the house, so he is on that train as well. Ryan Solis and Ryan, I this is the last comment I'll acknowledge before I come back to Steve Sarkisian thing. I do agree with you. Listen, Jeremiah Smith is damn good, but some of the commentary, and I'm not saying you in specificity, Keenan, but just in general, saying that acting like we don't have NFL guys in our secondary. This is what I will say, and this is Keenan. I don't want to speak for you, but I think this would be your response. It's not that you're doubting that Texas has NFL guys in the secondary. However, it's just that sometimes you just face a beast on the other side, right? Like it's not. This isn't denigrating Texas secondary as much as sometimes you face a beast, which is better. Is that kind of where you land?
Yeah, I mean, like the last receiver I've seen that was this dominant in college was probably Jamar Chase. You know what I mean? Like they're not similar players, but like just from a completely dominant perspective, especially for a guy that's so young, it's really impressive. And I'm not denigrating the Texas secondary at all. Like I truly mean it when I say they have, borderline first round guys like Jahdae Barron, but they haven't seen a receiver like this year.
That's an undisputed fact. That this is good. And I wrote it. This is going to be the most dynamic receiving trio, dynamic receiving group that Texas has faced since the Sugar Bowl against Washington. Keenan, what do you make of the conversation about Steve Sarkisian getting NFL looks? I mean, listen, I'll just give you my take, or NFL interest, I should say. I tweeted this out. It is January 9th, 2025, which means it is, in fact, Jimmy Sexton season. And for those of you who do not know who Jimmy Sexton is the super agent of all super agents of college football coaches. Jimmy Sexton represented Nick Saban, represented Pete Carroll, so many of the high-profile coaches Jimmy Sexton represents, and Steve Sarkisian is a Jimmy Sexton client. That means if Steve Sarkisian, and I shouldn't say if, because he is in fact making $10.6 million this year, let Steve F around and win this game. Steve might own the entire state of Texas in the next Jimmy Sexton negotiation. But Keenan, your thoughts on kind of the conversation? I guess it made, I didn't watch Get Up this morning, but I guess it made Get Up. Your thoughts on that conversation, Steve Sarkisian and NFL interest?
It's not surprising at all, right? Like, you see what he's done at Texas and the turnaround he's created. But I think there's something to be said that he's been an OC in the NFL. He was with the Falcons for a couple of years, but he just feels like a college coach to me. And now I've heard people talk about him as an NFL head coach, but I think he likes being able to manage his own roster. I mean, like, what of all teams to go to, why would you go to the Cowboys? You're going to have no control over your roster. You're going to have an interfering owner that's in your business all the time in Jerry Jones. Like, that guy is looking for yes men. That's why the joke at my office is that they're just going to hire Ron Rivera because he's a yes man. And, like, nothing against Ron Rivera, but it's just like, that's the kind of guy they hire. They wouldn't hire a guy as headstrong as Sarkisian, who's just going to demand to have full control of the roster. I just don't see it happening, at least not now. I think he is happy where he is, and I think that he is doing a great job, and I don't know why he would leave. I don't see Jerry money whipping him with like a lot more than Texas is, and I don't think he would want that job because of the lack of control he would have.
Unmute myself. This is me doing 19 different things. I was going to say sorry about that feedback because I unmuted the Zoom here to make sure that I'm not missing anything. And at the press conference, again, scheduled to start at 12:30, clearly a little bit behind here. I'm sure the weather playing a factor, getting the head coaches over to AT&T Stadium, probably playing a delay here. Steve Sarkisian and Ryan Day scheduled to address the media here soon. No, listen, I agree with you. I think Steve is a college guy. I'm not saying that, listen, Steve is 50, right? So, like, if he wanted to do this, and I understand he's had previous health issues, so you take that into account. But if he wanted to do this, the time would be now. I just don't see it, right? Yeah. Like, if he wanted to do it, and then, hey, in 5 years doesn't work out, you come back, you get your pick of the litter of college jobs, great. Like, and I don't know offhand. I'm going to look it up right now while we're on the air. How old Nick Saban was when he took the Miami job? And obviously Nick Saban had coached in the NFL like Steve Sarkisian before, right? But Nick Saban is 73 years old now. He took the Miami job, if my memory serves me correct, in 2005. So that would have made him, 53. Let's see, Nick Saban took the Miami job in 2005. Yeah. So he would have been 53, 54, somewhere between 52 and 54 when he took that job, right? So, and like I said, Nick Saban was a defensive coordinator with the Browns, had been with the Oilers at one point in time, so had NFL experience. But no, to the points that are made, I just don't see it. Jake Bayless made a point that I wanted to respond to here. He said his mentor, one of his mentors, in flamed out in the NFL. Maybe that sticks with him. Jake, I'm assuming you're referring to Nick Saban and not Pete Carroll, because I actually have a hot take that Pete Carroll's NFL, and then we're talking about pre-Seattle, right? Pete Carroll's tenure with the Jets and with New England actually wasn't bad, right? He just got fired twice by one inept organization and then by an owner in Robert Kraft, who has shown that he's not patient with coaches who aren't named Belichick, right? Because you saw what happened with Gerard Mayo. So, Jake, I assume you're talking about Nick Saban there. Maybe that will stick with him. Let me ask you this, right? And kind of one more talking pointer before we transition to a little bit of basketball. and give me a chance to kind of reset myself here, Keenan, as I'm holding a phone, looking at a TV, and trying to be on a Zoom. So I'm hoping I'm not talking all over someone's Zoom or some conversation here. Keenan, in terms of the job itself, because I thought you raised an interesting point. I'm not talking about in 1995, right? I'm not even talking about in 2005. Isn't being the head coach at Texas a better job than being the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys?
I think at this point, certainly, yeah. I just, like you get to control your roster and there's no salary cap. You could just get whoever the hell you want. You could build your own roster, and especially the Cowboys job, which is like so full of BS with this owner that's just so involved in everything you're doing. Owner / GM / he's Jackie Moon from Semi-Pro. He's just like, he's the player, owner, coach, I mean, if Jerry Jones could suit up, he certainly would get out there and try to play running back, like no doubt. Jake makes a great point, man. McCarthy is the perfect pushover for Jerry. That's why I'm saying, guys like Ron Rivera are just built in a lab to be Cowboys coaches. Just guys who aren't going to argue with you. That's why Parcells didn't work out. That's why Jimmy Johnson didn't work out. It's not because they weren't successful. It's because they pissed Jerry off. And Jerry was like, I'm the king of this team. I'm the player, owner, coach. And then he kicks them. You know what I mean? So I don't think Sark would take – if he were to take an NFL job, which I don't think he would anyway, but if he were to, it certainly wouldn't be the Cowboys' job.
Right. And that we're in agreement, lockstep there, right? Because you take a look, and the reason why I said I think Texas is a better job than the Cowboys, the way this thing goes, it goes to university president, Kevin Eltife, Chris Del Conte, Steve Sarkisian. And I would make the argument that Kevin Eltife is probably, the top, the top of that heap there. And then right next to him, 1A is Steve Sarkisian, right? Like I would make that argument. You're not going to be that, as you said, with Dallas. And to be fair, or just to be honest, you probably aren't going to be that in the NFL because you don't see a ton of head coach, general manager combos anymore, right? Remember that was kind of all the rage back when we were like in middle school, high school, Bill Parcells, Nick Saban, Pete Carroll, how many guys, right? When they took the job, it was, the Parcells line, if you want me to cook the meal, I got to buy the groceries, right? You're not seeing a ton of that anymore. And I don't think, I can't really see an opening that Steve Sarkisian would get that. But yeah, all in all, this is a better job. Keenan, I'm going to hit mute and I'm going to allow you to promote sleep. Because guess what? This is excellent sleep weather, right? Like if you struggle to sleep, some gray skies, some snow, it'll help you sleep. However, that's not consistent here in the great state of Texas. What is consistent is the great Dr. Chad Denman. Keenan, tell the folks where they can get good sleep, or how they can get good sleep, I should say.
Sleep Cycle Center is the only medical sleep office in Central Texas that provides the most technologically advanced care and screening, at-home testing, evaluation of airways, and treatment options related to sleep and breathing issues such as sleep apnea. Their focus is to educate on what is going on in the patient's body and provide all possible treatment options related to his or her specific issue. Screening, testing, and treatment can be completed virtually or in person. They can eliminate snoring to sleep apnea. You no longer have to sleep in separate bedrooms from your significant other. Individuals and families welcome. 2 convenient locations, one in the Arboretum, the other in Lakeway. They see patients of all ages from 6 to 106. Family owned and operated. CPAP alternatives can be provided in most cases, though they do offer treatments that include CPAPs, as well as oral devices, epigenetic devices. They can help with weight loss, use lasers and radio frequency. They are in network with most medical insurance. So give my friend, the good doctor, Dr. Chad Denman, a call at 254-284-6812 or visit Sleep Cycle Center online at sleepcyclecenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you.
All right, Keenan, we're starting to get a little action here. The Zoom has loaded. I see Dennis De La Pena. I see Danny Davis. I see Josh Newman. And I now see Ryan Day and Steve Sarkisian taking the podium. So, Keenan, I'm going to set you up here. Tennessee coming to Austin on Saturday, Rick Barnes' club. Maybe still being ranked number 1 in the nation. We'll see after they took a tough loss to Florida. But if you can just kind of give a quick overview of Tennessee, I will still be here. I will listen in, and we'll make the last 13 minutes of this show work as I'm multitasking here. Keenan, have at it.
Yeah, no worries. Tennessee had a horrendous game against Florida the other night. I think they lost by 30 points. I think it was the most points a number 1 team has ever lost by ever against especially in conference. I think it's either that or it's been a long time since that's happened. But they have a really talented roster, man. And I think one of their most underrated wins was at Illinois. Now, Illinois wasn't ranked at the time they played, but Illinois is loaded. They have dudes everywhere. Kasper Siakuchonis and Will Riley are both first-round draft picks. And Kasper Siakuchonis is like a top 5, top 10 pick. Tennessee is pretty reliant on their small forward Chaz Lanier and their power forward Igor Milicic for scoring. Zakai Ziegler is kind of their engine. He's the guy that drives the ball. He's the guy that distributes and facilitates for the offense. Jemai Mashak is their defensive kind of wing. He plays the shooting guard position, but he plays defensively. He plays the wing spot, and he guards opposing wings and off guards. Chaz Lanier is kind of their Dalton Connect replacement. He's not quite as good as Connect was, but he is a talented scorer. I think he's averaging 18 a game this year, something like that. Milicic is another guy who's really talented, really solid shooter for his position, also a solid rebounder. And then defensively, Felix Okpara, who's their center, he's an Ohio State transfer, is a really, really good shot blocker and defender in the paint. He's not going to score a bunch of points on you, but he is a guy that can rebound and defend and kind of patrol the paint and make it difficult to score at the rim. Darlinston Dubar is like a combo forward that'll come off the bench. He'll play some small forward, some power forward. He'll back up Milicic and Lanier. And then Jordan Gainey, who had a really impressive game against Illinois, where I think he scored like 18 in the second half and hit the buzzer beater to win the game. He's sort of a combo guard. He can play both on and off the ball. He's been up and down with his shooting this year, but when he's on, he's really on. And then Bishop Boswell, Grant Hurst. I mean, they have a lot of guys, right? They have a lot of talented players. They may not have. They looked awful against Florida, like no doubt. They scored 15 points. I think they shot like 30% from the field in that game. They scored 43 total points. Like that's not going to win you any games, but the way they defend the ball screen makes me very nervous for Texas, just in the way that Texas operates on the offensive end, where they run a lot of high pick and rolls with Shedrick. The way that Tennessee hedges the ball screen, the way that they blitz the pick and roll, makes me nervous that Texas is going to really struggle to score the basketball in this game. I think this is a really bad matchup. I think this is a worse matchup than Auburn for Texas. And I was saying that a couple of weeks ago, too. I just think that the way this Texas offense operates, Tennessee is like built to shut them down, essentially. And that makes me nervous.
All good stuff there from you, Keenan. I'm going to give a quick update on the presser here, and then I won't respond to you, and I'll probably have you close the show from there. Steve Sarkisian gave the first statement in the presser. We probably should take the time, which Steve noted, to acknowledge thoughts and prayers to the folks, A, in New Orleans, and B, Steve Sarkisian's hometown of Los Angeles, which he took about 90 seconds to acknowledge the wildfires there and everything that's going on. Something Steve noted in his presser, which is, it's honestly probably true. He said in today's college football, to have 4 teams here in this space, is something that is unique, but something that you don't see is you're not going to see teams that arrive here unblemished. I thought that was a really interesting. If I were there, I'd ask him that. I thought that was super interesting. Him saying that in essence, like, if you're playing these super leagues, and you'll get a chance to hear the exact quote, when it goes out, playing these super leagues and the schedules, you're not going to go unblemished in reaching this point. So noted the stability of all the programs and being proud of his team for being able to persevere, make this point with being unblemished. Keenan, you talked about Tennessee's roster. I always make a joke, if I can pull this back up here, make a joke about the little knockoff Allen Iverson dude, Zakai Ziegler, who got the braids, the 5'9", 160 guard for Tennessee, who's actually a really good player, by the way. Double digits for 7 points, really good defender. What matchup, Keenan, or matchups are you keeping your eye on that you think, even if Texas cannot win this game, you at least want to see something that can give you some encouragement going to the rest of SEC play?
I want to see how these point guards play against Zakai Ziegler, because Zakai Ziegler he's undersized, he's 5'9", but he's a super talented defensive player, right? So, I want to see how Jordan Pope handles this ball pressure that Tennessee throws their way, and the way that Jemai Meshack, like, they have a very good defensive backcourt. They're sort of built like the Orlando Magic in the backcourt, right? They're just a really solid defensive backcourt. Sort of the way that they operate is they sort of operate in the same way that the Magic do. And I'm going to take over the show because Eric has to finish his press conference. So I will be taking over for him. Eric, peace out, brother. And if any of you guys have basketball questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. If you've watched the Orlando Magic this year, you can kind of gather the way that Tennessee operates defensively, right? They hedge a lot. They switch a lot. They blitz the pick and roll a lot. And the way that Jemai Meshack guards too, again, he plays shooting guard, but he's defensively, he's more of a wing. He's more of a 3. They just have Chaz Lanier, who's such a good scorer, that they play him at 3. I don't know. I just think this is a really tough matchup for Texas. As far as like watching a guy like Trey Johnson, and I was talking about this yesterday, my concern with Trey is that he is not a guy that has an elite first step. He doesn't have a lot of burst. He doesn't have a lot of quick, explosive stuff off the dribble. So what that means really in a game like this is he's going to have to hit his mid-range jump shots when they put him in isolation situations. Now, I don't think they should be putting him in too many isolations. They will, but they shouldn't. Just the way that this offense runs, I see a lot of that happening in the first half, and then when they adjust in the second half, it'll be even harder for him to get those shots up. But as far as running high pick and roll, which is sort of what Shedrick is used for on the offensive end, when they bring him out of the paint and put him at the 3-point line and they run a pick and roll with him up there, it is really difficult to score against this Tennessee defense because of the way that they double the ball handler out of those sets. Trey is going to be good for at least 3 shots and 2 unnecessary turnovers or fouls. Yeah, that is true, but a big part of that, James, is he's a young player. He's 19. I understand he has not played well over his last 2 games. He's been rough. But part of that is the opposing game plan is all about shutting him down and being, making other players on the team beat the opponent. So for Auburn, they shut Trey down. They put guys like Chad Baker-Mazara on him. They put bigger guys on him to make guys with length, so he has to shoot over. Because, he's not going to beat you off the dribble. He's not going to blow by you. He's not a guy you look at Zakai Ziegler for Tennessee, and that's kind of his thing, right? Like, he's not a great mid-range shooter, but what he can do is get the ball and beat you off the dribble and beat you to the rim. Even though he's only 5'9", he's so fast with the ball that it just makes sense to have him attack the rim. And that's my big problem with this Texas roster. They don't really have anybody that's super quick off the dribble that can attack the rim. And when you look at Tennessee's defense, you look at a guy like Felix Aguilera at center, who is a really good shot blocker. I don't have his numbers in front of me, but I remember he was very good at that at Ohio State, where he transferred from. And he is a guy that can patrol the paint defensively and make it really difficult to score at the rim. Cade Phillips, who comes off the bench, is another guy who's got size and length and can defend the rim as well. And, you know, Tennessee's, again, they played terribly against Florida. Like, it was really bad. But I think that was a one-off. Like, I think Tennessee's good enough to compete for, you know, I don't know if they're good enough to win a national championship, but they are good enough to compete for a Final Four. I understand, yes, Rick Barnes struggles to get to the Final Four. He loses often when he shouldn't, things like that. But he has built a team that's good enough to compete for a Final Four, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, that Florida game was shocking to me. I thought Florida had a chance to win that game. I didn't think they'd win by 30, though. That was very surprising to me. I think Florida was favored in that game by maybe 1.5 points or something like that, and they ended up winning by 30 just because what they were able to do to Tennessee was just force them into awkward looks. And if you can do that consistently, you have a chance to beat anybody. But you know, Texas doesn't have these pieces that Florida has. They have good players, but they don't have a guy on Walter Clayton Jr.'s level, which is Florida's best player. He's All-American, could be a first-team All-American guard. Will definitely be a first-team All-SEC type of guard. And you know, the SEC this year is so loaded. Like, as I've said, you know, even the bottom of the barrel teams, you look at a team like South Carolina or LSU, like, even those schools have high level talents. Like, South Carolina has Colin Murray-Boyles, who's probably going to be a first round pick. LSU has Victorious Miller, who is Slick the Shocker's son, by the way. Should the Mavs tank for Cooper Flagg? I don't think that's going to happen, Jake. They got a lot of tanking to do to get down to the first overall pick. There are some guys I really like in this class that would fit on the Mavs really well. Say the Mavs get like the 15th pick or something like that, 16th pick. A guy like Liam McNeely, who's actually a Richardson kid, I would like him a lot on this roster. I think he'd be great. Obviously Flagg would be awesome, but you might be injured next. Yeah, I mean, the injuries for the Mavs have been brutal. I mean, Kyrie and Luka have been out for a while. Najee got suspended. PJ's been hurt. Gafford's been hurt. Lively's been hurt. I mean, you name it, starter on that team, they've been injured. To discuss every NBA team in the state of Texas, because I know we got Rockets and Spurs fans, really impressed with the way Amen Thompson's been playing for Houston. Just really impressive athlete. One of the best athletes in the entire league. Complete freak of nature, awesome defender. And I think a guy that can play lead initiator just because of his ability off the dribble to drive the basket and be a guy that can make the extra pass, the guy that can drive the rim and finish because he's such a good athlete. And then the Spurs, obviously Wemby is making his case for being a top 5, top 10 player already, and he's in his second season. And Stefan Castle has been fantastic as a rookie. He's been one of the best rookies this season. And this is a rookie class that was often maligned for being not that talented at the top. And in some ways that's true, but there's been a few rookies that have really impressed me. I think Zach Edey's been great. I think Jalen Wells has been great, even though he's the 39th pick. Stefan Castle's been great. You know, like, yeah, Reese has some work to do, but he's shown flashes. He scored 33 against the Knicks a few weeks ago. So there are some guys in this rookie class that have improved. Yeah, absolutely. Credit for interim Spurs coach Mitch Johnson. He's done an excellent job. They're playing very freewheeling basketball. It's a lot of fun to watch. And this is, I'm trying to think of another time where all three teams in Texas were this good. And it's hard to think about because usually one of the teams is down. But I would say like maybe 06, 07, all the teams were pretty good. And I feel like we're getting back into an era where all three of these NBA teams are really solid. And, you know, if the Mavericks weren't so injured, they'd probably be a top 3 seed in the NBA in the West right now. I'm going to bring Zay in real quick, if that's cool, brother. What's up, dude? I'm just chatting NBA. I had to take the show home because Eric had to go on to a press conference. So I've been talking about the NBA for the last like 10 minutes or so. I talked a little bit about Texas, Tennessee, and some of that. But yeah, man, what's up with you?
Good, man. Good. Ain't nothing wrong for a little NBA talk. I heard you talking about some of the rookies that have been pretty good this year. We knew coming in it was going to be a pretty weak rookie class, but there have been guys that have looked good overall. Yeah. You know, I love Stefan Kik. I love what he brings to the table. That dude, he's kind of an old school type of NBA player, which, again, you come from UConn. It makes sense. I mean, even though Dan Hurley's a crazy son of a bee, he was still coached the right way.
Damn good coach.
Yeah, so it's not really a shocker that his game has transitioned, even as a freshman going into being a rookie, transitioned so easily for San Antonio. So I like him a lot.
No doubt. What's up, Chip?
What's going on, Keenan? How you doing, baby?
I'm feeling a little sick, but we're gonna make it. We'll be all right. We'll survive. And I have to get back to work. I'm working from home today, so I'm going to let you gentlemen take over. But I will be there tonight and wish me luck on the drive. But,
yeah, be careful, dog.
Yeah, be careful, man. It's a mess out there.
I know. I'll be fine. I've driven through it. I've driven through the snow before, so hopefully we'll be all right. But you guys have a great show. I will talk to you guys tomorrow.
Appreciate you, Keenan.
Later, guys.
Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. And we're happy you're spending some time with us. Chip and Zay, it's the Cotton Bowl Eve tailgate. Zay, I'm going to give you a quick weather update. You ready?
Let's get it. Oh, you're showing us. Okay, look at that. Look at that snow.
Can you see the South Park characters?
I saw the post that you put out on X/Twitter of, I guess it was Stan and Kyle from South Park.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. Very creative person.
Yeah.
Had time to do that.
So the wintry mix is here. It is a cross of snow and sleet. You've got the temperature is the key now, and it is 37 degrees. That needs to stay because you've got 100% chance of rain coming up at 2, and really rain all day and into the night. And then the snow comes between 5 and 10. But here's the good news. It's not supposed to dip below freezing until 3 a.m. And they are treating the roads. And it is supposed to be 32 degrees in the morning, which means it should just get warmer from there. And then everything is manageable. But if you're driving up tonight, that's the worst time to come because it's going to get colder. The sun's going to go down, and then you're not going to be able to see ice. That's tough. So everybody be careful. Do what you got to do to be safe. If you're coming up, be smart, and we'll try to keep you posted on that. But Zay, a lot of excitement, a lot of anticipation. I feel like I've just given birth because I finished the Insider.
It's a little dramatic. What? Giving birth.
Okay, how about passing a kidney stone?
All right, that's better.
Yeah.
Yeah. I couldn't even imagine what women go through giving birth. That's just nah, hell no.
Yeah, nah.
But okay. How's that Insider looking like? What we talking about today? We don't give them everything because
we don't give them everything.
Subscribe to the Great Horns 24/7.
We appreciate that. Shameless plug, Horns 24/7. But how you feeling? I need to check in with you because you've been the staunch. I'm picking Ohio State. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not trying to apologize. Horns fans, come on, man. Let me be.
No,
it's not personal.
I was just talking to BK, our man, our proud grand poobah here at the Texas Sports Unfiltered, and he was Ohio State at the beginning of the week, and then the disrespect. He pulled like 20. He found 20 national media members. All of them are predicting Ohio State, and all but 2, including Chris Hummer, only 2 are predicting Texas will cover.
Yikes.
So the other 16 are calling for an Ohio State beatdown. And I just think Texas is going to play a really competitive game. I think it's going to be a fourth quarter game. I don't know if Texas is going to win or not, but I think it's going to come down to the wire. I'm just checking in with you.
Yeah, I got Texas covering, but winning the game, that's a different story. And I do feel a lot better for Texas to pull the upset when I saw some of the interviews yesterday, specifically from QB1, Quinn Ewers. He looked real at ease, man. I like when Quinn's laughing and joking around and kind of looks like he's having a good time. We've seen Quinn Ewers on the podium in different ways. Sometimes he could be very short and you don't hear much laughter or joking. And sometimes you get what you got yesterday. And he seemed very chill, very relaxed. It seemed like he felt or feels like, Longhorns clearly have a chance. And you need that from your QB, coming back home, being from the DFW area, playing in the AT&T Stadium like he's done multiple times and having success there. I think that gives you a level of comfort that as a Texas fan, you got to feel good about when you're talking about your quarterback, which a lot's going to be on him in this game. With how up and down the run game's been, Quinn Ewers, he has to be money. And this team, throughout the course of the year, a lot has been just shooting themselves in the foot. You know what I'm saying? Just going 8 Mile style, shooting yourself in the foot, self-inflicted wounds. And you're like, damn, man, this team, they're better than that. This team has way too many guys as leaders and way too much experience for all of these self-inflicting wounds like we saw against Arizona State in the Peach Bowl where they had 10 penalties. You go back to that first Georgia game, they have like 11 penalties. So in all those games that have been a little bit too close for comfort where they've also lost, it's been on them. It hasn't necessarily been on the opposing team. Now you got to give Georgia their credit. 46 pressures and 26 tackles for loss and 13 sacks in 2 games. Kirby
is that
Smart,
good?
Yeah, it's all right.
Is that a problem?
Let's not give them too much credit because they are at the crib. You know what I'm saying? They will be watching this game.
They are at the crib.
Athens, so Kirby, hey, this ain't your year, Kirby. It is what it is. SEC championship. Hold on to that, buddy. But, overall, that's what scares me the most just the Horns getting in their own way. If they could play a clean game consistently, then I'd be leaning Texas more. But I never know what Texas team I'm going to get. And now when you got these Ohio State Buckeyes playing the way they're playing, like we told the stats yesterday, they don't make many mistakes. When it comes to their self-inflicting wounds, you don't see it very often at all. So they're a very disciplined ball club, and you got to beat them. They are not going to beat themselves when I can't say the same for the Texas Longhorns.
Well, here's just to refresh. If you weren't taking good notes.
Yeah. Before that, though, Gringo Horns got a point. What you eating today? What we got on the menu? So, we're going in.
Here's
look good.
I apologize.
No, you got to apologize. Enjoy your meal. You work hard.
Because I've been running all over the place, and they only have a certain window for the media lunch. So I had to race down there and grab it right before the show.
What they serving?
Chicken, fried chicken.
Fried? Okay.
It's good. It's good.
Okay.
Yeah, they had some kind of beef, something or other. It's meh. The chicken is good.
Stroganoff? They had like beef stroganoff?
Yeah.
Like that?
Nice. Some mac and cheese.
Okay.
And some salad.
That's a high quality meal right there.
Yeah.
Cotton Bowl taking care of the media. All right. I see the green there. Yeah, the fried chicken. Looks good. Impressive.
We got the pink credential this year.
Huh.
Pink.
I like it. Very stylish.
Very stylish. Got to be secure in your manhood to rock the pink credential. No, I'm kidding. You got to rock it no matter what.
I rock it no matter what, but
you ain't getting the game.
Yo, rapper Cameron, he used to wear a pink mink back in the early 2000s. That told me everything I had to know, about a man rocking pink. He pulled
Cameron?
it off. Cameron, legend. Killer Cam. Absolute legend. Dipset. Shout out to that era. But yeah, ain't nothing wrong with a man rocking pink.
All right.
The chicken looks good. I ain't gonna lie.
My man.
Me hungry over here in the ATX.
My man Lance Taylor. I'm like, and by the way, Steve Sarkisian was just asked about Bert Auburn, and he said he would not definitively say. He said, quote, "We'll monitor that through pregame and make a decision and go." So,
oh, damn. I don't like that.
They're going to, he's being real upfront about it because this is very much a prove it as you go situation. So, FYI. But this is, there's a reason 18 national media people are picking Ohio State. It's because they saw everything coming apart. Like, how Fred Flintstone's car, when he would hit something, the side panels would fall off and then the front would collapse and then the back of the car would collapse. Like, that's what Texas football did in the Peach Bowl. Like, everything. The offense collapsed. Then special teams collapsed. After a good start, don't get me wrong, it was a good first quarter. But then each unit took turns collapsing. And then the defense gave out. They were like the back panel on the car. And they can't get that out of their heads. I get that. And then when you contrast it to Ohio State looking like the windshield to Tennessee and Oregon being the bug, you're like, oh, okay. Ohio State, they found it. They're in their zone. But one thing's interesting, Zay, even in talking to these Ohio State media members who, if you pour truth serum in them, they were all ready to run Ryan Day out of town. And we all saw Ryan Day looking lost while his team was getting in a fight with Michigan over the flag planting. Anyone remember this? Like Ryan Day just, guys are punching each other in the face right behind him, and he's like,
that was a down bad moment.
That was a down bad moment.
That was a down bad moment.
And kudos to Chip Kelly for saying, you know what, we're just going to throw it. And there's not a lot of dudes that can hang with Jeremiah Smith, Emeka Egbuka, and my man
Carnell Tate.
Carnell Tate. I always want to say Carter, and it's the T is in the second name. But I get it. But just as quickly as Ohio State went from bad to good, Texas can go from bad to good. They've done it. They do it in game. Like Texas gets off to a good start. Then they start to collapse. All hell's breaking loose. The season's about to end. And then Quinn Ewers, 4th and 13. Touchdown to Gunnar Helm. 2-point conversion. Okay, on to the next. And I get it. I get it. People can't get all the other stuff out of their minds. But this is a veteran team. Now, I can't explain all the freaking false starts. It's freaking confounding. But there was a false start on Malik Agba. Like there's, false start on Cole Hudson. It's not all Cam Williams, although Cam gets his share. And that's a big thing for tomorrow because Cam's on a sprained knee. Like that thing probably needs 3 weeks. And like it's a partial tear.
Damn, tear?
Well, that's what a knee sprain is. It's a tiny, tiny tear and it heals itself, but you need to give it time to heal, which he tore or whatever. He suffered the knee sprain. I don't want to make it sound like people will take that and go, oh my God. But he suffered the knee sprain on December 21st. It is January 9th. So we're coming up on 3 weeks. So this is the early end of the recovery. He's going to start, but I don't know how long he's going to play. So he may be fine. He may be chomping at the bit. But whether it's Cam or Trevor Gooseby or, 2 tight end sets, they have to secure the edges against this Ohio State defense, or it will be Quinn Ewers running for his life. And we've seen how that goes. Now, I do think you're seeing a little bit more of Quinn. What do you call him? Quintavious?
Quintavious.
Okay, Quintavious. I think you're getting closer to seeing Quintavious. When he was all beat up, he just was a husk. Like, remember he tripped over Kelvin Banks and took a sack. Like, the dude didn't even touch him, and Banks was pissed. Banks was like, I'm out here busting my ass. Yeah. I get this guy on the ground, and you trip over me. Quintavious is looking a little more nimble. So I think, again, go back to the Michigan game where they got pressure. He was stepping up. He was sliding in the pocket, eyes constantly downfield. He was finding Isaiah Bond on 3rd down, finding Gunnar Helm on 3rd down. And he was a surgeon. 8 of 10 3rd down conversions in the first half against Michigan. And he was oblivious to that place coming apart, which it was. If that's what you're getting from Quinn Ewers tomorrow, game on. Because he's been beat up. He's not been the same. He's not been comfortable. That's why I think that 4th and 13 was so big for him, because it was like, okay, I'm back. Like, I've been all beat up and I'm not looked good, and everyone's telling me how crappy I look and I need to transfer and take money and go somewhere else. That's the last thing he wants to do, by the way. The last thing he wants to do is muddy up his legacy at Texas by going somewhere else. Like, He wants to be up in the stadium with a national championship. Like, that's important to him. Just like the conference championship. Like, he wants to be remembered like Colt McCoy and Vince Young. And I'm saying that right now, and fans are going, oh, forget it. Just wait. If this dude balls out tomorrow and wins a national championship, everyone's going to be like, oh my God, what an amazing story. He overcame these injuries. He fucking found it on 4th and 13. Oh my God, Quinn Ewers is a god. This guy, amazing. Right?
For sure.
I mean, that's why I kept saying, hey, this script is not written yet. It's not done. And look, I know there's a bunch of people listening to me right now going, Texas is going to get killed. So just be quiet, save your breath, save the embarrassment. I'm just telling you, Quinn Ewers went into Tuscaloosa. They cut it. You know what's weird? They had a lull in the third quarter of that game, Zay. And then they balled out. You know, they fell behind 16-13 at the end of the third quarter. And then 21-8 run. Quinn Ewers dropping dimes, finding the open man every time. JT Sanders, AD Mitchell. In that place that was coming apart. He did it again against Michigan. I look at those games when he was healthy as good barometer games. And now he's going back into Texas AT&T Stadium where he set the Big 12 passing yards record in the Big 12 title game. Like, he's comfortable in that setting. And I wouldn't count him out. I would not count him out. And Eric Henry wrote a story about how, you know, it helps when the quarterback is the calm, cool leader when everything else is going to hell. Like, the quarterback can't be part of the reason that it's going to hell. The quarterback has to be part of the solution, which he was both in the Peach Bowl. Fourth, or whatever, the 2nd and 4 deep ball pass, terrible call by Sark, terrible decision by Quinn. You can't float that thing up there like that. But then, when he has to have it, 4th and 13. So this dude has been impressive because we've talked about it. He's against Oklahoma, 3 turnovers 2 years ago. 26 of 28, he gets him the lead with 1:17 left. Like, this guy can rubber band back into action, and that's not easy. That is not easy. Like, I've talked to coaches, it's like when that avalanche gets going against you, it's hard to just go drive. You know, Arkansas, they cut it to whatever, 20-10. And they're, thank God for Alfred Collins forcing the fumble. Taft jumps on it. And then after the offense has been just a poop parade, they go 10-yard drive to kill the clock, final 6 minutes. It's hard to do on the road. So, you know, these guys have been in the fire. They're not going to be daunted. Now, one of the biggest questions I had was, okay, is Ohio State's interior defensive line twitchy enough, explosive enough to just penetrate and wreck everything like Georgia? And they didn't think that Williams and Hamilton are that explosive. Like, they'll hold the point of attack. They're not, you know, explosive like Byron Murphy and the guys from Georgia. So that helps because the interior of Texas's line has had rough games against Georgia. So did Cam Williams. So did Kelvin Banks at times. So with both your tackles banged up, I mean, they're good. You know, Banks doesn't even talk about that ankle, but he's still wearing that brace. I mean, you can see it under the tape, the Takeo brace.
What did he hurt in the Peach Bowl game? What was that? Was that the same ankle?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah. Yeah, and he was walking with a little limp. So
little pimp stroll.
But he's, I love Kelvin. I mean, he is. I don't know Cam Williams from a hole in the wall because they've never made him available. I'd love to know what he's about. I don't. So I have no idea. But Kelvin is a guy who is going to die on the field. So that tells you how injured that ankle was when he left the A&M game. So, look, they got to overcome stuff. But you're right. You cannot beat yourself. You can't have drops. You can't have. It's another reason. Play Silas Bolden, Zay.
Read my mind, man. That third receiver got to be big.
He's a grad transfer. This guy has played in big games. He doesn't drop the football.
Yo. It seemed like in the Georgia SEC championship game, he was finally getting busy a little bit. He got laid out by Dan Jackson, which not too many guys are holding on to that football. And he acted like it was nothing. And then he had that underneath drag route where it got called for a late hit because he went out of bounds and Georgia got penalized there. And you're like, okay, that's what I'm talking about. Let's get him in the mix. And now it's just back. If it wasn't for the punt return, he had the end around in the Peach Bowl, but it's like, come on, Sark, this guy's too valuable. Like, the punt return should show you how explosive he is. Like, you have him back there for a reason. Get the ball in his hands. Throw him the ball. I get it. He's a smaller guy, but he's one of those dudes that can take a 5-yard catch and turn it into a 25-yard catch.
And what happened in the OU game? He's on the field. Quintravian Wisner fumbles the ball. That dude races 55 yards to beat old T-shirt,
Danny Stutzman
to the recovery. If that dude's not on the field, Ryan Wingo ain't running after that fumble. No offense to Ryan Wingo. He's just young. Silas Bolden is aware of everything. He's aware of constant effort and the importance of constant effort. I get that you want receiver blocking. You know what? Xavier Worthy last year was throwing his body around, all 168 pounds. And you know what? He got in the way a few times, and it helped. Silas Bolden's going to do that. He's a compact, strong guy. Like, I think, I don't know, man.
Yeah, if he doesn't get touches, you've wasted his season, in my opinion. And I think he knows that. That's why he's so aggressive with his punt returns. Like, I think he knows, like, man, I wish I got more opportunities, but the ones that I'm given, I got to make the most of it. This might be the only time I touch the ball all game. And that's weird. That is just so weird to me. Again, Ryan Wingo, is it one of those things where you're afraid he's going to transfer if he doesn't get luck? You just can't think about that stuff. You can't. And again, I'm just speculating right now, but for Ryan Wingo to play so much more than Silas Bolden, I don't understand it. It's not like Ryan Wingo's bad or a liability. It's just like you said, he is young. There's a lot of things that he still needs to learn. Like we talked about yesterday, there's just sometimes he misses assignments, whether it's going out for routes or whether it's blocking. And I think Sark doesn't throw some of the screen stuff to Golden or DeAndre Moore that much when Ryan Wingo's on the field because they don't trust his blocking that much. And that's an issue. That's not good. And who knows where Isaiah Bond's going to be. I don't want to write off Agent, 007. Definitely can't write him off at all. But with what we've seen and how up and down he's been with this ankle injury, you can't trust that. You got to have a better backup plan. That third wide receiver has to mean something because teams are going to start keying in on Matthew Golden. Like you would think that this Ohio State team, they're like, we can't let number 2 beat us at all. That dude's made some spectacular catches. Matthew Golden's earned some serious paper this year with his play. He's definitely shocked the hell out of me with how good he's been. And him and Quinn, like we saw on 4th and 13, they got good chemistry, but it just can't be him, man. Like, you're going to have to attack Ignosin, whatever you say his name, and Burke. You got to attack those guys because I don't think they've been attacked very often. which has to do with everyone else. Like front four, Sawyer, Toi Malalu, those guys, studs. Those linebackers, they're starting to play terrific ball. And Styles and Simon, like watch the 6 and 0. Those guys fly around. So you got to take advantage of any opportunity that you have. It might be 11. Like Silas Bolden, I think he's up for the task, but to not utilize him the way that they have it this year, I think that's been a serious issue. And if not now, when? Like kitchen sink. I've been saying it all week. This Ohio State team is too good not to throw every single thing that you got at them. Hell, I'd show them everything. Who cares about Notre Dame and Penn State? I think you could beat them without showing everything straight up. Like, this is the game. You show them everything. Like, you leave no doubt. Like, I know that sounds cliche, but shit, here we are.
Yeah.
Leave no doubt.
We haven't had any yo-yo motion this year. That stuff that he's shown in the past, but run some of that stuff with Silas Bolden. And you're going to have some unconventional running plays in this game. And Silas Bolden, without Isaiah Bond, it's been Bond and Wingo who've gotten the running carries for Texas at the receiver position. You can't do it with Bond. Do it with Bolden. And there has been, he's had a couple carries. But, Sark's got to really, he needs to be studying the Detroit Lions offense because they got
Here you go.
Hey, what did I say? Hold on.
Homer.
That looking lateral.
That Homerism's coming out.
Yeah, but it's working.
Now you're right.
Texas can run that hook and lateral. How about you run that hitch to Golden and he pitches it to Bolden? The Golden Bolden hook and lateral.
I mean,
come on, man.
The reason why NFL players do that, because they're in the league for a reason. I mean, Amon-Ra St. Brown is special. So the trust that Ben Johnson and Dan Campbell have in him to make those plays happen, that makes a lot of sense. I don't know if Sark trusts these guys like that, which is a shame because you got to trust them at this point.
Yeah.
I still feel like sometimes Sark doesn't trust Quinn to make certain throws. And again, Quinn Ewers, this is as healthy as he's been with the ankle, the oblique. Sometimes he lobs those balls like we were talking about on the 2nd and 4, which was just a horrible pass, but I put that all on Sark. I don't even put that on Quinn that much. Like, that was just a horrible play call. But Steve Sarkisian has to be a step ahead of Jim Knowles, point blank period. You got to be. Because Jim Knowles, he saw that Arizona State tape. He saw that Georgia tape. He going to bring it. He going to let those guys blitz. And they blitz at the right times. Ask Dylan Gabriel. Like, they were after the lefty. Like, it was nobody's business. They will blitz at the right times, which will allow Tuimoloau and Sawyer to get back there and cause havoc. And if Arizona State could do it, damn sure Ohio State could do it. So Quinn Ewers, understanding what the defense is thrown at him before snap, the headset communication has to be on point. Like Quinn Ewers, you need a lot of those 4th and 13 moments where you might call them max protection or change the play, go against the grain, which I think that's been one of the most quiet, big time attributes that Quinn Ewers has, because everybody just looks at the throws and stuff, which I get it. He's a quarterback, but his ability to recognize what the defense is doing pre-snap, I think that's been a huge step from year 2 to where Quinn Ewers is now in year 3. And if he could be money on that and see what the defense is doing before the play even happens and audible that thing, Peyton Manning style, Omaha. I don't think they say that, but I need something like that. Then you can set yourself up in good situation.
Kill.
Yeah, kill. Omaha. Ha. Big head ass Peyton used to be slinging that thing. He used to just completely dissect them defenses. They had no idea what was coming. But that's what the greats do. Like, that's how you become a great quarterback. That goes to film study. That goes to preparation. You know, you've had a long time to get ready for this game. So what are you seeing from this Jim Knowles Ohio State defense before the snap that you could take advantage of? I think that's going to be key in this game, just like it should be in most of these high-powered college football playoff games.
I got another one for you. If he wants to run that receiver screen, then put Juan Davis out there as the front of the stack.
Okay.
And run something that's not the receiver screen so that people don't go like, okay, here comes the receiver screen. But still, Juan Davis, even if they know it's coming, Juan Davis can probably get the block that play needs. So, you know, that's a huge part of Sark's game, and he's going away from it because he doesn't have any receivers who can block. I mean, love Matt Golden. And sometimes he, like, when the play is active on the field, he sometimes can get into position and get in the way. His lack of effort on the goal line was awful. Thank God he caught that 4th and 13 because, I mean, he just let Shamari Simmons go right past him to smash Quintravian Wisner. And Ewers suddenly is holding the football and 10 guys bury him in the end zone. I mean, I was watching a film study of that, and it was almost like, oh, what are you doing playing hard, man? Like, what? What are you doing going hard?
Yeah. You better be lucky Shamari Simmons didn't play that whole game. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Because we might not be talking about this game. We're going to be talking about Arizona State playing Ohio State. You know what I'm saying? Shamari Simmons, that dude, problem. Absolute problem. So.
Problem.
Yeah. Yeah. But, you know.
Those Big 12 refs screwed Arizona State.
What? How? What are you talking about?
Well, the targeting. But
yeah.
His was pretty bad.
It was bad. He knocked out Rocco Beck. That was horrible. That wasn't a good play. And they were up by that much. You ain't gonna get that call. It wasn't like a Mookie Taft. We don't want to change the game by making that call situation, even though Mookie's was targeting. But
I'm looking at like Brett Yormark's like, I want a study done on targeting.
Shut your ass up, Brett Yormark. Ain't nobody trying to hear that.
You need to tell your refs in the Big 12 title game, don't be calling no targeting.
Yeah, I ain't trying to hear that, Brett Yormark.
All right, let's bring in the man. LT Lance Taylor, our SEC insider and prognosticator, got the hair all did. Looks like he's going to Floribama or some such. Where are you going?
You guys are going to be blown away. I'm leaving a lunch right now. 18 days sober.
Wow, good for you.
Yeah. Now, I'm going to disclaimer here. It's what we would call California sober because there has been some THC in the mix.
Okay.
But alcohol-free for 18 days.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alcohol-free.
So anyway,
that's
what spurred me to say something was you said he looks like he's going to Floribama, and it would be hard for me to go to the Floribama being alcohol-free, just to let you know.
Is this a January thing or is this beyond?
You know, it started as a January thing, Chip. So I got sick. This is crazy. I don't get sick, knock on wood. But 3 of the last 4 Christmases I've been sick. I went to New York the weekend before to see the Rams and the Jets. And I came back the Christmas Eve, so the 23rd, and I started feeling a little off. And then Christmas Eve, I really started feeling off. And then Christmas and the day after were awful. And I think it's this weird thing that, and you guys probably come across people, maybe yourselves, that you go to the doctor and they're like, you don't have the flu, you don't have COVID. We don't know what you've got. You've got some kind of virus. And I dealt with that. It sucked. So I picked it up. I planned on doing the dry January. And just because I picked that up the final week of December, I just rolled with it. But I'll tell you, it hadn't been that bad. I've had a couple of moments like they've got this this place called Taco Mama. A buddy of mine owns it. He's got like 23 of them now, but they've got a blood orange seasonal margarita, and I really wanted one of those. But, outside of a craving here and there, it hadn't been that bad.
Hey, good for you.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see.
All right, well, I'm here in snow-covered Dallas. Give me your thoughts on the Cotton Bowl.
Well, boy, if it was old school Cotton Bowl, it would be a little different, wouldn't it? So the last time y'all got this potential snow was at the 2011 Super Bowl. Was that right? Yeah. As far as the game, I think Texas is in a good spot just based on this. Ohio State looks unbeatable. They've got 5 penalties, only 1 turnover through 2 games. Will Howard has looked like a Heisman Trophy winning quarterback. Both Travion Henderson and Quinshon Judkins are running the ball effectively. Jeremiah Smith has been you can't defend the guy, just absolutely impossible. They've gotten a lot more aggressive, Chip Kelly and Ryan Day, in the play calling. And I think Jim Knowles' defense, I know some people would argue for Al Golden and Notre Dame, who we'll see tonight, but I think Jim Knowles' defense has been maybe the best in college football. And, 10 sacks through 2 games or 12 sacks through 2 games. I mean, they're not playing with a weakness right now. And Texas, with that fourth quarter letdown going to double overtime with Arizona State, there looks to be chinks in the armor. If Texas can somehow find a way to run the football, and I'm not talking about what they did against Clemson that ultimately got Clemson's defense coordinator fired. I'm talking about, just going $150 on the ground with the combination of Wisner and Blue, then I think Texas has got a fighting shot. Nobody's given them any shot. The number's only 5.5 or 6, depending on where you're shopping it right now. So I think Texas, here's my prediction. I think both of these semifinal games are going to be really good because we've had just complete shit the first couple of rounds. We've had one possession game, that double overtime Texas win. I think these games are going to be really good, and then I think the national championship, whether it's Texas or Ohio State, is going to end up blowing out, I believe, Penn State. I'm pulling for Notre Dame. I'm giving out a play. I'll give it to your listeners and viewers right here. I've got a 7-star on Penn State tonight plus 1.5. I think Penn State matches up well with Notre Dame. My one hesitation is James Franklin, 1-14 against top 5 teams. This is a top 5 team, obviously, in Notre Dame. I'm not a big Franklin guy. I can't imagine if he was to win a national championship, what the ego would do, would be out of this world. But I do think Penn State wins tonight. I lean Ohio State wins, but Ohio State or Texas, I think, will win the national championship.
Okay, and a couple of listeners are saying your volume's a little low. They want to hear your incredibleness. So
we hear them.
I don't know. I mean, do I sound low to you guys? I don't know what I've done.
A little bit, little low.
Yeah, but it's fine. You're good, LT.
Okay, I'll yell. I don't see anything. But yeah, I'll do what I can. But anyway, yeah, I think the winner of Texas and Ohio State will win the national championship. For any of these 4 coaches, I mean, the narrative completely changes. Ryan Day couldn't win a big game, and now he's 4-6 against top 5s. If he closes the deal, he's going to be 6-6 against top 5s. To me, that's really strong. If Sark wins his first, Texas has obviously got a ton of momentum. Notre Dame and Penn State would be out of nowhere. So, whoever wins this national championship, I mean, this coach, their life is going to completely change.
Yeah, Lance, it seems like Ohio State is using that loss to Michigan as some serious fuel. I mean, when you have Penn State and Oregon playing in Indianapolis for the Big Ten championship, they got to soak in all the hate from their coach, everybody saying that he should be fired, this, that, and the third, to their play and them fighting Michigan after the game. It just seemed like a big embarrassment. And now here they are playing 2 of the most complete games you could possibly see in the college football playoffs against the Vols and then Oregon. Do you just see anything getting in their way when this matchup against Texas, or you just think they're going to continue to roll?
Well, Texas has some dogs on defense, and, I do think if Ryan Day and Chip Kelly stay this aggressive, it's going to be really difficult to stop that offense. With that said, going back to the Michigan game, I don't know. It's like they played scared. It's like the play calling really was what was the difference in that game. And you guys know this. Texas has a Georgia problem. Georgia has an Alabama problem. And obviously, Ohio State's got a Michigan problem. So sometimes, the other program will get in, a certain program's head, or the matchups just aren't right. But for whatever reason, that has really been the only kryptonite for Ryan Day, has been Michigan. If you go back to the 2021 national championship, or semifinal, and CJ Stroud was leading them down for the game winner. And you guys will remember the kick. It went left or right at midnight, and Georgia ended up winning the game and then goes on and completely destroys TCU. That's a game if they would have won, Ohio State, if they would have stayed aggressive, they win that game, they win a national championship. And, the narrative is completely different already on Ryan Day. But I do think that Ohio State is the best team. I said it before the season. I even thought it during the season because I didn't think there was a dominant team. So I was waiting for them to shake loose, and it seems like they have. But, again, this stuff's week to week, and I think Texas has a good enough defense that if they could force a couple of turnovers, Texas can obviously win this game.
Yeah, this is going to be.
But, hey, let me ask you this, Chip, because I did bring this up too. Like for Ohio State, they're not going to be content unless they win this whole thing. But I think for the other three fan bases, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, like for James Franklin, they've won, not only have they gotten to the postseason, they've won a couple of games. I think the same can be said for Marcus Freeman and Notre Dame. Brian Kelly, his fear was, I can get them here, but we don't have the talent to match up. Obviously, Notre Dame's had a pretty tough role with a really good Indiana team and then Georgia. The Penn State, that journey's been a little bit different. But I just wonder what the narrative for, and I forgot, I lost my train of thought there. I almost hit somebody.
Well, I think you're going to say, would the fan base be okay?
Yeah. So,
and I think
the Ohio State fan base would not. I think
right.
Notre Dame, Penn State, and I even think Texas, like in year 2 for Sark to win back-to-back double-digit seasons and to play for an SEC championship and to get to the semifinals, I could be completely wrong. You guys tell me. But I feel like Texas fans would process it, would look back and be like, oh, we can build off this.
It depends on how they play. If they play clean and it's a unbelievable game where it's just, two teams at their height going at it and, everyone's dying on their shield, then yeah, the fans would be okay with that. If Texas, soils themselves with penalties and drops and special teams miscues, then Texas fans would be like, we pissed it away, So I think they gotta play. They gotta play like they played against Alabama. I keep saying it, but they gotta play like they played against Alabama last year, even the way they played against Michigan. And I think Ewers found something on 4th and 13. So we'll see if I'm right on that. What'd you think of that ending?
I thought it was incredible, and I thought some of the throws from Ewers, like you said, the 4th and 13, a little bit of a blown coverage, but just a perfectly thrown ball. The one ball to Helm I thought was great. I mean, Ewers is one of those guys, and I think it probably is maddening for your fan base that he can be so good, and then at times he can be so inconsistent. It wasn't to the level of a Jalen Milroe this year. But I do find it interesting because I just saw where Carson Beck is in the transfer portal. I don't know if you guys have seen that or have talked about it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. But I thought, Quinn Ewers is not going to get that first round grade. I thought that he would be, and still we might see this. So it wasn't going to be any surprise to me if Ewers, takes off, plays for another program next year, even if he is to win a national championship, which sounds crazy. But I think we all agree that Arch is not going to sit around and wait. But I do think it's really interesting that Beck is now in the portal.
Yeah.
Who do you think is going to take a look at Carson Beck? I mean, it was weird how Kirby, said what he said, that they play harder for Gunnar Stockton and then they go and get beat at the Superdome. But
yeah, and it didn't look like Carson Beck. When Georgia, I think when Cash Jones got hit for that first touchdown, it was Gunnar Stockton's first career touchdown pass. They flashed over to Carson Beck. He didn't look thrilled. And look, who knows what's going on in his head at that moment. Weird situation, though. I don't know, to answer your question, Zay, like how healthy is he going to be? He's got this UCL, which, Tommy John surgery. Is he going to be able to, going into a new system? Obviously, he can, be there in spring. He's not going to be able to take the reps, but when is he actively going to be able to throw? I think that's what's really interesting. I think there's a lot of teams that would take a flyer on Carson Beck.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. Who do they have?
Are you talking about for
Georgia? Who do they have to?
Oh, I think Gunnar Stockton is who they think is going to be the guy next year.
Okay.
Jaden Rashada, I mean, that's another guy. I guess he's transferred out again, but I mean, he never even saw the field.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
The Jaden Rashada. That kid's going to bag more NIL money for never having played than.
Well, it seemed like Quinn Ewers was doing that, right? From Ohio State. And I don't know.
He just did it at Ohio State.
I know, but he was so young when he did it. And I do think Ewers and Beck are guys that probably will demand $3 million to come back and play a year, maybe even more. That's pretty good living. I don't know about you guys. I mean, I do a lot of things for $3 million, especially go back to college and be a quarterback, walk around campus. My God, what a life.
Look at him just reliving those memories right there. Lance Taylor, Alabama.
I felt like, back in the day, I did pretty good damage with $30 in my pocket and with no title. But, I mean, what Beck's got a Lambo. What is Quinn Ewers? Quinn Ewers probably still in a truck, right?
Dude, he's had everything. He's had the latest Corvette. He's like Aston Martin. That's what he's driving now.
Oh my gosh.
I mean,
good for him. I will say, man, I know you guys have had a lot more interaction. I only got to meet him. We were set up, and I know, Chip, you came by. We were set up on that second floor at SEC Media Days. And, he came by and hung out with us on the set for a little bit. And he's just one of those kids. It's really easy to pull for that guy.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a good dude.
Yeah, and the Sark story is incredible. Again, I think for a lot of people, Ryan Day is a difficult guy to pull for. I think for a lot of people, James Franklin is. But, the Marcus Freeman story, who, by the way, he'll be 39 tomorrow. What a future that guy's got. And the Sarkisian. I mean, those are easy guys to pull for.
My wife thought Marcus Freeman was one of the players.
Oh, yeah. Hey, well, women love Marcus Freeman.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I thought, what's her name? Molly McGrath or whoever. I thought she was going to try and kiss him.
Joe Namath did it to Susie Colbert, and that didn't go well. Yeah.
She was staring at Marcus Freeman like, let's get it on.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I had one of our guests, female guests, a couple of years ago, off record, was talking about Marcus Freeman and things that I'd love. That's a guy that, boy, I'd love to do bad things to Marcus Freeman. I was like, okay.
I mean, you've got a single head coach at Notre Dame who, I mean, the Vatican, whatever, all that.
He's got kids and stuff, does he not? He just divorced?
I don't know.
That's kids.
I know the Bears are going to come after him hard. And, talking to certain people, people believe he's going to listen with Caleb Williams there. I think he would be crazy. I know NIL is a complete mess. And we really don't know, in the next 2-3 years what that's going to look like. But whatever it looks like, Notre Dame's going to be fine. And I think, as bad as people want them in a conference, I think, them cashing a $14 million check that they get to keep, I think they're doing things right now. But, if he did get the offer to go to Chicago, maybe he takes it. I think he'd be crazy. I'd stay at Notre Dame. The money's going to be about the same.
Okay, I want to get your thoughts on this because Adam Schefter kicked up a hornet's nest with and I expect Steve Sarkisian to draw interest from NFL teams. Okay, that was a total favor to Jimmy Sexton.
Yep.
Like, it wasn't, I'm hearing from teams who are interested in Steve Sarkisian. It was, I expect Steve Sarkisian to draw interest. Sarkisian has to be smart enough to know that he's got it right where he wants it.
Oh, yeah.
Texas.
I've said this before. There's only 32 NFL jobs, but Texas is 101. I mean, Ohio State, Alabama, but those are jobs. And especially now that you've come in and you have got this going in the direction you want it to go. It's like he has already I don't want to say built it to where he wants it, but the trajectory is great right now. Why you would want to go to a 53-man roster where you can't control the roster? I mean, Texas is going to, and I've had people in other collectives tell me this, like, teams in the SEC can't outspin Texas. Now, A&M's probably right there with Texas, but once you get a booster excited about where they are right now and maybe even winning again and then winning a national championship, I mean, they're going to have unlimited fun. So if you're Sarkisian, he'll get another raise after this year. Why would you not sit back, ultimately make $12 to $15 million, have as much money you want to go out and literally put your roster together year in and year out? I mean, he has got one of the, in all of football, I would say one of the top 5 to 10 jobs.
Yeah. And he's got it right. Like you said, he's built it to where it's now moving in the direction of what you want, where you're contending for national championships. All right.
Yeah, and, look, and the fact of the matter, like Pete Carroll, great coach. Bill Belichick, great coach. Those guys were basically forced out. Like, you have a couple of bad years in the NFL. Like, it would be impossible, literally, for Sarkisian to have a bad year at Texas. Now, by Texas standards, an 8-4, or even what Kalen DeBoer did this year, a 9-4, that's pretty much disastrous. But I mean, that's about as bad as it gets. In the NFL, you get a bad quarterback situation, or your quarterback gets hurt. 4-13's on the table, and you do that, once, maybe twice, you're done.
I mean, Sarkisian got fired in Atlanta as the offensive coordinator, and his offense got better in year 2. It went from 14th to 10th, but Dan Quinn had been to that Super Bowl and choked it away against the Patriots. So, he was having to fire everybody. Like, Sark knows how stupid and twisted it is these teams. But what do you make of the NFC, the Lions Vikings game and the seeds?
Okay, so I wanted the Rams to win on Sunday. It always comes back to the Rams. You guys know that. Wanted the Rams to win on Sunday where they would host the Commanders. Sean McVay's been great against rookie quarterbacks, 7-2 all time. As good as Jaden Daniels has been, I wanted to see the Commanders. Once that didn't happen, I was hoping Detroit would lose to Minnesota because I wanted to see you guys on the road in the rematch. I didn't want to see Minnesota in a rematch because the Rams have already beaten them. Detroit's going to be really tough, even with all the injuries to take out at Ford Field. It's just going to have to be one of these situations where, we saw the meltdown game from Goff against the Texans. I don't think it's going to take 5 interceptions, but if he turns it over a couple of times, they are beatable. Philadelphia, Jalen Hurts, they said, he had a great practice yesterday coming out of concussion protocol. I don't trust Philadelphia. It's a team, as a Rams fan, I don't want to see on the road. Minnesota, are we going to get another Sam Darnold from last week? I guess I would lean Detroit right now in Buffalo. I think that is going to be our Super Bowl.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hope it is the Rams and the Chiefs, because I want the Rams to knock the Chiefs off in a Super Bowl. But if I'm being realistic, if I'm talking about the most explosive teams out there, and Aaron Glenn, I got to give him credit, the defense coordinator for the Lions. They are running on fumes on that side of the ball, but they're still finding ways to scheme it up. And what they threw at Sam Darnold Sunday night was pretty impressive, especially in the red zone.
Yeah. LT, Pete Carroll getting the interview with the Bears. You like that or not?
I love Pete Carroll, but I just, talking to some different people that were involved in Seattle, I think the act got a little tired. And so, Pete's one of those guys that's happy-go-lucky. It worked at USC. It worked for a while at Seattle, but I don't know, man. I mean, I hate to, because we're all getting older, but he is a little long in the tooth. What is Pete now, 74, 75?
73.
Ooh.
73.
He a young 73, though.
He is, but, I'm one of those, and this is all going to be Sean McVay tree, but I love the fact, the Rams hired McVay at 30. I didn't know who the hell he was. Kevin O'Connell, what he's been able to do at Minnesota. Matt LaFleur, what he's been able to do. I mean, I would rather give, a guy like Ben Johnson. I know you don't want to see him go, but I would rather take a flyer on Ben Johnson than I would Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll's one of the greatest coaches of all time, but these young offensive guys, what they're doing right now in the NFL, I would rather my organization take a chance on one of those guys.
The thing is, the Bears, you don't want to work for the McCaskey family. Like, they are the way the Ford family used to be until Mama Ford took over like Jeannie Buss and kicked Tommy Boy out of the way. And was like, we're going to run this like a business, not like something for you to be able to talk about at the bar as you're trying to hit on some chick, you know?
Hey, that is a flex if you want a team, though. I mean, yeah.
You see Mark Davis woman? That dude.
I have not seen the Mark Davis rumors. Did he get a new haircut?
No, his woman. His woman.
Who?
I don't know who she is, but
does she look like him?
No, she looks way better than him.
Oh, then
he's doing well.
She's a hooker.
There are two things undefeated. One,
money,
billionaires, and then one of the reasons billionaires want to have money, the other thing that is undefeated. So, like, it doesn't surprise me that Mark Davis would have whatever he has. Speaking of owners, Jerry Jones, another difficult guy, obviously, to work for. Are you guys watching Landman on Paramount?
How about that?
Yeah.
Everybody's talking about it.
I thought it was a little cheesy, and people are like, what a great acting job. He was just telling his life story. By the way, that was a Taylor Sheridan flex. Like, I am so powerful now in Hollywood. I know all these Texas people. I'm going to get Jerry Jones to do a walk-on cameo on this show. But it was interesting.
What's your take on Joy Taylor?
Wow.
Do you have one? We can move on.
No. If the reports in that lawsuit are true, some of the things she said, I can't believe Fox let her back on the air as quickly as they did. Like, I would have thought the investigation would go a little bit more. I mean, look, let's call it like it is. If that was a guy and those reports are out there, I don't think he's back on the air. But I could be wrong. But she seemed busy. I'll say that.
Yeah.
Real busy. Yeah.
I mean,
shout out to Longhorn legend Emmanuel Acho. He didn't do nothing. He didn't do nothing.
Hey, he smiles all the time for a reason, right?
Yeah, man. It's my guy.
All right, LT. What's going on at lanceslock.com?
We're coming off of 4-4 last night in hoop. We do have a big play on Penn State tonight. We've got 3 other plays, 2 in the NBA, 1 in college hoops. Jump on board, win with us. 4-2 a couple of nights ago. I've got the numbers. We're winning in NFL, NBA, college basketball, and college football since the December. We really heated up, and we've continued to roll through January. So jump on board. $100 to get you every single play. But they're up and available right now. Free play every single day. lanceslock.com.
Hey, Lance, before we let you go, did you ever think Alabama and Auburn basketball would be this good at the same time?
No, I did not. And when you look around, Zay, like I give Texas a little credit a couple nights ago. I mean, Rodney, Terry, and those guys were able to come back. And I know Texas is doing a lot of transfer guys right now. A lot of people are. But I think Auburn is probably the best team in college basketball. I don't think Alabama has hit the ceiling yet. I think when you look at the depth of Alabama, they just outscored South Carolina 39-5 with their bench. I think against Oklahoma, it was 38-3. This is an Alabama team that a lot of people believe the style Nate Oates plays is live or die by the 3. They only hit 9 threes against an undefeated Oklahoma team. They won that game by 28. They only hit 8 last night on the road against South Carolina, won that game by 20. Both of those teams are so good, and I wouldn't be surprised if either one of those teams won a national championship. Janai Broome is by far your odds-on favorite to win the Wooden Award. I saw the Vegas numbers came out yesterday on that, and he's like minus 290 to win the award. So I think, and not only that, I think Florida, I think Kentucky, Tennessee, I mean, the SEC is absolutely loaded. As soon as people talk about the SEC losing their fastball and their hold on the power of college football, you look around college basketball and, outside of Houston and Iowa State, Illinois, and a couple of teams, it's all SEC.
If Texas was to make a change in their basketball coaching situation, odds that Nate Oates or Bruce Pearl would leave to go to Texas?
Okay, I'll start with Bruce Pearl. I think Bruce, a couple of reasons. I think he is very loyal to Auburn because they gave him another opportunity off all the Tennessee situation. So I think Bruce, who just became the all-time Auburn leader in wins after the win over Texas the other night, I think he's got 213 or 214 total wins now. I think he wants to stay because he's loyal, and I think his son, Steven Pearl, great dude, I think he wants him to be the eventual successor. And, there's only one way to do that, and that's to stay on board at Auburn. So I think those are two reasons that he wouldn't leave. And he's a little older. Nate, I really believe if Nate takes another job, I think he could have had Kentucky last year. I think Nate wants to do something at Alabama, which he did last year, going to their first Final Four, but I think he wants to win a championship there. And if not, he does have I don't want to call it an obsession. He has got an interest in the NBA. He loves the product, and I think he would probably one day like to see how his coaching would stack up in the NBA. But I think that's probably on the later side of his career. I think he's going to be at Alabama for a while. So, I don't know what direction. I do have a feeling, and when you ask the question, like Rodney Terry is probably on limited time. By the way, Rodney Terry is a cross between Giancarlo Esposito. I don't know if you know who that is.
We talked about that.
Yeah, okay. Gus.
Breaking Bad.
Yeah, Gus Fring. And Tone Loc with his voice. So if Tone Loc and Gus had a kid, it would be Rodney Terry. But yeah, look, Texas. I still am shocked that Texas isn't better year in, year out at basketball than they should be.
Yeah.
I mean, Houston and Baylor can do it. Texas should be able to do it.
Didn't I say that, Chip, the other day? If Baylor could do it, why not the Horns?
They had their guy. They had Chris Beard, and he didn't break up with his girlfriend.
Yep.
It's undefeated, Lance.
It's undefeated. You could always bring him back. I mean, like, who would have thought that Bobby Petrino could ever go back to Arkansas?
That's a good point.
Well said.
Yeah, and there was another example. Who else came back to after something crazy? It's stacking on me now. I'll remember in a minute. But, yeah, Bobby Petrino back at Arkansas. I mean,
yeah,
I know. Come back.
I know what you're thinking of. LT, you're the man. Get over to lanceslock.com for all the picks. He's there for you.
Good luck to your Horns. National championships in New Orleans or Atlanta?
Yeah. Atlanta.
We might come over for it. So hopefully you guys will be there and we'll figure it out.
I think I'm coming on with you tomorrow morning.
Okay, great. Can't wait.
Right,
hey, by the way, we've been playing a lot of clips from the Texas players, and it seems like Chip asked every question. I brought that up yesterday. So good for you working all the time.
You do hear them a lot.
Yeah. Thanks, LT. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. Let's do it again next week.
Yeah, good luck to the Horns. Y'all have a great night. See ya.
All right. There he is. I feel like we're doing what Lance used to do, which is cover the college football playoff all the way. Well, not all the way, but semifinals. We're 2 rounds in. Lance always was in the college football playoff, going to the championship game, winning the covering a team that's going to win the national championship. Let's see if Texas can shock at least 18 national media pundits who are all picking Ohio State, 16 of whom are picking Ohio State to cover.
Damn. That's a lot. That's a lot of people.
That's the kind of disrespect Texas needs, Zay.
Yeah.
That's gonna get them to stop committing penalties and dropping footballs and making special teams mistakes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Will Stone for president. That's all I gotta say.
Oh boy.
Let's get it.
All right, we'll get back. We'll give you the update on Texas's kicking situation here in just a second. Let's get a couple mentions. I am in snow-covered Dallas. Let me give y'all a quick glimpse of the snow. It's happening. The worst is supposed to happen from 5 to 10 tonight.
Damn.
But, man, thanks to all these incredible sponsors whose logos are around our faces because they make it possible for us to broadcast to you each and every day. Give them your love and business, please. Audiovisual consultations. My man Tom McKay is listening to our show right now, and Tom he's the pro's pro, and he's looking out for you because from the free consultation to installation Whether you need the big screen of your dreams, surround sound, a whole new media room, how about electronic shades, surveillance, new lighting, anything audio or visual in your home, Tom McKay and Audiovisual Consultations has got you covered. And all you have to do is call 255-8678. Of course, area code 512-255-8678. From the time you make that call and you get your free consultation, Tom's going to come check everything out for you, tell you what you need. To installation, Tom and his crew bring everything to you. You don't need to be lugging, 80-inch big screens around and punching holes in your drywall. Let Tom and his crew do it. Done it for me in 3 different houses in Austin. Cannot recommend Tom and his crew at AV Consultations any more than I do. They're the best. Passes.com. Passes.com/Texas One Fund. I mean, think about everything we've been saying today. Quinn Ewers right now, you go to passes.com/Texas One Fund. You can get some Quinn Ewers signed memorabilia. You got 40 UT student athletes on the passes.com/Texas One Fund account. Hell, BK and I just cut a preview for the game that they'll be posting on passes.com/Texas One Fund. Of course, Texas One Fund is the NIL collective for Texas. So if you're a Texas fan and you want to help the NIL collective and get something in return, then you go to passes.com/Texas One Fund and have at it. Great stuff. The Wheelin' and Dealin' podcast for $25 a month. You're helping NIL, but you're getting all the podcasts with the UT student athletes. So many good things going on. Just refresh it every day. Check it out. What's going on over there? And Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. You know what I'm saying? Go get you some great seafood. How about, I every time I bring up Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, I think of the scallops because I love their scallops so much. But their beginnings menu, their appetizer menu, whatever you want to call it, during happy hour, you get $5 off. And that appetizer menu has the mussels, the crab cake, the grilled oysters, the New Orleans barbecue shrimp. Like you could just go order a couple of those things, go family style, take some friends, and you're going to eat like a king or queen for like Chili's prices. You know what I mean? And this is the best seafood restaurant in Austin. It's from our man, Jack Gilmore, who also gives you Jack Allen's Kitchen. Love me some Jack Gilmore. Happy New Year to Jack Gilmore. One of the great guys. One of the great guys, entrepreneurs, restaurant geniuses. And cover 3, I mean, you got Notre Dame tonight. Get in there. Get into cover 3. Great food, great vibe, great place to hang. Do a little cougar hunting if you're single. And then you got the game tonight. Go order the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. Take in the game, Notre Dame and Penn State. Lance, I think, likes Penn State, doesn't he say?
Yeah, sounds like it. We'll see. I heard that.
What's going on with Abdul Carter?
He got hurt in the last game.
I know. Like,
so I don't know.
It's a shoulder. It's not like it's
serious.
They may have to shoot him up.
Word on the street is the flu bug is going around Notre Dame a little bit.
Uh-oh.
That's not good. It's that time of the year. You heard Lance, everybody getting sick. Hell, that's a big reason why I ain't coming down, which I feel bad. Feel bad for not being in the D because haven't said this, didn't tell BK just because your boy's a little embarrassed, but your boy got shingles, man. Like, I'm too young to be getting shingles. It's not a good look at all. The shit hurts like hell.
Okay. You look
horrible. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thankfully, it's not on my face, but oh yeah, that's the adult version of chicken pox. It's been a brutal few days for me.
Well,
so,
of course, I'm telling you now, it does you no good, but you can get a shot for that.
You can't. I'm not old enough for it.
Oh, yeah.
They say you gotta be 50.
Yeah, you're not 50. I'm 50.
I'm not 50. And I was like, how the hell this happened? They're just like, yeah, it's just kind of bad luck, Zay. That's what I said. CB ain't it a geezer thing? The old geezer thing? They're like, nah, anybody could get it. So, of course, my luck, trying to be in the D, have a good time with my boys from Texas Sports Unfiltered. And your boy got shingles, man. I blame Texas football and basketball for giving me this stress because it's been stressful. Nah, we ain't going to put that on my wife, Jack. That ain't cool. We ain't going to put it on her. She's the one that helped me through this.
She's the one that makes Zay happy.
Yeah, she's the one that makes me happy. Now, I was watching this damn basketball team with this horrible offense that Frank Hayes putting out on the court every freaking week. That's what I, put it on. But, yeah, I'll be back, though. If we get to Atlanta, your boy will be there. Please believe me. But, yeah, this whole shingle thing, I don't recommend it for anybody. Don't wish it on my worst enemy.
Sorry about that.
Nah, we'll be good, man. Still rolling. Still get to chop it up with you. Still going to do the things I love. I always try to look at the positive when things are going wrong, like especially with what's going on in places like LA and stuff. Like I'm very blessed. It could be a lot worse for me, for real. So,
well, hang in there, my man.
Thanks, man. Appreciate that.
Now BK knows.
Yeah, now he knows. Boy was embarrassed for sure. I was like, damn, man, this ain't a good look. Getting shingles and stuff, but hey, the show must go on still.
Hey, you'd have been proud of me last night in the media hospitality. I was holding court in ping pong.
Oh, for real? Who'd you play? Who got it?
Guy? I don't even know their names, but some TV dudes from Texas, some TV dudes from Ohio.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then
that's what I'm talking about, man.
And then Sed Golden comes up and he's like, this guy used to play tennis like at the college
level.
Sed, I'm old. Yeah. Let that just ride,
Yeah, let it ride. Sed Golden. Always try to put somebody on blast, man. That's his thing. That's my guy, Sed Golden. He's wrote some really good articles with the Statesman about my pops and really great guy. But
he's the best.
Yeah. The shingles also go to Bert Auburn. Blame Bert Auburn for the shingles too. We put that on Bert. That's why Will Stone for president. For real. That stress for Sideshow Bert, that ain't helped nobody.
I did promise you an update. So if you're just tuning in, where have you been? But Steve Sarkisian earlier today, right about the time our show was starting, said that when he was asked about Bert Auburn, he said, quote, "We'll monitor that through pregame and make a decision and go," end quote. So that's a tough one.
That's a cold-blooded thing to say. I don't know about if I would have said that, Sark, but
I mean, you gotta keep it real. I mean, Sark's kept it real, and every other position gets told that you're now in competition, but kicking is a weird deal. It would be unfathomable. I'm using that word a lot today. It would be unfathomable if this game came down to that and it didn't work out. Like, I wouldn't wish that on anybody because, look, that's a tough situation. So, but that's why Sark makes the big bucks.
Yeah. And got them bonuses too.
They got the 900,000 in bonuses so far.
Yeah, we taking L'Oreal, the Turks and Caicos off-season, Sark. You know what I'm saying? Live it up. Because a woman like that, you got to make sure everything's right. Everything's right and tight. L'Oreal been making a lot of appearances lately. Sark looked clean too. You see the suit today?
Yeah,
the
Sark's
suit today was money. Look at this. Oh, look at that suit, man.
I think you borrowed that jacket from Del Conte.
Hey, whatever.
It's good though.
That's a fly look. Not too many people can pull that off.
Ryan Day looks like a villain in a Star Wars movie. Doesn't he?
Yeah. He's very meat and potatoes guy. There's nothing extravagant about him. He's wearing the colors. He does kind of look lame, but sometimes that works.
Sark looks relaxed, looks confident.
Yeah, I'm telling you, burnt orange jacket with a burnt orange tie. Look at the handkerchief too. You gotta look at the detail.
The pocket square.
Pockets, yeah, man. It's a fly look. I'm feeling better. See, things like this make me feel better about Texas' chances. When we have to give our picks tomorrow, your boy might switch it up a little bit just because I like what I'm seeing with the pressers and, how they're carrying themselves in Arlington. I could appreciate that. So, by the way, you need to quit saying Marcus Freeman's single. He got like 8 kids. It's like the damn Brady Bunch in his house, and he's married. Like, so I don't know where you got that from.
Oh, my bad.
He got like 8 of them. It's a lot.
Maybe that was all those women wishful thinking.
Yeah. Now, who knows? His wife might give him that Andre Karolinko treatment where he could be out in the streets a little bit, but no, that's.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Come on, man.
Turning 39 tomorrow. That's a lot. Like, damn, bruh.
He got 8 kids?
Yeah, I see in this picture, I see 6.
Wow.
He got 2 girls, 4 boys, and the oldest boy looked like he's about to start high school soon, or already has. So, wife looks good. She look like she ain't even have all them kids. So,
well, she better.
Oh, just one baby's mama, hair the dog. Come on now, not all brothers out here wilding like Tyreek Hill.
Oh, he married the woman he dated in college.
See, look at that wholesome story.
6 kids: Vinny, Sienna, Gino, Niccolo, Capri, and Rocco. All these Italian names. Vinny, Sienna, Gino, Niccolo, Capri, and Rocco.
Yeah.
In 2022, Freeman became a Catholic.
Oh, okay. So he's really embracing Notre Dame.
You don't see many brothers doing that Catholic thing.
You don't, but he said, I'm at Notre Dame. I got to embrace everything that comes with it. I appreciate that. I really do. Right. You got him out here on his single stuff.
He can always de-Catholic when he leaves Notre Dame. You know what I'm saying? No offense, just keeping it real. Hey, hoping that Ryan Walking Excuse Day has to come up for a few after tomorrow's game. Yeah.
All the pressure's on them. I'm not going to lie. That's a lot of pressure.
What?
On Ryan Day and them.
Yeah.
Because if he loses this game, that hot seat.
Right.
It's going to be right back on them.
Let me tell you something. Ohio State fans are unbearable. And they were ready to run that guy out of town after the Michigan game. I'm not breaking any news here. And I'm talking to these Ohio State reporters, and I'm like, how many of y'all were ready to run him out of town too? And after these 2 games, everybody's ready to give him a Nobel Prize for football. I mean, they're all like, I think even these, like a bunch of these Ohio State reporters I've talked to are like, they played unbelievable the last 2 games. It almost makes you wonder if they can keep doing it. Okay. Ye of little faith, but that's Sark's job. That's Pete Kwiatkowski's job to make Ohio State look like they can't do it again. So,
yeah,
we shall see.
Yeah, we need Manny Muhammad, Jalen Gilbo. He draws an A game, man.
Jelani McDonald.
Those guys. Yeah, Jelani McDonald.
Jelani McDonald got 67 snaps in that Peach Bowl. Gilbo got 31. So I feel like there's already been a change at that position. Because I asked Pete Kwiatkowski about that yesterday, and he said, hey, you got to reward the guy who's playing the best. And okay. And they all love Jelani. Like, that dude can play corner, nickel, safety. Dude's smart as, he's Rain Man, and he makes plays, and he knocks you out.
I like him in this matchup. I mean, I like Jalen Gilbo, but Jalen Gilbo doesn't bring the size that Jelani McDonald does. And in a game like this where
Carnell Tate's running right in the shallow cross.
Yeah. And Mecca Ubeka running on those drag routes and stuff because you're worried about Jeremiah Smith taking the top off your head. You need those guys, man, that can hit and get guys on the ground once it touches them. Because those yards after catch for Ohio State, like, wasn't even 1 minute in the game. And Jeremiah Smith caught that touchdown. And he just completely felt like, or didn't feel, the Oregon Duck players tried to tackle him. Oregon tackled really poor that game. I don't think we talk about that enough because we talk about everything Ohio State did. Oregon, when they came to tackling, pretty mediocre. Pretty suspect, pretty mid. That's Texas. They're going to tackle way better than what Oregon brought to the table in that game, which, again, is still shocking because you're the number 1 team in the nation. You were undefeated up till that point. And maybe it was a little bit of rust for Oregon too, coming into after the Big Ten championship, all that time off, and then you go to Pasadena and you're playing against Ohio State team that just played in their home stadium against Tennessee. Like, I think that was a part of the game too. I'm not trying to make many excuses because it's Ohio State. They deserve all the credit that they got by beating the Ducks by 20. But still, I think Texas will be a lot more prepared than what Dan Lanning's crew brought in Pasadena a week ago.
Yeah, I mean, Texas's defense is second only, and this is hard to say because I think Texas's defense has been really good. I thought they were the best, most complete defense through the regular season. I get it. Now they're playing quarterbacks with receivers. And Kwiatkowski told me yesterday, I said, Sam Leavitt looks faster than on tape. He goes, that dude was really hard to track. He goes, I got to give him credit because you got Colin Simmons and Anthony Hill running after you, and you're able to get away.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, that's why he got that $3 million to stay in Tempe. Yeah, he was like, "Yo, y'all
like him
this year." Price
he's
just went up.
He's one of the breakout stars of the college football playoff.
Oh, he's good. He's good. He was slipping by everybody. He juked Jahdae Barron. Jahdae Barron had a clean shot at him on the blitz, and he slithered right past the Thorpe Award winner like it was nothing. Will Howard don't got that slipperiness.
Right.
Will Howard's capable, but he ain't got that in his bag. You still got to be on your P's and Q's, but yeah, I think it'll be a lot easier to get down Will Howard if you bring the right pressure at the right time than it was Sam Leavitt.
Howard's got some straight line speed, but he doesn't have that wiggle.
No. Now, I do remember that 70-yard touchdown at DKR that he had
a
few years ago, which I still think it was a horrible move by Colin Klein to be playing AJ Martinez over Will Howard. It took him long enough to figure that out. How stupid was that?
That was
like
bad.
What are we doing? What are y'all seeing in practice? You know what I'm saying?
The funny thing is, Adrian Martinez played great in that game right up until he fumbled at the end to cost him the game.
Yeah, that was a bad move. They made that switch, and you saw who was in the Big 12 championship and won it. Like, they're like, oh, maybe we should have been playing this Howard guy all along. Yeah, you think?
I said that the week of that game. I said, if Will Howard plays, Texas could be in trouble. Because it was coming off the Oklahoma State game, and I said, if Adrian Martinez plays, Texas wins.
Yeah.
And it was tight. And Bijan still ran for 200 plus. Quinn was amazing in the first half of that game. Like he threaded 2 touchdown passes to Worthy through defenders perfectly. I mean, he played so good. And then the second half was not his fault because Worthy fumbled and Roshan fumbled. 2 guys who usually hang on to the football, and then it turned into a game. But anyway, so that's the other thing too, Zay. I mean, Lance says Georgia has an Alabama problem. Texas has a Georgia problem. Will Howard and K-State had a Texas problem. Is that still the case? And one of the keys to this game is getting to Howard early, rattling him, putting that doubt in his mind that, oh no, here we go again. I'm about to go 0-5 against Texas. So that's a huge part of it. Like, Kwiatkowski is probably the most important guy in this game because he's got to dial up all the calls. He's got to get pressure on 18. He's got to make sure that he's got to do what the Lions did to Sam Darnold. Just get him off his spot so that he makes that throw just a little too high or a little too there, just he cannot set his feet and throw because the dude's on fire. He's 8 of 9 on passes 20 plus the last 2 games. 8 of 9.
Yo, his pass to Emeka Ubeka in the Oregon game, yo, that was one of the prettier passes that you're going to see because it wasn't like Emeka Ubeka was that open on that. He threaded the needle and caught the cornerback slipping for not turning around. And yeah, he just thrown it up to Jeremiah Smith. Like, hey, go get it. I'll throw it high enough. You're the most athletic dude on the field. Go get it. Like, you can't get mossed in this game.
Here are Will Howard's touchdown passes in the 2 college football playoff games. 37 yards, 22 yards, 45 yards, 43 yards, and 42 yards.
It's pretty good.
There's nothing in the red zone. It's 22 yards and up. These dudes are explosive. You cannot let him set his feet. I mean, Jeremiah Smith got better. He had 6 catches for 105 yards against Tennessee and 2 touchdowns. Against Oregon, 7 catches for 187 yards. Like Oregon played these guys before. And you gave up all that ass? 7 catches, 187 yards to the one guy you can't give it up to?
You gave up all that ass. Hey, you've been on one today, man. You've said some great stuff today. You've been on one. It's been great. I mean,
Smith's touchdown passes against Oregon were for 45 and 43 yards.
And I told you, when they get those twin sets, they put Ubeka in motion on that last touchdown that Smith had, and they got him on the same side. That's dangerous. You're in a dangerous game trying to worry
about. You better know exactly who's got who coming out.
Yeah, that communication, because they had Will Howard. He rolled out to the left, and then Jeremiah Smith went on that deep post route all the way to the right side, and it looked like he was going left to Mbeka, and then he set his feet and threw it all the way to the right, wide open, Jeremiah Smith. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, Oregon, they were that bad though. Like, and Chip Kelly, salute him. Like, dude was dialing it up. Dude was in his go-yard bag. But like you said, Pete Kwiatkowski, probably the most important part of this game. Like, he has to be money, which Pete Kwiatkowski, again, going back to the pressers and the interviews and stuff, Pete Kwiatkowski, Kyle Flood showing up on their Yellowstone shit with the hats, the cowboy hats, on one, feeling themselves. I like that look, man. Those dudes were styling. The whole coaching staff been styling. Like, I appreciate that because You don't get to hear Kyle Flood and Pete Kwiatkowski very often. We know Sark goes the Saban route. He don't let his assistants talk, which, whatever. I feel like they could articulate things in a way that you don't have to worry about it, Steve Sarkisian. But, hey, you learn from Saban. That's how Saban did it. You want to say everything. Everything starts with the head coach. I get it to a certain extent. But it's cool to see Kyle Flood and Pete Kwiatkowski get to talk about how they see the game when we don't get that very often, like both of those guys. Like, Kyle Flood's done a hell of a job, but he has to have his best game with the offensive line. Like, they cannot get to Quinn Ewers. They got to make running lanes open for Jaden Blue and Contravion Wisner. And we need Jaden Blue in this game. You need that guy. He is too big of an explosive threat to only get 4 touches or 6, however the hell he had in the Peach Bowl. And I get it. You only had the ball for 22 minutes, not counting the double overtimes. But in a game like this, you got to break off some long runs. You got to get some explosive plays in there so you get this Jim Knowles defense on their heels a little bit. If you do that, then Texas has a chance. But the more dinking and dunking that you do, the more plays that you have on drives, just makes you more vulnerable for a mistake. And Ohio State, they're going to capitalize on everything, man. And Oregon moved the ball at the end of the second half or at the end of the second quarter where they scored going into halftime. And then in the second half, they moved the ball pretty well. It's just that's when the sacks started coming and they really couldn't come back after that. Like, the game was done in the first half. But Ohio State, They no one's perfect. Great defense. No one's perfect. You got to find those ways to exploit them, and I believe in Steve Sarkisian right now.
Well, here's what cannot happen. You can't give up that booty on the first drive.
What does that mean?
Hey, go back to the Sugar Bowl last year. What'd you call him? Terrence Brooks? Scared looks Brooks?
Yeah.
He got beat for 77 yards on the third play of the game.
Yeah, Jalen Pope got him. Got him.
Yeah. That cannot happen because that demoralizes the whole Texas sideline. And I get it. Texas was tied at halftime of that game. Texas fell apart in the third quarter again.
Yeah.
The 2 fumbles, anyway.
You've been on your booty stuff today. Not giving up booty, not giving up ass. You asking Lance about Joy Taylor and stuff. You've been on one today. I appreciate it. Well, shout out to Joy, man.
I've been waiting for you to dig all of that out.
I respect women in the industry. Now, Emmanuel Acho, I'll go at him. Skip, I'll go at him. Joy Taylor,
I agree.
I'll let her live.
I agree. And you know what? Women going after women, like, women would rule the world if they could get along with each other. I mean, they try and get after each other. And
oh my God.
Remember, this lawsuit's being filed by a former hairdresser at Fox.
Yeah.
And, people sit in that chair and they confess the world.
Oh, yeah. Me and my barber have a great relationship.
Yeah.
He knows everything about me. I know everything about him.
Exactly.
Love you, Manny.
Look, Joy Taylor, she can do whatever she wants.
Do whatever she wants. You see that woman? Come on.
And the fact that Emmanuel Acho was involved.
Shout out to my man. I saw him. They got pictures of with each other at each other's houses. Emmanuel Acho got his socks off, man. And us black folk, we ain't got the cleanest feet. I'm just saying. To take the socks off.
That's the funniest thing you've said all day today.
You got to be comfortable to take your socks off. I barely take my socks off in front of my wife.
Oh,
the way that he was comfortable, boy, that's my man. He ain't do nothing wrong. Then they got that video of him back like 2 years ago giving love to Joy Taylor. He keeps smelling his finger and stuff. Oh, Oh, that's my guy. He a legend. He ain't do nothing wrong in my book. If I ever see him in the streets, I'm gonna dap him up. That's my man. He ain't do nothing wrong. What did he do wrong? It's living. It's living to me.
Hey, she's fine.
She's a fine woman. Yeah, he's living. Like,
oh, way to go, Yacho.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with Acho. You know, Sam probably called him, was like, my dog. You good? We good, baby. We good. Let's keep the ball rolling. The Texas boys. Let's keep the ball rolling. Absolutely.
I love how Colin Cowherd, the hairdresser, had nothing bad to say about Colin Cowherd. She had everything bad to say about Skip Bayless.
I can see Skip being a little freak. That ain't nothing.
What was going on with Shannon Sharp? Was he?
Nah, Shannon wasn't mentioned. And we know Shannon nasty with that old Instagram live thing. Him and Michelle. Shannon, that's a nasty.
We don't know who Michelle is. We just
don't know who Michelle. I'm still trying to figure out who she is. Like, she looks like a good time, but you know, Shannon.
She sounds like a good time.
Sounds like a good time. Thank you.
Because we never saw her.
Yeah,
we just heard her.
Yeah, come out, Michelle. Be seen. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Like, what I'm saying, like that's what life's about. Having a good time. Enjoy it.
Be seen.
You know? Be seen. Like,
dude, you are the funniest. You think I'm on one?
Yo,
I just had to put it out there for you.
Hey,
I just had to put a little red meat out there for you, and you just scarfed it.
Oh yeah. I'll be a tiger every once in a while, but
oh shit. Oh, we gotta get to the commentaries. All right, I think I've hit all of our travel partners. So let's get to it. All right, here's the deal. You don't want any regrets. You don't want to look back and say, man, we let that get away. We worked our asses off for a year to get back to this spot. We pulled off 4th and 13, for God's sake. And then a touchdown on the first play of the second overtime and the 2-point conversion. And Andrew Makuba, the most savage, underrated story in college football this year, with another incredible play after he had 2 tackles on the goal line in that goal line stand. You make me stop saying Texas is the only team that can beat Texas in this college football playoff. So go into this game tomorrow confident and prepared. Whatever you got to do tonight to go over all your notes, you got to put some extra stickum on your hands to make sure that that ball doesn't come loose. You need to slip a gummy to Bert Auburn, whatever it takes. Don't look back and say, oh, if we'd have just done this, or if we hadn't done that. You want to walk off that field feeling like you've been in the middle of the final scene of Braveheart, where everybody's just trying to cut each other's heads off. Mm. And you're in a battle that will never, it'll live on forever. Remember that game? Remember that Texas Ohio State game in the 24 season? That game was unbelievable. That's what you want people saying. You don't want them talking about you the way they have been for the last 10 days. Oh, Texas, man. They can't get out of their own way. They're the most talented team. They always do more with, they always do less with more. You don't want that. So whatever you got, and I love this. I didn't tell you this. Anthony Hill has been walking around calling out plays and situations and saying, what are we calling here? And if the guys don't know, he's like, what have you been doing?
Yeah, best study up.
What have you been doing?
Lock in.
So, lock in. So that's what you want. When your best players are your hardest workers and they're the ones doing the most studying and work, and that's when the magic happens. Because the players, when the players are coaching the players, that's when the magic happens. When the coaches can just sit back and watch it all happen. Like, they got to put the game plan together. They got to lay it out there for the guys, point out all the details, and then it's on the players to make sure that we're ready. We're ready to rock and roll. Just make sure that no one ever says again, the only team that can beat Texas is Texas.
I'm with it. You quoting Braveheart and stuff, man? That's my joint. Mel Gibson, every man dies. Not every man truly lives.
Yeah.
That's my shit. That's my joint right there. That's it right there. So
Willie Wallace.
You got me fired up.
Wait.
That's what I'm talking about.
Wait.
Yeah. Yeah, I like Ant Hill putting these guys on blast, man. You got to hold them accountable. Like, watching film. He also said that, Younger LaFowl up at 10 at night watching film. Made me get up at 10, watch some film. We heard what Johnny Barron.
Johnny
Barron calling Mookie Tav. Mookie Tav, him and his girlfriend cuddling and stuff, hit him up like, hey, Mookie, we got to get this corrected, bro. Mookie said, get off me, girl. Jade calling. Jade calling.
Have a girlfriend, or you just made this up in your mind?
Now, he got a girl, you remember? He said that she didn't like the fresh fade when he got early in the season. Yeah. He cuffed up. So, yeah, I like it. All right. Let's get to the commentary on my end. The right call. Before
baby.
That, though, shout out to all of our sponsors helping us get to the Cotton Bowl, AV Consultations, McCall Custom Homes, Sue Patrick, Domino's, 34 Wine and Spirits, Austin Duck Adventures, and Covert BK. But let me tell y'all a little bit about McCall Custom Homes. Kitchen, living room, dining room, bedroom, it doesn't matter. When it comes to Central Texas and renovating your home, you got to trust the experts that have been doing it for over 40 years. Family owned and operated. It's all about quality. It's all about craftsmanship. And the father and son duo have been doing it for a combination of 50 years of experience. They can turn your existing home into something truly special. And they're Austin Knights. You got to trust an Austin Knight. They're going to do what's best for you at McCall Custom Homes. They want to turn your house into a home. So if you want to check out their terrific work, check them out at their new website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Hit them up on Facebook and Instagram at McCall Custom Homes, and give our boy Mike a call at 512-633-9580. That's 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. And Covert BK, Covert Automotive Dealership, that have been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years. That is a long time. To do something for over 100 years, the quality has to be A1, and Covert BK is that. Just ask my wife and I, who love our Buick Encore GT, the 2024 edition. It drives so smooth. She absolutely loves it. We took it in and get the oil change early and just different things worked on, and it was no hassle at all. Sometimes it could be a hassle with some of these dealerships and stuff like that, and you just got to do everything you can just to get in. No, they took us in, got the job done, and we are back on the road, and you can be too. New or pre-owned vehicles, it doesn't matter. They have both. 7 terrific brands to choose from: Buick, GMC, Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, and Cadillac. Check out covertbcave.com to see all the latest specials and inventory before you stop by to see them. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. And some of y'all out here, when it comes to the decoration at the crib, patio, could be a little bland. Yo, change that. Please change that with Leaf Landscape Supply, a full service and wholesale and retail plant nursery and landscape supplier here in the ATX. Go visit both of their locations up north off of Pond Springs Road and down south off of 290 and Monterey Oats. Large quantities of supplies to fulfill any landscaping job, trendy house plants, a collection of specialty plants and rare plants. They're your one-stop shop for everything you need. So check out their website at leaflandscapesupply.com. And remember, when you go in and you make a purchase, let them know those guys at TSU, Texas Sports Unfiltered, told you about it. Your boy Zay Collier, you get 10% off. Can't beat that. Again, Christmas just passed. That credit card bill is probably going crazy. You got to find any deal you can. Leaf Landscape Supplies got you covered. 10% off when you go in. All right, Chip, before we get to the commentary on my side for the right call, why y'all sending me this stuff, man? Because you know I got to put it up. It's been that kind of day. Look how they got my boy Emmanuel Acho, man. What's wrong with y'all? What's wrong with y'all, man? Who did this? Who did this to my boy? He don't deserve this, man. He don't deserve this. He got the joy. What is that? It's not the hand soap, but the dishwasher.
Hey, well, you don't have to leave. You don't have to leave it up there the whole time.
I gotta leave it up, man. Are you smelling his finger? Why was he smelling his finger so much when he was talking about it? It was weird. That's all I gotta say. He's my guy. I love him. What he's done for the University of Texas, him and his brother, big time things, man. It's just he's in a tough situation right now. He's in a tough situation.
I didn't know that.
Oh, damn, for real?
Because his house is awesome.
Damn. Like I know JJ Redick's house burned down, which is horrible. Like, it's terrible what's going on in LA right now. Pray for everybody in Southern California. I'm sure Steve Sarkisian, that's on his mind a little bit. He's from that area too. He probably has a lot of family still there. But yeah, that's just horrible. Absolutely horrible. But anyway, Chip, something a little more positive here for the right call. I don't know. Have you seen this Jimmy Butler stuff going on? Miami
that he wants out?
He wants out bad, where they have to suspend him because now he's become an absolute distraction. Listen to what
they're going to send him. They're going to send him to Siberia.
Damn, that's
well. You know what I mean? You got to work that stuff.
Oh, so all right. Let me know if he was working it here in his last interview at the presser when he was asked some pretty difficult questions about him being in Miami.
I don't shoot the ball a lot, but we won't sit here and say that I don't play hard.
What will fix it? What do you want to see happen to fix it?
What do I want to see happen? I want to see me get my joy back from playing basketball. And wherever that may be, we'll find out here pretty soon. But I want to get my joy back. I'm happy here, off the court. But I want to be back to somewhat dominant. I want to hoop. And I want to help this team win. Right now, I'm not doing that.
Can you get your joy back here on the court?
Probably not.
Okay, so do you agree with him and everything that's going on, or is he just trying to force his way out without all the rationale?
I do think it was a little cold-blooded. Just hearing him in that interview, hearing how disgruntled he is and stuff. Again, the Miami Heat, they're a very classy franchise, and look, it's not all his fault. I thought Pat Riley was really wrong for the things that he said before the season about Jimmy Butler just doing too much talking and not being available on the court. Like, those are conversations that you have with him. And I get it. Pat Riley, he's NBA royalty from his time during his playing days, winning championships with the Lakers, to him becoming the coach for the Showtime Lakers. He had terrific runs with the Knicks and the Miami Heat in the 90s as a coach. He was the coach on that 2006 championship run against the Mavericks. So Pat Riley, what he says means a lot. For him to badmouth Jimmy Butler the way he did, he was out of pocket for that. And you just knew after that it was going to go south real fast because Jimmy Butler, he as you saw from that interview there, like he kind of goes against the grain of what you should probably say and how athletes should handle themselves. Now, I love Jimmy Butler, Tomball native, Texan, still pissed off that Rick Barnes didn't even look his way when, in that recruiting process that Jimmy still holds deeply to him. He's a very petty guy.
Made it Marquette for Buzz Williams.
Yeah, went all the way up to Wisconsin to play. Yeah, which he went to Tyler Junior College, so it wasn't like he wasn't far. It wasn't like Rick Barnes didn't recruit junior college players. Hell, he got J.D. Lewis on the team, which shout out to J.D., one of my favorite people. But still, I digress a little bit. Jimmy's forcing his way out. And I can't fully put that on him. Like, Pat Riley, you were wrong. Like, you were wrong with how you handled that. You know Jimmy is a different guy. Yes, he does a lot of talking, but you knew that coming in. Like, that's how he's wired. That's how he gets going. Some guys need to talk a lot. And
you think he's trying to get to Phoenix?
I don't know about Phoenix specifically, but he's just trying to get anywhere. Like, at Phoenix.
The Brad Beal experiment. What happened, Zay? This is your team.
This is my team. I don't know what happened. I really don't. Like, Bradley Beal hasn't been able to find any type of rhythm. Yusuf Nurkic has been awful. Kevin Durant has been solid, but KD's just up and down with his injuries at this point of his career. Like, KD, it's hard to rely on him for a full season. And Devin Booker, he hasn't been as good as he's been in previous years. So, yeah, I don't know what's going on with Phoenix, but as far as Jimmy Butler goes, yeah, it's a done deal with him. His time in Miami has definitely come to an end, and I do think a part of him is wrong for how he's handled it, but also you got to put this on Pat Riley. Like, the whole heat culture thing, I think it's starting to get a little dated. And, my old Miami thing, like, in a way, you ran LeBron out. Like, LeBron should have been there. He shouldn't. Why is he going back to Cleveland? I get it. He wants to go home and stuff, but I thought it soured there. D Wade left for a little bit. It's just weird. The whole heat culture thing, as good and classy as an organization that it is, for some guys, they could get burnt out. And that's happening with old Jimmy Buckets here.
The thing to watch then is if Spoelstra wants out, because if Pat Riley is turning into, get off my lawn guy and wants to just run everything my way or the highway, then Spoelstra is going to want to get out.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think he's like trying to take over for Pat Riley whenever he's done. I could see that happening for Eric Spoelstra because he's been in the game a long time. Like, he's been a part of the franchise. Like, it'd be hard for me to see him leave. And plus, it's Miami. Like, how can you beat that? Like, how can you beat South Beach and the weather and the women and the food and stuff? Like, if you want to leave, then there's something seriously going on. So I don't know there. Yeah.
The Heat. James says the Heat are washed. Bam Adebayo's ass. Tyler Nero hasn't done anything since he had a song about him.
Yo, Bam Adebayo. I'm just saying, we've been talking about it all day. The thing's undefeated. He's with Asia Wilson now. Well, Asia Wilson of the Los Angeles or Vegas A6, best player in the WNBA. That girl fine. That girl could distract anybody. So, Bam, I'm sure life's fun for you, but it's not a coincidence that your games fell off a little bit by getting with her at all. And if you're the Miami Hurricanes trying to stay with Miami and this Carson Beck situation.
Yeah, I mean, I was just about to say Carson Beck in the transfer portal. You don't think he's trying to Miami Hurricanes need a quarterback.
And look at his woman. Like, come on now. Carson Beck
If he ends up a Miami Hurricane, it is so undefeated.
I mean, come on. Gotta love a girl in uniform.
She's one of two. She's a twin.
Yeah. Yeah, the other one is with my man Ferguson, tight end Cowboys. So, yeah, they have a type. They like the football players. But, yeah, this is an easy decision. If you're anybody on Miami, you're like, oh, yeah, let's let the Cavender girl, she's all the recruiting we need. Give them a little paper.
Aren't they out of eligibility, the Cavender twins?
Yeah, but she ain't going nowhere. Like, she's an influencer first, basketball player second. So she gonna stay in South Beach. Like, that's ain't no thing but a chicken wing there. So yeah, she's nice though. She can hoop. I gotta give her credit. She could go. Like,
What's the best part of her game?
She has good IQ, man. Like, she can read a defense well. Solid jump shot. She gets to the lane, makes good plays, decent floater. She can hoop. She's gotten a lot better. The other sister, side. Other sister, I think it's a package deal more than anything with the other sister. Ferguson's girl.
All right, I got to apologize because I'm a little short on sleep. AT Patson. Yeah, I said, wait, it's Hold. In
what?
Braveheart.
Oh.
Hold.
Oh. Yeah, all I remember was every man dies, not every man truly lives. That always sticks with me. That's the line right there. When Gibson said that, oh, man.
Hey, Steve Sarkisian, show the boys Braveheart tonight.
You think they would relate to it? It's a little. None of them were alive when the movie came out. You think that it's?
I don't know. I mean, have you seen it?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, you relate.
Yeah, but I was alive when it came out, though. Kinda. These new generation kids, you just never know.
Yeah,
you know.
They have the attention span of a fruit fly.
Yeah, exactly. Now, my man Jaden Blue, he did say his favorite Christmas movie is The Third Friday with Ice Cube, Friday After Next. That's my dude. That's my dude. That's
so funny.
That shows me a lot. I can appreciate that because that's barely a Christmas movie. Like, that's just straight up ignorance. But
James says the best part of the Cavender twins game is
that thing. I mean, they got it going on. I can't even hate. You know, they got it going on. Now, old girl down at TCU, Haley Van Lith, Lord.
Lord.
Yo, TCU just put out a very wholesome, like, get ready for the game on social media picture of her. They went viral because of how good she looked in that picture.
I got to check that out.
Yeah, you got to check that out. I was shocked. I was like, whoa, I don't know what Kim Mulkey was doing because she ain't look like that, LSU. She's showing out. And they're good, too. They got old girl that, what's old girl's name that went to Texas but left because of the injury stuff? The big girl. Really good. Big 5-star. Liberty Hill. I think she went to Liberty Hill. What's her name?
Gaston.
Yeah, something like that. I don't think that's right.
Deanna Gaston.
I don't sound right though.
It's not?
I don't think so. Prince. Sedona Prince.
Oh.
You remember her?
Yeah.
Yeah. She's finally found her footing. She's not
forever.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a while since, she was down in Texas. I think she's been in college about 6 years now. A lot of medical red shirts and stuff. Maybe the COVID year, all that. But she's been hooping. She been hooping.
Now I see this little video.
Oh, they got video now?
Haley Van Lith bringing people in like this? Is that the thing?
Probably. You're probably seeing the same thing.
Was it from
you're probably seeing the same thing.
Was it from the TCU women's basketball account?
Yes. Yeah, it was from that account. I was like, man, it had crazy views. So, yeah, I'm with you, CB. I love me some Angel Reese. Yeah, she's doing it. But that's what I'm saying, man. Women's basketball, I've been watching. They're doing their thing.
They're doing their thing, man. Oh,
What's that? Where the SEC Unfiltered guys? What's going on? Did we not get the memo? We 7 minutes in, waiting for these guys.
Let me.
Damn.
Let's.
Dave, Shoemate, Harrison, Cole, CP. Where y'all at? What's going on?
That's funny.
My man Cole Thompson's got Texas.
Okay.
So he thinks Bert Auburn gonna be the man too. I don't know. Y'all calling for Bert to shave his head on here? That's a little extreme.
Yeah, that might throw him off. It might feel too smooth on his helmet on his head. You know?
Yeah. I mean, hell, you're talking about giving Bert a gummy.
Oh yeah,
mellow him out or something.
Give him that gummy.
Give him that Lance Taylor gummy.
Make sure it's not indica.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Some guys they could keep going off the indica. They could fight through the sleepiness and the tiredness of the indica.
The Texas women are playing a ranked opponent tonight at the Mood, 7:00. I know, tough weather. They're playing Alabama, 7:00 at the Mood.
Yo, South Carolina lost old kidnap girl, out for the season.
Injury,
tore ACL. You remember I was telling you about her? She was. Yes, I ain't gonna put that on her. That'd be a little cold.
All right.
She did.
I didn't know how petty we were getting.
I mean, we're still petty. Let's keep it a buck. We're always gonna be petty. That's why I call her kidnapper girl.
Gerald G. Make sure the gummy for Bert is sativa.
Nah, man. Put Bert on that indica too, or that hybrid.
Okay.
You know?
Okay.
Let Bert feel it.
Okay.
Be chill.
I just don't want him. I don't want him falling asleep on the damn sideline.
Nah, he good. He good. Mix a little indica with a 5-hour energy. You be good.
Oh hell.
You.
We're gonna have him.
Bert be good, man.
Bouncing off them walls.
Yeah, but it'll be like just I'm gonna wake high.
He's gonna go run over to Bevo's pen and be like, "Yo, what's up, player?" And everyone's gonna be like, "Bert."
Anything. Which, speaking of Bevo, is Bevo good in the cold? What's going on? Where Bevo at? How is Bevo all right? Like I don't.
Damn, they gotta take him up on that trailer. It's gonna be cold.
It's gonna be cold. I'm sure they'll be fine, but still, like we got like heaters for Bevo.
I think we need some heaters.
Yeah, we need something. So
right.
Yo, BK, man, what's going on?
I sent him a message.
What's going on, man? Because I don't want to be unprofessional here, but also got stuff to do.
Listen,
I know you got things to do.
Listeners are excited. They're getting some extended time with the Z-Man.
This is uncharted territory. Be thankful. We appreciate the listeners. Y'all been great today.
Hey, we love
Ohio State people, leader. I haven't seen no Ohio State people on today. Where y'all at? Y'all getting nervous?
What's going on?
Don't get nervous now.
They getting a little nervous?
This ain't the time to get nervous. I heard a lot of confidence these last few weeks, which I get. Y'all been rolling, but
yeah, I don't see
nobody today. That's interesting.
Yeah, we had we had some Bucks trying to take over the comments a couple days ago.
Talking crazy. Talking real crazy. Saying that Oregon's defensive line was better. That was preposterous.
Yeah, that was preposterous.
That was nuts. So let's
all right, who you got tonight? We haven't even gotten into the picks. We got to make picks.
Oh, damn.
You got Notre Dame or you got Penn State?
I'm going to go with Penn State, man. I don't like it. I feel like James Franklin might have pissed off Marcus Freeman, too. He was like talking about his hairline and stuff and asking him how old he was and stuff. It was a weird presser. Did you see that?
Oh,
yesterday? It was weird. Yeah, it was a little weird. Like James Franklin, you could tell Marcus Freeman felt a little uncomfortable. He was like, yo, man, this old fake ass Michael Key looking brother trying to talk to me. Like, I ain't trying to hear that. Like, he's like, you see this hairline? Which Marcus Freeman does have that black toupee type hairline. I don't know how
keep saying that.
I don't know how organic it is, you know. Embrace the hairline receding. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Right.
I'm gonna embrace it. It's slowly happening to me. Hopefully it goes slower, but the great Mike Griffin put me on blast a year ago talking about my hairline and stuff like that, which he's just a hater. You can't really listen to Mike. He still owes me $1,000. Love the guy. Greatest interception in Texas football history. He's a petty son of a bee that still owes me $1,000, and he's still wrong for not letting this kid play at Bowie High School, his alma mater, and taking him to Lake Travis. But I'm not petty or anything.
Why is the spread off for the Notre Dame Penn State game? Because they don't know if Abdul Carter's playing?
Maybe. I don't know. But
that's wild.
What's off? What do you mean by off?
Like they've taken it off the board.
Wow. Okay.
ESPN Bet has. Let me see if like MGM.
Yeah, and they got the flu and stuff. You're gonna have guys coughing and stuff.
Yeah, that might be it too.
Like, telling you, something going around. It's the season. It's getting cold as hell. Like,
let's see here.
I got shingles. Oh man, I'm so embarrassed from that, man. Like, I pride myself on having healthy skin. Been complimenting on my skin a lot. For me, have shingles. This is different for me. I'm not gonna lie. Your boy is down bad. Like, this pain's crazy. I've gotten better. I'm at the end of it.
Where's the pain?
Going from like my back to my ass / like left side of my thigh. It's all on the left. It's weird. Left side of my thigh and stuff, like all the way down to my knee, which again, it's gotten better, you know, but wow. Like I didn't even think this was possible. I thought I just broke out some rash. I ate something wrong during the break, but yeah. Texas
Notre Dame,
Burt Auburn. They haven't helped my stress at all, clearly.
Notre Dame is -2.5 still in some places. All right, let's bring in the Collier Bear.
Hello.
Cole, who you got tonight? Penn State, Notre Dame.
So you're asking me to trust James Franklin in a big time game.
I know.
Notre Dame, 100%. See, here's the beautiful thing. And as I clean off my camera real fast, I'm just going to cover you. Hello, look at this fun face that you got right here. No, I actually grew up a Notre Dame fan. A lot of people don't know that about me. I am a closeted Notre Dame fan because I grew up in a very Irish Catholic household. And every single Saturday, I would go over to my grandfather's house and we would watch Notre Dame football. So now that there is no SEC ties in this game, and the fact that apparently I have a vendetta against Penn State because if I refuse to believe that they can ever win a big-time championship, I am pulling hard for the Irish tonight. I am letting my fandom come out a little bit. I'm celebrating my grandfather. He deserves to be loved and appreciated wherever you are up above, or yeah, you're up above. We're not going to make that joke down below because we're not going to do that one. So, we're all happy for you, Irish man. And the Fighting Irish, I think, are going to the national championship.
Okay.
That's my prediction.
Then if that happens, I mean, whoever wins the Texas-Ohio State game,
huge favorite.
Let me ask you guys, do you remember 2022 when it was Ohio
Georgia.
State and Georgia? That was the natty. You can phrase it however you
want.
want.
Oh, yeah.
That was the
Yes.
natty. The natty is happening tomorrow night.
Ohio State's field goal kicker, people forget. CJ Stroud led him down the field, 45-yard field goal to win.
No. That was all on Ruggles. That's the thing that I hate about this. And I know that you guys probably got to run in a minute, but that's the thing I hate about this. We talk about Ryan Day as just this overrated coach and a guy that can't get the job done out in Columbus, Ohio. He has 11 losses in 5 years. He's been to 3 college football playoffs. He's a field goal away from going to 2 national championships. He has the most ranked wins by any team in the Big Ten over the last 5 years. But because he can't beat the Maize and Blue, just like Kirby has only won 1 time against Alabama since he has been at Georgia, we think that he's an overrated coach. I mean, he is 60 minutes away from a lot of people having to go onto their Twitters, going onto the message boards, going on to Facebook posts, and having to hit the delete button for like an hour on end because he finally won the big one. Like, we're that close, and people are like, oh no, he's just such an overrated dude. It's just not going to happen. And by the way, what happens if James Franklin wins it? Like, that's one where I'm going to have to eat crow. That's one where I'm going to have to sit down and shut up the rest of my life. Like, I made a bold prediction for tomorrow's game, and I feel like that I'm going to have to go into the woodshed if I'm wrong on this one. I'm going to have to hide my face out in State College.
I think you're going to be okay.
I think I'm going to be okay. I think I'm going to be okay.
I think you're going to be okay. If nothing else, it's going to be a battle to the final minutes.
I think it's going to be the greatest game in college football this year, personally.
Yeah.
I really do.
Very well could be.
I really do.
Cole, who's joining you today?
I have no idea. So I got told at the last second that Lucas and Harrison were supposed to be on, and apparently something happened where they either didn't get the thing, and I got a text from BK, is anybody coming on? And so coming from downtown, I'm shooting a 3, trading my shot, coming on the show, making sure that I make a giant impact today. So who knows? Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's somebody else. I'm not sure, but you got me until 4 o'clock. And then at 4 o'clock,
Bear, you're the man. Oh, look.
Anytime.
Here comes
There
Lucas.
he is.
Hey, we will let y'all have it.
Take care.
Cheers.
See you
Oh, look
guys.
at that. There's Lucas. Hey, buddy.
What's up, buddy?
How we doing?
Same stuff, different day. You can't complain.
You can definitely agree with that one. Welcome on into SEC Unfiltered. He's Lucas Hill. I'm Cole Thompson. Harrison Fant may be joining, and I may be out of here. We're not entirely sure just yet. We'll figure that out. But real quickly, make sure that you like the video, hit the ring notification down below, and of course, subscribe to the channel because this, of course, is your #1 spot for all things Texas related, all things SEC related with the SEC Unfiltered Power Hour. Going over to our channel at SEC Unfiltered on the race to 20,000 subscribers. We are down to the final count. If we can get there before January 20th, maybe I'll do something fun for you. Tell your friends, family, mortal enemies, best of bros about this channel. And make sure, of course, that you check out all of our great work found at SECUnfiltered.com and Texas Sport Unfiltered. Follow Lucas at Lucas_Hill23 and me at Mr. Cole Thompson. Lucas, news broke right before we came on about a certain quarterback that was going to go pro and now is going into the portal. Carson Beck is leaving Athens, Georgia after 2 years being the starting quarterback and looking for his next home. And honestly, props to him. Props to him for how he handled this. I thought it was one of the smartest moves because when you look at all the underlying things that went into it, he made sure that he walks away the biggest winner. Because if here's the thing, Lucas, when you declare for the NFL draft, before you can actually enter, you have to sign with an agency. You have to have an agent before you can go into the draft. You can declare yourself or someone in your family an agent, but you have to declare who your agent is. He never did that. So he had declared for 3 weeks, but he never officially entered the draft. Therefore, leaving tampering, which for him, because if he's saying that he's going to go pro and not coming back to Georgia, is technically legal. He waited until the end of all of bowl season, where you get to figure out what's the game plan for Miami, what's the game plan for Notre Dame, what's the game plan for Texas Tech, what's the game plan for Ohio State. Do they feel good about their quarterback situation with who is leaving the program in due time? And he made sure that he was going to get a high-end collective offer from the NIL. Now he goes into the portal. He has his pick and choosing. He can go ahead and counteroffer for any team that wants to go for him. And it becomes a bidding war. And the teams that can actually afford him, it's a lot like the New York Yankees. There's certain players that you can go after when you have the finances and funds in the NIL collective. Carson Beck is one of those players for Miami. He's one of those players for Notre Dame. He's one of those players for a team like Texas Tech that has been funneling in cash this offseason. It's a smart move for him. It's a smart move for his career. And honestly, he is going to be the biggest winner in all of this because even if he doesn't pan out in the NFL, he's getting an extra pay grade, and he's going to be viewed as the favorite to win the starting job and lead his team to a college football playoff appearance.
Gets an extra $4 or $5 million too with his NIL collective as well.
Yeah, for sure.
I think the biggest thing where you could potentially see him is in the 305. I mean, his girlfriend is at Miami there. He's from Jacksonville, Florida. I know it's about a 5-hour drive, but I mean, it does seem like an ideal fit, just pairing him and that Mario Cristobal offense and seeing how what Cam Ward did last year, because they have a very, very eerily similar situation. Cam Ward initially declares for the NFL draft. Then he ends up going in the portal, goes to Miami, has a Heisman-like season. Maybe Carson Beck, when he comes back from that UCL tear, sure, he's not going to be 100% at the start of it. But if you slowly get him progressed into this Mario Cristobal offense, he will develop into a quality player and can continue the trend of maybe this could be an everyday thing. We could see an elite quarterback initially declare for the draft and then enter the portal. So I think that the declaration for the draft, we know that there's always going to be an asterisk by it, because if they don't sign an agent, like you already mentioned, Cole, then they really haven't made an official decision just yet.
It's really good, the fact that you have kind of a point of emphasis when it comes to the Cam Ward situation, because Cam Ward was going to be a day 3 pick. Cam Ward was going to be a guy that probably was viewed maybe as a fringe third stringer on an NFL roster. Shannon Dawson sits him down and says, here's my offensive philosophy. Here's the game plan that I have in motion that I believe is going to work for us out in Coral Gables. Come down here, play for another year. I promise you will make more money doing this. They offer him something in NIL. He takes the deal. He goes down to Miami. He becomes the all-time leading passer in touchdowns in FBS history. He then leads his team to a top 25 finish, 10-win season. His offense is good enough to be able to go to the national championship. Miami's offense was good enough to win the ACC title. It's not his fault that the defense decided to crap the bed on 3 different instances, and they finished the year off at 10-3. That's not on him. He did his part. And now he's viewed as a Heisman finalist, a Davey O'Brien Award finalist, a Maxwell finalist, and arguably the top quarterback prospect in a very underwhelming quarterback draft. He's going to get paid. He got paid last year to go to Miami. He's going to get paid this year. With NIL, the other thing that's really important, Lucas, is that you can come back every single year and say, here's my new offer. You want me to stick around? I'll stay if you pay me this amount. So Sam Levitt just cashed in with Arizona State. He wasn't going anywhere. He never was, but still, he cashed in on a new NIL deal. And the reason is because of now he gets to up the ante if he wants to come back for a 3rd season. So let's just say he doesn't go pro next year. Let's say that Nico Iamaleava doesn't go pro next year. Let's say that DJ Lagway is still back. Lenore Sellers comes back to South Carolina. Carson Beck is now viewed, because of the numbers that he produced last season, as potentially QB1. So he gets paid by the NIL collective of Miami, or by Ohio State, or by Texas Tech, or by whoever it is. He gets his numbers up. He gets a full year to hit the reset button on the UCL injury. His draft stock is either going to stay idle as a day 2 selection, or it's going to grow into a 1st-round pick. And he has a shot to win a national championship, something that he couldn't do at Georgia this year because he injured himself. So ultimately, there is no lose-lose for a guy like Carson Beck. Jalen Milroe is a really interesting situation. I want to get your thoughts on this, because if he's now been brought up, well, is he going to go pro? Yeah. I personally think that he should go pro. And the reason why is because I'm not sure that his draft stock is going to get any higher than what it is right now, because of he's not injured. He just had a really bad game to close out his college career against Michigan. But when you look at the quarterback draft, who are you talking about? Is it going to be Jackson Dart at number 3? Is it going to be Kyle McCord at number 3? Or is it going to be Jalen Milroe at number 3?
Right.
Because it's Shedeur and Cam. Those are QB1 and QB2. The quarterback position, someone's always going to overdraft it. Bo Nix was probably a second-round pick. He went 12th overall because the value of a quarterback position. He's a dude that may get offered $8 million to go play at, say, Notre Dame, or maybe he goes to like a Florida State, but he probably wouldn't go like a North Carolina. But I would actually turn it down. I would go pro if I was a Jalen Milroe.
I think it's really interesting, too, because you mentioned last year's draft. I thought 3 of the 6 quarterbacks that were drafted to win the first 12 were day 2 picks. When you talk about J.J. McCarthy, you talked about Michael Penix, and when you talked about Bo Nix, I thought that those 3 guys were day 2 picks any other year.
I'll disagree with JJ only on the fact of I knew he was going to be a full-time project. Like, I figured that you want him for a 5th-year option because if you get him for 4 years. That's the only reason.
Now, let me ask you something, Cole. What made him a day 1 pick?
Comes from a pro-style offense. I think was the only thing. The transition would have been a little bit easier. He just needed time to set. That was my only gripe with him. I still believe he could have been, and again, I don't know if Bo Nix will do much when he gets to the pros. I know, again, he had a fantastic year. Michael Penix, I didn't know what to believe in. With JJ, I thought that if you let him sit for a full year in the right system, you still want that 5th-year option because you don't want to have to pay him before it's too soon. So you don't want to pay him after 2 years because if he's eligible for a new contract, where you can wait a 3rd year, get the 5th-year option add in to get 4 years of stability. And then you let him just sit and learn. Okay. And some team was always going to overdraft him. The other 2 I agree with you on, though. Michael Penix and Bo Nix, I can see where they were day 2 selections. Absolutely.
Okay. On the Jalen Milroe situation, I think the only 2 quarterbacks that you're going to see in 2025 get picked in the first round is Shedeur and Cam.
I would agree with that.
I don't see a scenario where I can see Jackson Dart or I can see Quinn Ewers or I can see Jalen Milroe get picked in the first round. And look, I got a lot of hate for that because I posted about it on Twitter and I've expressed about this season. Look, people are going to consider Jalen Milroe a first-round prospect because of what's going to happen in the combine. If he puts up gaudy numbers like what Anthony Richardson did a couple years ago, he's going to be a first-round draft pick. And people are going to say, oh, we're drafting him off his ceiling. We're drafting him because of his intangibles. That may be a thing, but what was the on-field product like? He has all this skill set. He has all this capability, but he still has his strengths and weaknesses. He struggled with pressure, gave up on plays very, very early, frustrated a lot of Alabama fans throughout the course of the season because of his decision-making. And then put the cherry on top, you have a bad bowl game performance against an elite defense with first-round talent on the defensive side of the ball.
Who is this?
Talking about Jalen.
But Milroe didn't play against. That was the problem, is they didn't play against those players. Because no Kenneth Grant, no Mason Graham, no Josiah Stewart, no Will Johnson. That was the issue that I had, is that was the weakest version of Michigan, and he still had problems.
There you go. That's the thing. It does. I mean, you're going up against basically almost a JV Michigan defense, and yet you still struggle. So that just tells you about where your game is at the current moment. If you're making a smart decision, you stay for another year to get adjusted in the Kalen DeBoer offense, because, I mean, we all have our struggles adjusting to a new offense, but you come back for year 2, I do see some sort of growth once you get that first year. I mean, he's kind of got his feet wet in it. You know, he had his struggles, but I think if you get him really prepared in this offense, I think it would definitely improve his draft stock if he does. But I think at the end of the day, I think Alabama's ready to move on with a new quarterbacks going in, whether it be Ty Simpson or the 5-star that's coming in. So give you a better opportunity to go with a young dude. But no, I'd just go take the money and go.
For Milroe, the thing is that he's a super talented athlete. Teams will over-exaggerate that, and they'll say, we'll be able to make it work.
And that's why people are going to think he's a first-round pick.
Sure. And honestly, he's not going to be a first-round pick. But again, quarterbacks, they will always be overdrafted. If you don't have one, you're always looking for one. And everyone's going to try to go with the cash grab of trying to find the next Dak Prescott in the 4th round or a Brock Purdy in round 7. But those are so hard to hit on. I mean, you look at the starting quarterbacks in the NFL, 78% are first-round picks. They want to be able to get that first-round dude. So if Jalen Milroe is going to get overdrafted, put him in a system to where he could sit and learn for at least a full year, whoever gets Todd Monken as the as the head coach, which Las Vegas I've heard is interested, New York is interested. Don't take him in pick number 7. Don't take him at pick number 6. But if you can trade back into the first round, go get Jalen Milroe, put a veteran there, let him sit for a season. I think he's a really good fit for that style of offense. But still, I don't know what more you can gain when you're talking about Jalen Milroe at the college level. For Carson Beck, there's a lot you can gain because if you're you got an injury. And honestly, also, depending on the offense that you're in, because if everyone was blaming Mike Bobo for the last 2 years, and they're still blaming Mike Bobo out in Athens, Georgia right now because of the inadequate play calling against Notre Dame, it's a way for you to say, no, the play calling was the problem. The offensive personnel was the problem. I was delivering. Because you look at his last 3 games here, Lucas, a completion percentage of 69.2%, 675 passing yards, 11 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. If that's the version of Carson Beck I'm getting in the ACC or the Big 12, I feel like that my team is able to win the conference. I feel very good about the way that my team is in that sense with him playing that way. Now, you got to add the pieces around it, but I feel very good if that's the version. Now, if I get the version that's throwing 12 interceptions and multiple picks in a game, or he's terrible on third down conversions, yeah, we're in a lot of trouble because he can't do the job on his own. But that doesn't mean that you don't make that swing. Because college in the NFL, the only thing that I will hate about this, and I always will, is now we're seeing college in the sense of you're becoming more so like the NFL by adding in the quarterback to overpay for it. That's what you're going to do for Carson Beck. Do I think Carson Beck is worth $8 million? No, I don't. Do I believe that he will get somewhere in that $6 to $8 million range because of his name, because of what he did at Georgia, because of how he was able to get his team, even in a down year, to an SEC title, and then last year lead his team to an undefeated season? He's going to get paid. He's going to get paid. And he played these cards right because there are teams out there that are desperate for a quarterback. North Carolina right now is desperate for a quarterback. Miami is desperate to bring in competition around a guy like Emory Williams. Texas Tech wants to get a quarterback. If they believe at any moment out in Ohio State that Julian Sain could enter the transfer portal at the end of the year, like Lincoln Kineholtz is, like Devin Brown is, they got to go ahead and add in a quarterback. Notre Dame needs to add in a quarterback if they don't believe in CJ Carr. They're desperate at this point. They will overpay for a dude that they think is probably a B to B plus option because they know that they need to have an A plus season in 2025. That's just it. So that's the difference, I think, between a guy like Jalen Milroe and a guy like Carson Beck. There's more potential. There's more upside. Carson's stock, I think, can rise a little bit more. I don't think Jalen's can get any higher. Where he is now is as high as it's going to get.
Because I think if he waited till next year, I think he's still going to be a day 2 pick. I have a hard time believing he improves from this first year in the DeBoer offense, but anything can happen at this point. But I think he's just best off taking where his stock is and just leaving it at that and going to the draft.
Let us know in your comments in the second. Let me phrase that. Strike that. Reverse it. Let us know in the comment section. What do you think about Carson Beck coming back for another year? Let's talk about Texas. Cotton Bowl tomorrow night. I'm getting a lot of flack on social media for blaming the fact that there is a cactus inside of the Cotton Bowl logo when there isn't one, and that Ohio State decided to make a cactus its whole thing. We don't have time to get into that spiel because of Ohio State fans are pissing me off. What does a win do for Texas, in your opinion, Lucas, for this game?
Definitely saves the SEC's ass.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because, I mean, I was talking all week. The SEC is in serious jeopardy of missing out on a national championship for the second year in a row. And if that's the case, then that just proves that the national championship has become so wide open now that it's not just the SEC dominating anymore year in and year out. It's become more open for your Cinderellas, like your Big 12 elves, like your Arizona States, even your G5s, even your ACCs that make a run every now and then. And so I think what it means for Texas is that depending on how you win, you overcame the monkey off your back. And it's the biggest win that you get all season. Like, you really still haven't played a true top-tier opponent other than Georgia, because let's just be honest, Arizona State gave them a run for their money. I'll give them that. I don't think anybody else expected that.
No, I don't think anybody expected that.
Clemson gave them a run for their money in the third quarter. The thing for Texas is, can you hold on to a lead, and can you strike quickly against this Ohio State offense that has been freaking on fire? if you get behind early, especially if you can't win the line of scrimmage, I think that's the biggest thing is Ohio State's D-line going up against Texas's offensive line. Because the last 2 games, Ohio State with 12 sacks total.
Yeah.
So you cannot let this pass rush get to Quinn Ewers. You got to give him time in the pocket to deliver. And if you can't do that, it's going to be a long night for you. But I think a big win here, bottom line, just saves the SEC.
I don't disagree with you. My big takeaway is that it justifies everything that Texas has done to build itself to this point. Because of Steve Sarkisian has been known by many as a guy that can't elevate the squad. He's a dude that will be able to get some quality play, but he won't be able to reach that next level. He's a choke artist. He can't win the big one. He can't find a way to close out games. And so far, he's found a way to close out games, but you've had to hold your breath a couple times. There was a moment in the third quarter against Clemson. They started to come on back. The SEC championship, you were leading. You just needed that big pick 6 from Jahdae Barron, and you're off to the races, winning the SEC in year 1. Last week against Cam Scatterboot, the fact that you gave up a 4th and 2 40-yard touchdown bomb to the second best quarterback on the field that day, who's a running back, you got to be able to close it out. But you look at Texas in general. You look at just the Longhorns. This is a team that for years preached itself of being close to almost back. They're right there at the finish line. They got a brand new head coach God, why am I blanking on it? Tom Herman. They got a coach before him and Charlie Strong, and they feel like that the culture has changed and that they still have a new aura and energy in the Big 12, and they proceed to go 7-5 and 5-7 and 8-4, and it's not Texas's standard. It's not the standard that you expect when you're bringing in sums of cash in Austin. And you go out, you bring in a guy who has had his struggles at Washington, had his struggles at USC, had struggles off the field, reinvents himself underneath Nick Saban, and then comes back in and completely is a different version of a coach. He processes and pinpoints areas of strengths that need to be addressed in recruiting, and he builds a team through the trenches. He goes out in the portal and he targets certain positions for value purposes, where you're looking at a guy that probably would start at an Arkansas or a Kentucky, but he's coming on in. He's only playing 30 reps, but those are the most essential 30 reps of that kid's career. And eventually he may hear his name called because if he's in the right system. They go and they put together a roster that is good enough to beat the bad teams and able to withstand the good teams. And now you have an identity and an aura moving forward that this is sustainable. We're in a new conference. We're in a new era of college football where paying players not only is legal, but it's actually almost required at this point if you want to be successful. You can go into the transfer portal and leave your school at any given moment and go to a new school at any given moment, and your draft stock could either benefit or plunder because of it, yet Texas is not missing on the portal players that they're bringing in. Texas is not missing on the recruits that they're developing. And the ones that they're letting walk out the door, they're walking out the door for the right reasons because they don't fit what Steve Sarkisian and this culture provides. To me, that is the ultimate sign that Texas has truly arrived back at a level of sustainability that we have not seen for a very long time. And if that's the version of Texas that shows up tomorrow, doesn't allow a team like Ohio State to gain momentum in the third quarter when they're up by 10, doesn't force the offense to have to play a 60-minute game where they're now having to step on up because their defense can't stop a thing, where they're able to still have the miscues, but build a culture that is sustainable enough to win a football game against, for my money, the best roster in college football. That says that Texas finally did it the right way. They are justified by hiring a Saban assistant. They have a purpose. They have a culture. They have an identity, and they're not going away into the SEC. They're here to stay. They've arrived. They're not making any adjustments because they are the adjustment. They have pulled themselves up to the front of the class. They're locked in as a legit force down in the conference. It's a new conference with 16 teams. They're at the pinnacle. Teams. That's what it feels like if Texas wins this game.
Yeah, I'm just kind of piggybacking off of what you kind of mentioned already. You know, another win, it's not just going to save the SEC's ass. It's not just going to be able to shut the haters up about what they've said about Texas's schedule because it was god-awful, and they're going to look at this team. They're going to disregard what happened, and if you get a quality win against arguably the best team in college football that money can buy, dude, that's probably one of the biggest wins that Texas has had over the last, I would say, 10, 15 years, honestly. It's probably going to be the biggest one they've had since.
It'll be the biggest one.
Tech game, huh?
I think it's the biggest one since since Texas game last. I mean, the Alabama game.
The Texas Tech game. Or no, they lost that game since the Rose Bowl. Actually,
the one in 2005.
Yes,
I could see that. I could. I think that last year the reason why the win over Alabama was so big is because they said that Texas was going to have to show on up to the SEC and they were going to be bullied. They were going to be man-child. They were going to learn what SEC big boy football was, and they proceeded to get a 10-point victory against Nick Saban in his own backyard. I mean, that's LSU doesn't do that. Tennessee with countless coaches, Heupel, Lane Kiffin, Butch Jones, they didn't do that. Auburn never did that. Now, they beat Alabama, but they beat Alabama at Jordan-Hare. They never marched into Bryant-Denny and got a win when Saban was on the Plains. They did it one time, and it was with Cam Newton, the greatest quarterback I've ever seen in a single season. Like, that's what type of specialty you had to have to beat Nick Saban in his own backyard. And Texas did that in his first season when they were a Big 12 team. They weren't even in the SEC just yet. And they nearly did it in the first game against Texas in week 2 when they were in Austin. So they had 2 games where they held their own against Texas. So I believe that, this is probably the biggest game. But I agree with you because of what the atmosphere is. To me, this is the national championship. It's not to take a shot at Penn State or Notre Dame, because I think Notre Dame deserves credit where credit's due. The way they have turned the corner and been playing in this fight or flight mode since losing to NIU, I think says volumes about the direction that Marcus Freeman has the team. I think Penn State, the way they've still been able to get significant wins, whether it is against inferior competition like Boise State and SMU, and they barely squeaked by a Minnesota team that finished 9-4, they still made it this far. I mean, James Franklin, love him or hate him, he's never been to the college football playoff until this year. He's 2-0. I mean, you got to give at least some bit of flowers there. But this is playing for the title of runner-up. Texas or Ohio State next week on January 20th, a Monday night in Atlanta, Georgia, will be hoisting up a national championship.
Yes.
And it feels very similar to that game when Georgia played Ohio State in 2022 in the Peach Bowl. Feels very similar.
It feels so unfair that we're not getting this as a national championship game. And I think if the committee does make the necessary changes, like getting rid of the auto buy and getting rid of that bull crap with the conference top. Look, I understand conference championships. Yes, you might deserve a first round bye. No, honestly, I don't see it. You deserve an automatic bid to the playoff. You don't get a first round bye.
Now,
let's just get that out of the picture. Go ahead.
I think that's going to change. I do. I think that when you look at the fact that Penn State beat the brakes off of an SMU squad, which, by the way, an SMU squad that many people still believe did not belong in the playoff, which we're not going to get into that today. They beat a Boise State team that had a bye, 26 days off, that played one ranked opponent all year and lost. I mean, it was a close game against Oregon, but they still lost. And then you throw in Arizona State that has a loss to a 5-7 Cincinnati squad. Meanwhile, Notre Dame, who, whether or not we agree, deserves to have a bye because they don't play in a conference, but they went 11-1. Penn State during the regular season went 11-1. They found a way to not shoot itself in the foot against an inferior opponent. Almost did. Texas found a way to go 11-1. And their reward is, well, now we got to play an extra game because we got to go to the conference championship. And then we got to play an extra game after that because we didn't win our conference championship, even though in both of those matchups, it was at least close for a moment. You felt like that in both those times. Penn State could pull away with a good start in the third quarter. And if Texas didn't shoot itself in the foot in the third quarter against Georgia and let Gunnar Stockton kind of start running rampant, they would have been the champions. Both would have had a first round bye. Whole situation would have been different. I think that that's what we're going to see moving forward. We're just going to say, whoever are the 12 best teams based off of our seeding, you get an automatic bye, but where you show up in the seeding on that day, that's your seed. You're not going to be this Arizona State that comes in at number 13 and then jumps all the way up to number 3 because Boise State at number 15 is coming in and they're jumping up to number 4. We're not going to do that anymore. Or like a Clemson that's coming in at number 15 on the polls because they won the ACC. Well, now we're putting you at 12, but the other two that are right next to you, they're going to 3 and 4. Like, that's not going to happen anymore. And I think it's fair because think about this for a second, Lucas. And it's really prevalent. What do you think would draw in more reviews? A game where it's Clemson versus Notre Dame in the first round, where it's Tennessee versus Indiana, where it's SMU versus Boise State, and it's not Penn State. It's Arizona State versus Ohio State. Does that draw in more ratings then Notre Dame versus Indiana, Ohio State versus Tennessee, Clemson versus Texas, and Penn State versus SMU.
Probably not, to be honest with you. I don't see all that viewership, especially with are we talking post game with what we know already was the result, or are we talking pre?
We're talking pre, not knowing how the games were at the time, but knowing now that it feels like those are closer games. Because tell me if you get a Tennessee offense versus Indiana's defense, and they're able to slow down Dylan Sampson, that's not a better game than what we saw between Ohio State and Tennessee.
I could see that. I mean, Indiana's front four nearing the end of that Notre Dame game really started to kind of ramp up. I mean, you saw them really. I know they got burned off of that 198-yarder, but you kind of saw a little bit. It wasn't really as one-sided as it started off with what Notre Dame was doing, because, I mean, you looked at guys on Indiana squad. I think Carpenter, to me, the interior defensive lineman, was a freaking stud throughout that football.
He was very good player in that
had
game.
A hell of a game. I think that guy's probably, I don't know if has another year of eligibility. If he doesn't, the guy's probably a late third-round pick, but he's going to be a steal in the draft. But regardless of that, I think that would have probably been a much better game than what we saw with Notre Dame and Indiana.
I think that you would have seen a much better game between Boise State and SMU, Kevin Jennings versus Ashton Genty. I think you would have seen a much better game of Clemson versus Notre Dame. I think, honestly, that would have been one of the sleeper games of the year. And it probably would have been my favorite game to watch just as a fan of college football. Clemson traveling to go play in Notre Dame Stadium. The way that we see one team that went out and brought in a transfer portal quarterback, one team that doesn't love the transfer portal until this past year to buy on in. Maybe things are a little bit different. Because again, in my opinion, the better quarterback was on Clemson's sidelines, but still, you went out and you added in a portal quarterback in Riley Leonard. And then honestly, Cam Scatterbo versus that defense of Ohio State. Like, that to me is a much better matchup because I got a healthy Cam Scatterbo versus Dylan Sampson, who wasn't at 100%. And we all knew what the offense was for Tennessee this year. Tennessee could run the football with ease. They couldn't pass to save their life on third down. And the second that they had to trust the passing attack, game was already over in Columbus. Maybe it would have been the exact same for a team like Arizona State, even if they didn't get that first round bye. Would have been, and I'll tell you what, nobody would have doubted Arizona State if they would have played Texas after beating Ohio State. Not a single soul in America would have ever doubted that team again. So,
are you going to the Senior Bowl this year?
Not this year. I usually do go. The problem is just like it's changed so much. And this isn't a shot at Jim Nagy, because Nagy's done a really good job as the developer and taking on over for Phil Savage. But there was a point where it was a very small media collective that would go. Not a lot of bloggers, not a lot of outside people. Just it would be very much those that worked in the draft community. They would go, and you'd be able to get a lot of one-on-one attention with these players.
Yeah.
And they would be able to sit down with you, and they'd give you a media session where it was like you could request them after practice, and they'd talk to you. And then they had their own session with scouts, because the scouts, it's the all-star game of all all-star games. I'll still give them credit there where credit's due. But now what happens is you're fighting with scouts to go talk to a player. On top of that, you're fighting with other media members to talk to a player, and you get 2 minutes with them. And you're in a scrum, and usually the questions are the same for every single player. Who have you met with? Have you talked to this team? Has this team been in contact with you? Has this team been willing to reach out? Who's your favorite player that you emulate your game after? And it's just like, they're not questions that do a lot of the heavy lifting. Yeah. And honestly, at that point, it just gets frustrating, because if you're trying to ask serious questions, you're trying to get them to pull off to the side, get a little bit of an inside access, try to get a little quick one-on-one. And you can't do that because of all these other media outlets go for literally a couple of days. And the only thing I will say is they've made it to where practice is the best part. Like, if you stay for the game, I understand it, but the game is the boring part. The practices are where you really see what these players are about. And honestly,
can you film practice or no?
Yeah, you can film it.
I figured so.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you can film it. Part of the way that I really got a big following one year was there was a wide receiver from Penn. His name was Justin Watson. He made the most incredible one-handed catch, and I got it right in the back corner of the end zone. And I put it on Twitter, and Penn Football retweeted it. And within like an hour, I had like 600 followers. Like, it was just that fast. Like, That's where you get a lot of the access. And practice does a really good job of keeping you alive and keeping you involved and letting you be able to kind of move around. The way it's not lots of people anymore. Hancock Whitney, is that the stadium now?
Yeah, that's where it is.
Yeah. So Hancock is a little bit different because Lad Peebles was a really good job because they had like the 2 side end zones to where it came on up to where you get a full frontal view. You can't get that at Hancock Whitney. You gotta be on one side or the other.
Yeah.
But still, it's a decent overall outing. It's a pretty good advantage point to where you can kind of get some film depending on what position you want to target. You just got to stay in the stands. But it's a fun time. I mean, I tell people that want to break into media, if they really want to know what it's like to kind of get a sense of practices and what the draft is all about and how to go all that, go to the Senior Bowl. Senior Bowl is a fun experience. Go to Veets, be out there till 2 a.m. one time. Don't get yourself in trouble. If you can go to the Jimmy John's next door, do so. Try not to puke on your way back to the hotel.
Jesus, crime in it.
Wake up at 6 a.m., be completely hungover, grab a cup of coffee, and then go to practice. It's a lot of fun.
Oh, I'm 20. I don't drink that much. I don't even drink.
God, you're 20. God bless. You're a child.
I turned 21 literally a month from now.
When is the Senior Bowl?
End of the month. I think January 28th through I think the 1st of February. That's when the whole week is, but
so you wouldn't be able to drink at the thing, would you?
I wouldn't be able to drink until the week after.
I wonder if Lucas froze. Did he freeze? Did he freeze? There we go. Welcome back. There you go.
No, I wouldn't be able to drink until the week after Senior Bowl.
That's dumb. I'm sorry. That stinks for you.
I don't care. Cole, I'm a wannabe bodybuilder. I don't drink. I know. Everybody in the comments are going to say, "Oh, Arnold drank and they drank." I just don't drink. It's not my preference.
Yeah, I'm not going to blame you if you don't drink, if you choose not to drink. I'm just saying, if you can drink and you want to drink, it just sucks that you can't go until one more week. That's the only problem that you have. Anyways, let's talk a little bit of NFL real quickly. Make sure that you like the video, hit the ring notification, and subscribe to the channel. Texas Sport Unfiltered is less than 700 subscribers away from 10,000. So we're trying to get 20,000 on SEC Unfiltered. You guys are going to try to get to 10,000. So tell your friends, family, mortal enemies, best of bros about Texas Sport Unfiltered. #1 Texas sport app in America. By the way, if you didn't know, pregame show tomorrow with Bucky, BK, and the boys before the Cotton Bowl. So make sure that you tune on in here. That way you can go ahead and check out all the great content as they prepare you for what is going to be a dominant Texas win. Because we all know that Texas is going to win this game, even if Ohio State fans want to act like that they are going to pull away with the victory, because that's not true. Let's talk about the NFL. This was really dumb in my opinion, Lucas, and I want to get your opinion on this one. Antonio Pierce got fired by the Las Vegas Raiders. I don't have a problem with it. Antonio Pierce, for my money, should never have been the hire to begin with. Never should have been even in the running. I understand why he was, because Max Crosby said, if it's not Antonio Pierce, you might as well just trade me. Devontae Adams said the same thing. Okay, so be it. Here's where you're go from being incompetent to just a dumbass organization. They waited 48 hours to then fire the GM and Tom Telesco. So what happened in those last 48 hours that you couldn't tell me at that point he needed to be fired the exact same time that you were going to fire your head coach?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What was the point of that point?
Exactly. There were a lot of reports too, and people were confused as to say, well, Pierce just got fired. Why didn't Telesco get out of the door too? But that's the freaking Davis family for you, dude. They've been doing that ever since Al came into power back in the 60s.
Al was really good up until the 2000s. In the 2000s, he went off his wagon, and the rocker was gone. He lost all sense of stability. I agree with you.
He tried to get nothing but veteran players on the freaking roster. He didn't want to surround it with the young dudes in the draft.
He drafted a kicker in the first round.
Yes.
He drafted a kicker in the first round. Like, that's all I need to know about where you were.
He had a damn near 40-year-old Tim Brown and Jerry Rice and a 37-year-old that I don't know how the hell Rich Gannon became MVP because of that.
John Gruden worked magic that year. He sold his soul to the devil. I swear to God it happened. I swear. Oh wait, no, that wasn't. That was who was
that? Was West Coast Callahan.
Callahan, that was it. That was Callahan, because that was the first year where Gruden got traded to Tampa Bay. You're right on that one. No, but like the thing is that why are you getting rid of Telesco? And I understand the reports have come out. They want to have the coach and the GM on the same page. But let me just remind you real fast what Tom Telesco did. He brought in Joey Bosa with his first draft pick when he was the GM of the Los Angeles Chargers. Joey Bosa turned out pretty well. He drafted Derwin James when everyone said it was ridiculous to take a safety in the first round. Well, he turned out to be an all-pro. He made sure that he didn't oversell, and he drafted Justin Herbert 6 overall. Justin Herbert went on to become the all-time greatest rookie quarterback of his tenure before C.J. Stroud came on in, and then, of course, what we saw from Bo Nix and Jaden Daniels this past year. On top of that, last year, he drafted Brock Bowers, a tight end, with the 13th overall pick. Brock Bowers just broke a record set in 1961 for the most receiving yards by a tight end, and he's top 5 in targets and top 10 in receiving yards among all players. On top of that, his second-round pick, Jackson Powers Johnson, is going to be an all-rookie center. And that guy is fired. And I had a problem with that one, but not as much as I had a problem with the Rand Carthon's firing. Because the Rand Carthon firing, what really drove me crazy with this, and it shows you why there is so much incompetence in the NFL, and there's so many teams that stay bad for this reason of ownership, neglect, and malpractice. Rand Carthon fixed 2 sides of the offensive line by bringing in Peter Skoronski and going and adding in J.C. Latham. On top of that, he also was able to overpay, but still recoup by getting a 1,000-yard receiver and Calvin Ridley to come into the building. Tony Pollard's deal was better than about 80 of the other running backs that signed this offseason, and he rushed for nearly 1,200 yards. The only mistake that he really made was not having the right quarterback in Will Levis.
Yeah.
That was really it. And by the way, what happened? He ran Mike Vrabel out of the building. So Mike Vrabel kind of got screwed in that situation. After Mike Vrabel kind of got screwed in that situation, that's because John Robinson got screwed in that situation. So when you realize everyone is still struggling, the team has not turned the corner since they let go of A.J. Brown. Why was all this a problem? Who's at the front of it all? Who's at the forefront of all these conversations? Ownership. Ownership is the reason why your team stay bad. When you're incompetent and you refuse to make the moves. Like, personally, what do you think is the worst job out there right now?
Like, just in general?
The worst job that is available in this coaching cycle, hiring cycle.
Okay. Oh, shit.
So you have the Raiders, you have the Saints, you have the Jaguars, you have the Patriots.
Oh,
you have
God.
the Bears.
Freaking Mickey doesn't get fired? Oh, my God, the Saints.
I disagree for one reason. Only one, because I agree with you. Saints are number 2. Trent Baalke is still the GM with Jacksonville. And nobody wanted to work with Trent Baalke. When they fired Urban Meyer.
Such an asshole.
When they fired Urban Meyer, it took 45 days after the season to hire Doug Peterson. They had the first shot to hire a coach because if he was done after 11 games. They were the last team to hire a coach. Why was that? Because of your GM.
Yeah.
The GM went for power over finesse in 2022 with the number 1 overall pick by getting Trayvon Walker, who's a good pass rusher, solid pass rusher, no complaints there, over Aiden Hutchinson, who right now was the favorite to be the defensive player of the year before he broke his leg. And by the way, is now a godsend for Detroit and the pride of Michigan coming on home. You swung and missed at linebacker. You swung and missed at running back with Travis Etienne, for my opinion, for where you drafted him. You made some god-awful bonehead free agency signings, but yet you're good enough to keep your job, and Doug Peterson has shown the door. The one thing that is saving your ass right now is Brian Thomas Jr. is going to finish top 5 in receiving yards this past year, working with, and I might remind you, Mac frickin' Jones. That was his quarterback for about 9 games, and he got 3rd in NFL receiving yards this past year. But name a coach that wants to work with you. Because Doug Peterson didn't want to work with you. And everyone so far that we're talking about, Ben Johnson being involved, there's already been speculation that things have to be done. And that now Shad Khan has come out and said, you know what? We're good. Like, we're going to keep Trent Baalke. Even if a head coach that we really like says, we got to get rid of Trent Baalke. You know what? Maybe we will, maybe we won't.
Yeah.
What are you doing? What are we doing here, guys?
One more thing before we head out of here, Cole. Trent Baalke, I need you to draft Harold Fannin Jr. I saw the freaking dude in person at the 68 Ventures Bowl. He could have opted out of the rest of the bowl game after he got his record for the most receiving yards by a tight end and most receptions by a tight end. The guy's a freaking menace. Dude popped off for 17 for 213. The guy is a game changer at tight end. You need a tight end. You need somebody.
Jacksonville?
Yes.
No, Jacksonville doesn't need a tight end. New Orleans needs a tight end.
That's that too.
New Orleans needs a tight end.
I would love to see Fannin in New Orleans.
Did you think he got snubbed the John Mackey Award?
My God, yeah,
he got
dude.
stumped. He got stumped. I'll even agree with that one. The fact that you were the number 2 receiver in college football, and you didn't get the Mackey Award, make it make sense. And I think Tyler Warren's a fine player. I do, yeah. But come on, like, what are we doing here? He set a record. That's my rule in life. When you set it, like if Ashton Genty didn't win the Heisman, but he broke Barry Sanders' record during the regular season, sorry, like, what are we doing here? I get Travis Hunter's awesome. You broke a record of 4 decades. You win. You always win. That's where I feel. Yeah. All right. Well, look at that. Good hour. Even though that we showed up late and it wasn't really a full hour for us, but you got to deal with us anyways. But
what did I miss?
He's Lucas Hill. I'm Cole Thompson. We will be back tomorrow. Bucky and BK will be on early, so make sure you don't miss any out on that. Subscribe to the channel. Follow us on all social platforms: TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter at SEC Unfiltered and at TS Unfiltered. Make sure you follow Lucas Hill at Lucas_Hill23, me at Mr. Cole Thompson, and check out all of our great work found at SECUnfiltered.com. For Lucas Hill, I'm Cole Thompson. Bucky and BK back tomorrow. Remember, you only live one life. It's not that serious. Go ahead, have a drink. Chill out, unless you're Lucas Hill and you want to become a bodybuilder. Peace.